Chapter 1: Activating the System. Am I reborn? Zhao Zhu opened his eyes and stared at the dilapidated ceiling with a puzzled expression on his face. At this time, he was wearing a security uniform, with his hat tilted on his head, and was lying in the security room to rest. The electric fan, which was missing a blade, was shaking and blowing air with a creaking sound, and the summer cicadas outside were chirping one after another. Zhao Zhu did work as a security guard. But that was more than 10 years ago, when he had just graduated from college and couldn't find a job. How come when I woke up I found myself back in time more than 10 years ago? Before this doubt was resolved, another voice sounded in Zhao Zhu's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the most powerful system. This system uses two modes, daily sign-in rewards and random task rewards to help the host become the most powerful god. Zhao Zhu frowned. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard the system ask again. Ding! Host, do you want to sign in now? Zhao Zhu rubbed his cheeks, wondering if he had lost his mind. Are you hallucinating? Does the host choose to sign in? The system's mechanical voice sounded again, and Zhao Zhu answered this time in an uncanny way, choose to sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and you will be rewarded 100 million in cash. What the hell? 100 million? Then a text message came to Zhao Zhu's mobile phone. Your Guohua bank account has successfully transferred 100 million yuan, and the balance is 100 million and 3.5 yuan. Is this what is meant by getting rich overnight? Zhao Zhu stared at his phone for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes wide and jumped up from the bed. His movements were extremely tricky. I became rich overnight. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Zhu raised his head and laughed out loud. Becoming rich overnight, that is the dream of countless people. In fact, Zhao Zhu has not been very happy in the past 10 years. Some are even so poor that they can barely afford to eat. The sudden wealth, coupled with rebirth, gave Zhao Zhu the courage to live again and live a glorious life. Zhao Zhu soon calmed down. He looked at the date, which was July 8, 21. If he remembered correctly, something big was going to happen that day. The object of his secret love, the goddess in his mind, Painanju, was hit by objects thrown from a high altitude and died on this day. Although the story is cliché, reality is often more exciting than movies. The city where Zhao Zhu lives is the first-tier city S city, and Painanju is the daughter of the Pei family, the richest family in S city. The Pei family is involved in many industries, but real estate is their top priority. The number one hoarding community where Zhao Zhu works as a security guard is also the property of the Pei family. As the general manager of the company, Pei Nanju occasionally comes here to check on the property conditions. Zhao Zhu was secretly watching this woman in the security booth. Although Zhao Zhu had no contact with this goddess. Even Pei Nanju didn't know this young security guard, but Zhao Zhu was still sad for a long time. While Zhao Zhu was still feeling sad, a middle-aged man walked into the security room. He has a broad face and a thin body, and even the security uniform looks loose on him. It was Zhao Zhu's colleague, Li Ming. Xiao Zhao, it's time to change shifts. Go eat. Zhao Zhu came back to his senses from his memories and said yes. As soon as I walked out of the security room, a Maybach drove towards me. Through the car window, you can see a woman in black work clothes. The woman has fair skin, delicate makeup, long hair, and a work suit that perfectly wraps her figure. Even Li Ming in the security room couldn't help swallowing as he watched the Maybach drive into the garage. Li Ming smacked his lips and said, "This woman is so damn pretty. If only I could." Zhao Zhu ignored him and turned into the community. Li Ming in the security room hurriedly asked, "Xiao Zhao, aren't you going to eat?" Zhao Zhu waved his hand without even turning his head. "I'm going to take a shit." After entering the community, Zhao Zhu came to the elevator door of the garage and lit a cigarette. Since God has arranged for him to be reborn once, he naturally cannot allow himself to regret it again. The owner of the Maybach is naturally Pei Nanju. This time, Zhao Zhu wants to save her and let her become his woman. After a moment, the elevator door opened and Pei Nanju walked out. Today, Pei Nanju was wearing a black uniform that tightly wraps her perfect figure. Especially the chest, which can only be described in 4 words. About to come out. 2 straight thighs, covered with black stockings, are slender and full, and the desire value is full. Zhao Zhu's face turned red. He quickly put out his cigarette and went to meet him. Ms. Pei. Pei Nanju stopped when he heard someone calling his name. When I turned around, I found it was a security guard. Well, he's quite handsome too. However, this thought quickly dissipated. After all, the two of them were in completely different worlds and were destined not to have any intersection. Pei Nanju's face was cold and he slightly opened his red lips. What's wrong? Is there anything? Pei Nanju often occupies a high position, so he naturally has a strong aura. Zhao Zhu couldn't help being a little nervous, but he quickly calmed down. In this life, he possesses the strongest king system and is destined to be extraordinary. Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, "That's right, Miss Pei. The community is undergoing renovation and construction. If you want to go to the property management department, you will need to take a detour." Construction? Detour? Pei Nanju frowned, like two little plum blossoms popping out in the cold winter. She was extremely alert and realized that there must be something fishy going on. How come I didn't know about the neighborhood renovation? Also, your way of chatting people up is really too old-fashioned. Pei Nanju was often approached because of her beauty, and it was obvious that she considered Zhao Zhu to be one of them. She didn't mind that the person was just a security guard, but her way of chatting him up was nothing new. Without waiting for Zhao Zhu to say anything else, Pei Nanju turned around and left. Zhao Zhu sighed and could only follow. "Miss Pei, really, you can't take this road today." Pei Nanju already had something on his mind, and being chased by Zhao Zhu made him annoyed, so he finally couldn't help but explode. She stopped, turned around, pulled off Zhao Zhu's work badge, took a look at it, then took out her cell phone and made a call. "Hello, is this the security department? I'm Pei Nanju. There's a security guard named Zhao Zhu. He's been fired." Pei Nanju looked at Zhao Zhu and said coldly, "Also, deduct half a month's salary from him." Zhao Zhu was speechless after this move. After hanging up the phone, Pei Nanju said lightly, "You are fired. Go and resign as soon as possible. We at Zalong Real Estate don't need security guards like you." After saying that, Pei Nanju turned and walked away again. Zhao Zhu had no choice but to chase after him again, worry written all over his face. In front is building number 18, where Pei Nanju had the accident. Sure enough, when Pei Nanju walked downstairs to building 18, Zhao Zhu looked up and saw a head sticking out from high up on the building. Then a palm-sized flower pot was thrown out. The flower pot fell at a very fast speed and was about to hit Pei Nanju on the head. Zhao Zhu rushed over, pulled Pei Nanju over and held him in his arms. "What are you doing?" "I'm calling the police." When she was suddenly hugged by someone, Pei Nanju thought that Zhao Zhu was being lustful and wanted to do something bad to her, so she opened her little mouth and bit Zhao Zhu's arm. But the next moment, a flower pot fell at her feet. With a bang, it was shattered into pieces. Pei Nanju was so shocked that he stood there in shock, and even forgot to use force with his mouth. "If this flower pot falls on my head..." Pei Nanju didn't dare to think about it anymore. "Okay, Miss Pei, you can open your mouth now." Pei Nanju then remembered that he was still biting the other person's arm. The originally cold little face suddenly turned red, and she hurriedly opened her mouth and ran away from Zhao Zhu's arms. "Miss Pei, are you a puppy?" Zhao Zhu rubbed his arm, but the more he looked at the small tooth mark, the more he liked it and the cuter it seemed. When Pei Nanju saw her masterpiece, her face turned red all the way to her ears. The two ears are red and crystal clear in the sunlight. "Thank you, I'm sorry." Although Pei Nanju has seen a lot of ups and downs, she is still a novice when it comes to matters between men and women. Zhao Zhu said with a smile, "If you want to thank me, why not just give me a call?" After exchanging phone numbers, Pei Nanju ran away, his face still red. Zhao Zhu was not in a hurry to pursue it. Anyway, the phone call was about to come, so there must be a chance to take the next step. But Zhao Zhu looked up at building 18, and he remembered the head that had just popped out. There seems to be something fishy about this matter. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. "Ding, mission triggered. Plan to save the goddess. Understand Pei Nanju and help her get through the crisis. After completing the task, you will receive a reward." As for what the reward is, the system does not clearly state. Anyway, he wanted to get close to Pei Nanju, so the reward was just a byproduct. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhu walked into building 18. Chapter 2. Pei Nanju asked me out. Relying on his memory, Zhao Zhu found the room where the window was. But the door was locked and Zhao Zhu knocked for a long time but no one answered. So he broke into the house and found 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. "It's just empty, there's nothing." It's like it was designed specifically for throwing flower pots from high altitudes. After looking around and not seeing anything, Zhao Zhu closed the door and left. Anyway, the owner of the house is feeling guilty and probably wouldn't dare to call the police when he sees the door is broken. After going downstairs and taking off his security uniform, he left number 1 Hua Ting. Now that he has a net worth of over 100 million, there is no need for him to be a security guard anymore. Only. Zhao Zhu looked at his clothes, which were indeed a bit shabby. Zhao Zhu's family was ordinary. His parents were farmers and had little money. The clothes he was wearing were bought when he was in college. He wore them over and over again and washed them over and over again. This year is the 4th year. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhu ran to the bank first, intending to transfer some money to his parents. I originally wanted to transfer 18 million yuan, but I was afraid that my parents would ask too many questions, so I only transferred 30,000 yuan. Just say that you made some money from your business, and it will last for a long time. Afterwards, Zhao Zhu went to the Wanbo shopping mall to buy some clothes. The Wanbo shopping mall is a national enterprise. There are several Wanbo in almost every city, providing everything from food, drink, and entertainment. Especially the luxury goods inside, almost all major brands are present. If it were the old Zhao Zhu, he would never even think about buying things there. After entering the mall, Zhao Zhu went directly to the high-end luxury area. I walked into a men's clothing store and was greeted by a uniformed clerk with a smile on his face. But when the clerk saw Zhao Zhu's shabby clothes, his smile immediately disappeared and he even curled his lips. How dare a poor boy wearing all cheap goods come to a place like this? The clerk ignored Zhao Zhu and turned around to chat with his colleagues at the counter. Zhao Zhu didn't want to get angry either. After all, there are always some people in this world who look down on others. But when he was looking at clothes and choosing, the clerk came over again and said with a look of contempt, "Sir, you can't afford this dress, so you can't touch it. You can't afford to pay for it if it gets dirty." Can't afford to pay? Zhao Zhu raised his head, staring at the clerk with a sneer on his face. The clerk was annoyed by her stare and took a few steps back, feeling uneasy. But he still said, "Sir, this dress costs 15,000 yuan, and I think you are just a college graduate. How much is 3,000 a month? This dress is worth 5 months' salary." Zhao Zhu did not get angry under the gaze of the shop assistant. He reached out and picked up the dress, and said slowly, "This dress is 15,000, right?" The clerk didn't understand what he wanted to do, so he replied, "Yes." Then Zhao Zhu held the clothes with both hands and suddenly pulled hard, tearing the clothes into 2 pieces. "What are you doing? You poor loser. Can you afford to pay for it?" The clerk screamed. She never expected that this poor college student would do such an outrageous thing. "What are you yelling about? It's noisy," Zhao Zhu said dissatisfiedly. What happened next shocked the clerk even more. Zhao Zhu casually took off a few more pieces of clothes, and they were all torn with a swish sound. This wave of operations left the clerks so stunned that they didn't even need to scream. When the clerk realized what was happening, he quickly took out his cell phone and wanted to call the police. You should know that each of these clothes costs more than 10,000 yuan, and the total price even exceeds 100,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhu said calmly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Did I ever say I won't buy it?" As he said this, he casually took out a bank card, threw it to the clerk, and said lightly, "These clothes, you count them and swipe the card." The clerk took the card but still did not put the phone back, ready to call the police at any time. Are you kidding me? How can such a poor college student easily get hundreds of thousands of dollars? But then the prompt sound of successful card swiping slapped her in the face. The clerk was so regretful. You have to know that these customers who easily spend tens of thousands of yuan are big customers and they need to be accurately targeted. But there is no doubt that she has offended Zhao Zhu to death. Such a big customer was lost in vain. Even if this matter gets to the ears of the store manager or the boss, she might lose her job. The clerk handed the card back with trembling hands, lowered his head and whispered, "Sir, I'm sorry." Zhao Zhu took the bank card and kicked the clothes on the ground aside casually. He said calmly, "I just want to tell you not to always look down on others." The clerk burst into tears. After picking out clothes from another store, Zhao Zhu suddenly transformed from a poor college student into a rich young man. Coupled with his handsome face, when he walked in the mall, girls kept turning back to look at him. There were even girls who came to ask for his contact information, but Zhao Zhu refused. As soon as he left the mall, Zhao Zhu's phone rang. When he took it out and looked at it, he was overjoyed. It was Pei Nanju. When I answered the phone, I heard Pei Nanju's cold voice. Zhao Zhu, why didn't you come to work today? Zhao Zhu said with a smile, Miss Pei is really forgetful. Didn't you fire me yesterday? The other side was silent for a while, then spoke again. I was too impulsive yesterday, and I apologize to you now. How about this, to thank you for saving my life, I will treat you to a meal. Zhao Zhu agreed with a smile, and the venue was set at Maishishan, the premier restaurant in S City. Zhao Zhu knew that Meisher Mountain was also the Pei family's property. It is positioned as a high-end restaurant and adopts a VIP system. The people who come and go are all business elites or political bigwigs. I heard that just paying for the VIP membership would cost 5 million. Zhao Zhu took a taxi and soon arrived at the Maishishan restaurant. Maishishan restaurant is located in the center of S City and is a 3-story building. The entire decoration is tending towards antique style, with high-rise buildings and flying eaves, which is quite ancient. There was a large parking lot at the entrance. When Zhao Zhu arrived, it was already full of cars, all of which were million-level luxury cars. Porsche, Land Rover, Maserati. The taxi driver swallowed his saliva before leaving. Brother, are you afraid of some invisible rich man? Zhao Zhu smiled without saying anything and walked straight to the entrance of the restaurant. There were 2 young men in suits and sunglasses at the entrance of the hotel. They are all over 1.8 meters tall and look very energetic. Seeing Zhao Zhu coming, one of them took the lead to greet him. Hello sir, please show me your VIP card. Still need a card? Zhao Zhu shook his head and said. I don't have a card, but I came here this time because your boss Pei Nanju invited me. Pei Nanju? Although the young man still had a look of expression on his face, he began to laugh at Zhao Zhu in his heart. Speaking of Pei Nanju, she is indeed the daughter of the Pei family, and it is not wrong to say that she is the boss. But I'm afraid everyone in the entire S City knows that Pei Nanju, the daughter of the Pei family, is arrogant and self-disciplined. She hasn't even had a boyfriend for all these years. Not to mention actively inviting other men to dinner. It was obvious that the man in front of him was lying. The young man just shook his head and said firmly. I'm sorry sir, you don't have a VIP card, I can't let you in. Zhao Zhu laughed and said, are you forcing me to call Pei Nanju? You'll lose your job if you do that. Hearing Zhao Zhu threatening him, the young man took 2 steps forward in a very arrogant manner. He stretched out his arms and pushed Zhao Zhu 1 meter away. I'm sorry sir, I can't let you in because you don't have a VIP card. And if you insist on making trouble again, I will resort to unnecessary measures. Unnecessary means? Zhao Zhu's expression suddenly turned cold. Are you going to use force? The young man was not to be outdone, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully. The whole S City knows that our Miss Pei has very high standards and has never had any scandals with any man. And you actually said that the young lady invited you here. If you dare to insult Miss Pei's reputation with such lies again, I will be rude to you. And at this moment, Pei Nanju suddenly appeared at the gate. Now Pei Nanju has taken off her professional attire and put on a white dress, revealing her snow-white calves, making her look like an immortal. Her makeup is simple, but it is this light makeup that highlights her beauty. The only flaw was that the daughter of the Pei family had a frown on her brow, as if there was a faint sadness lingering in her. As soon as Pei Nanju went out, he looked around, as if he was looking for someone. When he saw Zhao Zhu being stopped by the security guard, his eyes lit up and he walked over quickly. Zhao Zhu, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you here just now? Zhao Zhu didn't reply, but pursed his lips, motioning Pei Nanju to look at the situation. As for the young man, he saw the eldest lady of the Pei family really walking towards him. He looked at Zhao Zhu again with extremely shocked eyes. I never expected that this guy seemed to really know the eldest daughter of the Pei family. And the relationship between the 2 doesn't seem to be that simple. Pei Nanju walked up to the 2 of them and frowned. What's going on? The young man lowered his head quickly and said respectfully, Boss Pei, this gentleman doesn't have VIP, he must go in. Pei Nanju waved his hand and said, don't worry about this matter, he is my friend. Also, tell the security team that my friend doesn't need a VIP card when he comes, and he should be given the best private room. Yes. Okay, let's go in. The food is getting cold. Pei Nanju glanced at Zhao Zhu with a hint of reproach. Zhao Zhu said yes, patted the young man on the shoulder, and then entered the restaurant. Chapter 3 All expenses tonight will be paid by Mr. Zhao. Since Food Mountain is a VIP hotel, there is no lobby like that of an ordinary hotel after entering the door. Instead, there is a long corridor with private rooms on both sides, each with a waiter, and the names are very elegant. Vernal equinox, summer cicadas, autumn leaves, winter lake, and so on. The corridor is beautifully decorated, with a landscaping painting hung at regular intervals. The painting style is elegant and full of ancient charm, but Zhao Zhu can't see anything special. He just thinks this restaurant is really awesome. Seeing Zhao Zhu occasionally stopping to look at the painting, Pei Nanju said with a smile. I say, security guard Zhao, you don't have to look at them so carefully. They are all old fakes. They are worthless. Zhao Zhu then gave up and walked side by side with Pei Nanju. It was around 5 or 6 in the evening, the prime time for dining in the restaurant. Although Food Mountain has no lobby and only private rooms, there are still quite a few people in the corridor during this time. So the two of them were surrounded. Countless men and women were whispering to Zhao Zhu and the other man. You have to know that Maishishan is a high-end restaurant, the kind that is open to all. None of those who can enter this door to eat are simple people. Pei Nanju is the daughter of the Pei family and the young master of Meisher Mountain. In addition, she is a great beauty, so she is naturally a hot figure in S City. It can be said that everyone knows it. But everyone in the entire S City knows that the eldest daughter of the Pei family has an arrogant personality and does not take any man in this world seriously at all. Even the young master of the Li family, who is also one of the 4 major families, was rejected. But why are you walking with such a man now? Don't say that these so-called rich people are simple-minded and have low IQs. The scene before our eyes is really too unbelievable. So a moment later, the corridor of the restaurant was in an uproar. Isn't that Pei Nanju, the daughter of the Pei family? How come she is walking with a man and talking and laughing? Isn't it said that Pei Nanju has very high standards for boyfriends? Most people don't like them. Yes, I heard that even Li Shichuan, the eldest son of the Li family, refused. You should know that young Master Li is a rare talent, from one of the 4 great families, and worth hundreds of billions. She doesn't even like this, but she's actually with such a pretty boy? Who is this pretty boy? Why is Pei Nanju so fond of him? Zhao Zhu looked normal as he walked past the crowd and smiled softly at Pei Nanju. I always thought gossip was something that only ordinary people had. I never thought that rich people like you would do that. Pei Nanju smiled and said nothing, but there seemed to be a hint of sadness between his brows. The two entered a private room called Qingmei, where the table was already filled with delicious dishes. Zhao Zhu took a quick look and found that there were no less than 20 dishes. Moreover, each one of them is delicious and presents great appearance, which really lives up to the reputation of Food Mountain. Zhao Zhu sat down with a smile and said, "It's really a waste of money for Miss Pei." What a waste. After Pei Nanju sat down, he poured a glass of red wine for each of them, then raised his glass to Zhao Zhu. To thank you for saving my life, I'll do one. The goblet was brought to the vermilion little mouth, gently rolled over Pei Nanju's snow-white neck, and half a glass of red wine was drunk in one gulp. It's a pity that this young lady seemed to be unable to drink much. After drinking half a glass of red wine, her fair little face immediately turned rosy. Before Zhao Zhu could react, Pei Nanju poured himself another glass. He raised his glass and looked at Zhao Zhu with a dazed look in his eyes. This cup is my apology to you. I don't know how you knew that the flower pot would fall on my path. But it is true that you saved me, but when it came to I also bit you, Pei Nanju was too embarrassed to continue. Zhao Zhu's heart skipped a beat, and he thought Pei Nanju was indeed a smart man. The fact that he knew about Building 18 was his memory from his previous life, but how could he explain rebirth? Just when he was worrying about how to explain, Pei Nanju actually raised his hand and finished the glass. At this point, no matter how dull Zhao Zhu was, he could sense that something was wrong. At this time, Pei Nanju's face was flushed and his eyes were blurred. Occasionally, her sweet tongue licked her lips, which made Zhao Zhu shiver. Maybe because he felt a little dizzy, Pei Nanju's body was leaning forward uncontrollably. It just happened to expose the groove on her chest to Zhao Zhu. Really big. No, don't look at what is inappropriate, don't look at what is inappropriate. Zhao Zhu wiped the blood from his nose and reached out to snatch the wine glass from Pei Nanju's hand. I accidentally touched her little hand, it felt so soft and hot. He couldn't help but feel moved. This little goblin is really a walking hormone. But Zhao Zhu quickly calmed down, changed the cup and poured a cup of tea, handed it to Pei Nanju, and said softly, "You can't drink anymore." Unexpectedly, Pei Nanju shook her head, and her beautiful hair moved with it, revealing a charm in her coldness. "I want more." As he said this, he actually stood up and tried to snatch the wineglass from Zhao Zhu. Of course, Zhao Zhu couldn't spoil this girl, and the two of them fought for her. Pei Nanju saw that she really couldn't grab it, so she could only sit down with a pout. As the curve of her pouting mouth grew wider, she finally covered her face and started crying for no apparent reason. Seeing Pei Nanju's tearful appearance, Zhao Zhu felt distressed and stood up quickly. "What's wrong with you? Tell me if you have any problem. I can solve it for you." Pei Nanju just shook his head, but his tears gradually stopped. After waiting for a while, Pei Nanju wiped away his tears. But her eyes were still watery and pitiful, which made people feel distressed. Pei Nan's eyes were red as he looked at Zhao Zhu and forced a smile. "I know you mean well, but I'm afraid you can't help me with this matter." Although it was Zhao Zhu who saved her life last time, Pei Nanju was naturally very grateful to him. But what she is facing now is not something that a small security guard can help with. So Pei Nanju just shook his head and said nothing. Zhao Zhu was about to say something when the door suddenly opened and a man rushed in. "Nanju, you are here. Why didn't you tell me you were here?" The man who came had a tall figure, sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes, and a handsome appearance. He was a very elegant and handsome guy. But his face was a little pale and his steps were unsteady, and it was obvious that he had been drained of his body by women. "Li Shichuan, do I need to tell you that I'm here to bring my own business?" Pei Nanju wiped her tears, rolled her eyes at him and said dissatisfiedly. "No, that's not what I meant." Li Shichuan said hurriedly, "I just missed you too much, Nanju." Pei Nanju's expression returned to its cold and calm state, and he still didn't look at him straight in the eye. "Go out, I'm talking to a friend." "Friend?" Li Shichuan looked across the table and happened to see Zhao Zhu also looking at him with a smile. The two men looked at each other, and it was obvious that there was a strong smell of tension between them. It was Li Shichuan who opened the situation first and asked first. "My name is Li Shichuan, the vice president of the Li Group. May I ask where you are employed?" He is the eldest son of the Li Group. Who in the entire city is a better match for Nanju than him? "My name is Zhao Zhu. As for where I work, I used to work as a security guard at number 1 Huateng." "Security guard?" Li Shichuan was stunned. Since he could dine at the same table with Pei Nanju, Li Shichuan naturally thought that the other party must have a very high status and influence, and might even be a wealthy young man from the capital. But he never expected that the man opposite him would actually say that he was a security guard. Then he glanced at Pei Nanju, a hint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. He has been pursuing Pei Nanju for several years, but not only has he never kissed her, he has never even had a meal with her face to face. But now Pei Nanju is actually having dinner with a crappy security guard? Why is this poor guy so poor? "Zhao Zhu, right?" Li Shichuan crossed his arms and said in a mocking tone. "I remember now. No wonder you look familiar to me. You must be the security guard at the gate of number 1 Huateng. What does it feel like to be in a high-end restaurant? Does it feel luxurious?" If Nanju hadn't brought you here, I'm afraid you, a poor boy like you, with a salary of more than 2,000 yuan a month, would never dare to come in your life." "Li Shichuan, shut up." Pei Nanju widened his eyes, raised his brows coldly, and slammed the table and roared. "He's my friend. I won't allow you to talk nonsense." Li Shichuan turned a deaf ear and continued to mock. "Nanju, why are you so angry? I'm just telling the truth. How can a poor little security guard like him integrate into our upper-class circle? He may not even be able to afford a meal for us even if he works all his life." Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly there was applause. Zhao Zhu stood up slowly, clapping and laughing. "Mr. Li is right. A small person like me really can't fit into your circle. After all, your circle is stupid." "What did you say?" Li Shichuan was furious, clenched his fists, and took a step forward to attack. Zhao Zhu laughed out loud. "Master Li, don't be impatient, I haven't finished speaking yet. Brother, come here." As he said this, he stretched out his hand to call the waiter at the door. When the waiter came up to him, he took out a bank card from his pocket. He handed it to the waiter and said proudly, "Brother, take this card and go settle the bills for everyone in the restaurant. Also, tell everyone that all expenses for tonight will be paid for by Mr. Zhao." Chapter 4: The Pei Family's Difficulties. All expenses tonight will be paid by Mr. Zhao. Everyone present was conquered by Zhao Zhu's domineering aura. After a brief shock, the waiter took the card and left tremblingly. Although he didn't believe that Zhao Zhu had so much money, he understood that it was not suitable for him to stay there any longer and he had to leave as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it would easily affect him, a small fish in the pond. Li Shichuan also reacted quickly, and then started laughing, and even laughed to tears in the end. It was as if he had seen something extremely funny. "Hey, little security guard, do you know how much your meal alone cost? No less than 200,000. There are hundreds of private rooms in the entire food mountain, including some large rooms that can accommodate dozens of people. Do you know how much the entire food mountain's turnover is in one night? 10 million. You are just a small security guard, earning only 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. Can you afford it? You idiot, you can't even imagine the luxury of the upper class. And you shamelessly call yourself young master Zhao, haha, do you, a poor guy, know how to write the word young master?" Zhao Zhu had already sat back in his seat, picked up the wine glass and shook it gently. "I say, Mr. Li, sometimes you can't be so sure of what you say. Arrogant. In the entire S city, he is the first person who dares to speak to Master Li like this. You are looking for death." At this moment, the waiter came in again. When he walked up to Zhao Zhu, his tone became extremely respectful. "Mr. Zhao, I will settle all the expenses as per your instructions. The total amount is 13 million. Here is the receipt. Please have a look." Zhao Zhu took the bank card back, stared at Li Shichuan, and smiled faintly. "No need for a receipt. Show it to Master Li." Without waiting for the waiter to take it, Li Shichuan had already snatched it away. After looking at the receipt, his face was filled with shock. This little security guard is actually so rich. Did they really just take out 10 million so casually? At this time, Zhao Zhu paid everyone's bill. Many people followed the waiter out, wanting to see who paid the bill for them. In fact, more people want to see who this heroic Mr. Zhao is. Those who can come to this restaurant to eat are all well-known figures in S City, but no one has ever heard of such a generous Mr. Zhao. Could it be some hidden boss? Once everyone sees the scene in the room, their curiosity will be aroused even more. Inside the room, Pei Nanju was sitting opposite a handsome guy, while Li Shichuan, who was standing next to them, was glaring at them. It looked like a fight was about to break out. Who is that young man? Why is he having dinner with Pei Nanju? Could this be the so-called Mr. Zhao? Who is he that the always arrogant Pei Nanju would condescend to have dinner with him? Did you see Li Shi's post? I think he's going to explode. I heard that he has been pursuing Pei Nanju for several years, but he has not been able to invite Pei Nanju to have dinner at the same table. So this means that this young Master Zhao must be someone very important. I heard that the Pei family has been in some trouble recently, so I'm afraid he is the one that the Pei family has called for to help. Why don't we set up a game? I'll bet 1 million that this Mr. Zhao is a rich young man from the capital. Okay, I bet 1.5 million that he is the hidden boss of S City. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more outrageous, Zhao Zhu had no choice but to stand up and say to everyone. Everyone. I am Zhao Zhu, just an ordinary person. I don't have any background, so please stop being suspicious. Besides, there is nothing to do here, so please go away. Seeing that Zhao Zhu had ordered everyone to leave, everyone had no more fun to watch and could only walk away in embarrassment. After everyone left, Li Shichuan had a sinister look on his face and spoke to Zhao Zhu viciously. Zhao, just wait for me. If you go against me, I will kill you sooner or later. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, Okay, Master Li, I'll be waiting for you. Li Shichuan's eyes widened with anger, and he was about to swear, but it seemed as if something suddenly occurred to him. Then he turned to look at Pei Nanju, his tone no longer as gentle as before, but rather somewhat threatening. Nanju, what do you think about what I told you a few days ago? As long as you agree to marry me, our Li Group will immediately provide you with 20 billion in financing. Li Shichuan looked at Pei Nanju with lustful eyes and a smug expression on his face. Nanju, believe me, only with our 20 billion in financing can the Pei family survive this crisis. Others simply don't have this ability. To Zhao Zhu's surprise, the usually arrogant Pei Nanju did not speak this time. Instead, he lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen clearly. Zhao Zhu knew it was his turn to come on stage. He stood up and walked to Li Shichuan, and before Li Shichuan noticed him, he punched him in the face. Chow. Li Shichuan only had time to say fuck before he was hit in the face with great force. He fell to the ground with a thud, his head buzzing. It took him a long while to come back to his senses, and he covered his face in frustration. You're looking for death. I'm the prince of S City. Whether the prince is a prince or not, I don't know. Zhao Zhu shook his fist and sneered. I know if you don't get out of here, you'll be beaten into a fool. Li Shichuan had no idea that he would meet Zhao Zhu, a tough guy who would not respond to any threats or persuasion, when he went out this time. He did not even bring bodyguards with him. He had been spoiled since childhood, so naturally he could not beat Zhao Zhu, the security guard. He could only leave the box with a harsh word and crawled out. Just wait. I will kill you sooner or later. After Li Shichuan left, Zhao Zhu closed the door and sat back in his seat. Has anything happened to the Pei family recently? If you don't mind, you can tell me about it. I will definitely help if I can. Originally, Pei Nanju thought that Zhao Zhu was just a small security guard and could not help him with this matter. But now it seems that Zhao Zhu has more than 10 million at his fingertips. She even thought that Zhao Zhu might really be a rich young man from Beijing who came to experience life. Actually, there was a problem in our family. I'm afraid you also know that although our family's industries involve many aspects, our main one is in the real estate industry. A few years ago, we invested in a piece of land. It was a tough nut to crack and we spent 50 billion to acquire it. But later, due to various reasons, this piece of land was shelved and no construction has started to date, which indirectly led to a break in our capital chain. Later, many projects were forced to stop and could not be brought back. The situation became more and more serious and the company could no longer hold on. Pei Nanju's eyes were red again. To be honest, the Pei family has sold off a lot of assets. But that amount of money is a drop in the bucket compared to the company's losses. Pei Nanju lowered his head and said in a lonely tone, so, Li Shichuan's 20 billion financing is extremely important to the company. It can even be said that life or death depends entirely on those 20 billion. A mere 20 billion is not a problem. Zhao Zhu said, don't worry about this matter, I will take care of it. Chapter 5 10,000 times super rebate. After this incident, the two naturally lost interest in continuing to eat, so they went back home. Zhao Zhu randomly found a small hotel and lay down. The reason why he had the confidence to agree to pay Nanju was naturally because of the system he now had. After all, his strongest king system is a super rich one. A reward of 100 million was given right from the start, and it seemed that 20 billion was just a small matter to the system. Maybe the next day, the sign-in reward will be 20 billion. The next day, Zhao Zhu signed in the morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You will be rewarded with a super rebate. The first transfer after signing in will receive a 10,000-fold rebate. Now Zhao Zhu still has more than 80 million in his card, and the 10,000 times reward is more than 800 billion. Zhao Zhu couldn't help but smile knowingly. It really is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. So he immediately called Pei Nanju. Why are you looking for me so early? Pei Nanju's voice was a little hoarse, but at the same time a little lazy, as if he had just woken up. Nanju, please send me your bank account number. Pei Nanju was obviously stunned when she heard Zhao Zhu calling her so intimately. After all, the two of them had only known each other for one day. This kid was two. What do you want my card number for? Isn't it to help your group solve this crisis? Pei Nanju was really shocked this time. You should know that the identity Zhao Zhu has revealed now is just a small security guard. Not only did he take out more than 10 million last time, but now he is even saying that he can solve his family's difficulties? But even if it is true as Pei Nanju guessed, Zhao Zhu is really a hidden boss, but that is 20 billion. It's not a small amount, considering the so-called billionaires. These are all fixed assets. There are very few companies with working capital of 20 billion. However, considering his family's safety, Pei Nanju decided to trust Zhao Zhu and sent him his bank card number. Zhao Zhu immediately transferred all the remaining 80 million yuan in his card. Your bank account has been credited with 82,310,003.5 yuan. If you want to inquire about the details, please call. Only 80 million. Pei Nanju was a little disappointed. She sighed and wondered what was wrong with her. Was she crazy? She had placed too much hope on this young security guard. Not to mention whether she actually has the money, even if she does, they are not related, so why should she give it to her? Never mind. Even if it's only 80 million, it's a token of Zhao Zhu's appreciation. Pei Nanju calmed down and was about to call Zhao Zhu to thank him. At this time, another text message came on her mobile phone. Your bank account has 20 billion yuan deposited. If you want to know the details, please call. Pei Nanju widened his eyes and counted the zeros at the end, even counting 3 or 4 times in a row before he dared to believe it. After the shock comes the excitement. Pei Nanju even jumped up with joy. The company was finally going to be saved. On Zhao Zhu's side, just as he transferred more than 80 million to Pei Nanju, the system voice rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a rebate of 10,000 times. Then Zhao Zhu sent a text message. Your Guohua Bank successfully transferred 823,100,035,000 yuan, and the remaining balance is 823,100,035,000 yuan. Of course, Zhao Zhu didn't have the energy to count how much money all these numbers amounted to. It could even be said that he felt nothing at all. After all, he is now a person with a system, and this money is not a big deal to him. A moment later, Pei Nanju called, his tone filled with excitement that seemed to overflow from the screen. I am so grateful to you, Zhao Zhu. Just tell me what you want in return, I will agree to it. Pei Nanju felt something was wrong after he finished speaking. What if he wanted her to marry him? Thinking of this, Pei Nanju on the other end of the phone blushed. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhu said, how about this, you don't have to pay back the 20 billion. I want 20% of the shares of Zilong Group. What do you think? Pei Nanju was stunned, and then a huge sense of loss appeared in his heart. Zhao Zhu has helped her so much, so it's acceptable to give him 20% of the shares. What made her disappointed was that Zhao Zhu clearly had the chance to get her, but he chose the shares. What an unromantic man. Okay, let's do this. You come to the company later and we'll sign a formal shareholding contract. Zhao Zhu agreed and hung up the phone. Just as I was about to go out, I suddenly discovered something. He doesn't have a car yet. Even if Zhao Zhu is now a billionaire, he still takes the bus when going out. This is too embarrassing. So he needs to buy a car now. Zhao Zhu hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Auto City. The largest automobile trading center in City S is called Century Auto City, which has almost all automobile brands on the market. From large cars like Porsche and Maserati to small cars like Chery and QQ, we have everything. The Auto City is divided into the South District, the North District and the VIP area. The southern area is full of popular brands, most of which are popular models priced below 500,000 yuan. The North District is a luxury car area, with the lowest price being 800,000 to 900,000 yuan and the highest being around several million yuan, most of which are common models such as Audi, BMW, and Mercedes-Benz. The so-called VIP area is for super luxury car brands that ordinary people can never afford. Bugatti, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce, Pagani. Those brands are basically worth tens of millions, and ordinary people don't even dare to think about it. Zhao Zhu got out of the taxi and headed straight for the VIP area. In the VIP exhibition hall, countless supercars are neatly arranged, each one sparkling under the lights. There were 2 beautiful women in uniforms and stockings at the entrance of the exhibition hall. When they saw Zhao Zhu coming, one of them hurried over to greet him. Hello, sir, how can I help you? Zhao Zhu nodded and said, well, I want to buy a car. Sir, please follow me. The uniformed female salesperson led Zhao Zhu into the hall and passed by another beautiful woman. Zhao Zhu clearly saw the beautiful woman rolling her eyes, and her tone was a little sour. I say, Wang Peipei, this is the VIP area, and every car here must be worth hundreds of millions. Not everyone can afford it. Wang Peipei ignored her sour words, smiled, and led Zhao Zhu straight to a Land Rover. Sir, what do you think of this car, a Range Rover? 5.0T, 8-cylinder engine, supercharged, full of power, and super large internal space. It's just that the price is a little bit expensive, starting at 3.2 million. In fact, Wang Peipei didn't think that the man in front of her could afford the luxury car in the VIP area. So after much thought, she decided to take him directly to the cheapest car model in the entire showroom. But that would cost more than 3 million, and about 4 million to complete, which is not something an ordinary person can afford. Looking at the man in front of him, he is only about 22 or 23 years old. At most, you are just a college graduate, how much money can you have? Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhu shook his head after hearing this. It's too cheap. Is there a more expensive one? This car doesn't suit my taste. Too cheap? Wang Peipei was stunned, but she quickly reacted. Could it be that she met some low-key rich second generation? Or is this guy just pretending to be cool and fooling her? Wang Peipei looked at Zhao Zhu with clear eyes and felt that he was not that kind of person, so she took him to another car. This is a red supercar with exaggerated shape, smooth lines, and a very powerful feel. However, Zhao Zhu was not very knowledgeable about cars, especially luxury cars, so he didn't know what brand this supercar was. Since you think that car is cheap, let's go with this one, the Pagani Huayra. The car's 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine has a maximum power of over 700 horsepower and a peak torque of approximately 1000 Nm. Gull-wing door design, wedge-shaped nose, teardrop-shaped glass cabin, alpaca-colored leather seats and an all-carbon fiber body. Whenever this car drives out, there will be screams all along the way. Chapter 6 Fatty Wang. It's just that this car is real, a little expensive, the minimum price is 25 million, take a look. More than 20 million. Zhao Zhu was secretly shocked. This world of the rich was truly luxurious. A car costs more than 20 million, which is equivalent to the market value of a small and medium-sized enterprise. Before Zhao Zhu could reply, another person walked into the exhibition hall. The man was not very old, probably in his 20s. But he was obese, with a fat head, big ears, and a big belly. He was a real fat man. As soon as the fat man entered the door, he reached out and patted the female salesperson at the door on the butt. The saleswoman rolled her eyes imperceptibly, and Zhao Zhu happened to see it. "Hey Li Min, why are you not happy that the young master is here?" "Happy?" The saleswoman named Li Min's expression changed very quickly. She immediately smiled seductively, pressed her body against the fat man, and puffed out her chest. "Master Wang, you are the god of wealth of our century Auto City. I am naturally happy that you are here. How about the advice I gave you last time?" As he said that, Fatty Wang put his hand on Li Min's butt and touched it. "As long as you promise to stay with me for a week, I will buy the most expensive car you have here." "Then Mr. Wang, how about you buy that Pagani?" As he spoke, Li Min took Fatty Wang's hand and walked over here. When they reached Zhao Zhu and the other man, Li Min took Fatty Wang's arm and rubbed his chest against his. "I say, Wang Peipei, did you see that? This is the real young master. This Pagani, young master Wang bought it without blinking an eye." Fatty Wang felt the softness coming from his arm and moved his elbow maliciously. The plumpness of that spot was squeezed and deformed, causing Li Min to giggle. "Master Wang, you are so bad." "Not bad, not bad. As the saying goes, women don't love bad men." Damn it, to be honest, Zhao Zhu could hardly bear to watch this anymore. These two people were too shameless to do this in broad daylight. Looking at Wang Peipei standing beside him, he looked calm. But her ears turned red, and it was obvious that she couldn't stand the two of them either. So Zhao Zhu said to the two of them, "Okay, you two can go somewhere else to hang out. I want this Pagani." "You want it?" Li Min naturally didn't believe that Zhao Zhu could afford a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan. "Come on, if you want to brag you have to look at the place. I know you saw that our Wang Peipei is pretty and inexperienced, so you wanted to pretend to be a rich man to seduce her. But be careful that you brag too much and then you can't stop it. I'll see what you can do then." As she said this, she hugged Fatty Wang tightly, looking proud. "Unlike our young master Wang. He is so powerful. More than 20 million is just a drop in the bucket for him." Fatty Wang is called Wang Xinglong. The name sounds a bit rustic, but it means a prosperous business. His family is not among the richest in S City, but they can be considered second-rate, so spending 20 million to buy a sports car is not a big problem. His original intention was to buy a car worth several million and have some fun with Li Min. But who would have thought that Li Min brought him to the Pagani in just a few words? In addition, Li Min always boasted about how generous young Master Wang was. At this time, it would be embarrassing for him to say that he did not buy this Pagani. At this time, Wang Xinglong could also feel that Lin Min did it on purpose. This woman was really scheming. She pushed him into trouble with just a few words. Wang Xinglong thought to himself, "Bitch, just wait and see how I'm going to play with you in the next few days." Fortunately, he was able to afford the car, so he said, "I want this car." As he said that, he took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Li Min. "Li Min, go swipe your card." Li Min took the card and couldn't help showing surprise on her face. "That SA Pagani worth more than 20 million, so the commission I get is about 2 million. 2 million can buy 2 houses of more than 100 square meters in the small county where she grew up. For these 2 million, what does it matter if I am bullied by a dog?" Li Min turned around and was about to swipe her card at the counter when she suddenly heard a voice. "Wait a minute." When I turned around, I saw that it was Zhao Zhu, the poor loser. "What? You can't afford a car, so what? But you want to stop me from making money? The more Li Min thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Just as she was about to curse, she heard Zhao Zhu say, "Everything should be based on first come first served. This car belongs to Miss Wang. She showed it to me first, so I should be the first one to buy it." Pretender! Li Min cursed in her heart. At this moment, she was furious. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Seeing that Li Min was about to earn 2 million, Zhao Zhu, a poor loser, had to create trouble at this time. Li Min didn't even bother to swipe the card. Instead, she walked to Zhao Zhu angrily, pointed at his nose and cursed him. "You're a poor loser. If you pretend to be a rich guy and come here to pick up girls, I won't say anything to you. But I've exposed you, and you still dare to continue pretending." Zhao Zhu didn't say much, but took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Peipei. "Ms. Wang, go ahead and swipe your card. There's no password. The card is the most common bank card. You should know that there are more than 20 million bank cards. The bank will automatically upgrade your card to a black card if you are a key customer. In other words, there is very likely not that much money in this bank card." Wang Peipei took the card, but she was actually a little hesitant inside. After all, it was a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan, and she didn't have much hope for Zhao Zhu in the first place. According to the development of the situation, everyone was naturally happy when Wang Xinglong bought the car, and at most he would not get any commission. Now, the biggest possibility is that Li Min and Wang Xinglong laughed at themselves. Wang Peipei looked at Zhao Zhu with some resentment, but finally went to the counter reluctantly. "I took out the machine and swiped the card. Congratulations on successfully swiping the card. 22 million has been deposited." The sudden sound of the machine startled everyone except Zhao Zhu. Wang Peipei stood there in a daze. Even she couldn't really imagine that she could swipe more than 20 million from this card. Li Min was so scared that she collapsed on the ground. You have to know that anyone who can easily spend more than 20 million to buy a car is a super rich second generation. Thinking about the expression on my face just now, I obviously offended him. If someone wants to torture me, I probably won't even know how I died. Li Min is now devastated. But Wang Xinglong is different from the other two. He first looked Zhao Zhu up and down, but couldn't find such a person in the circle of rich second generations in S City, so he thought he was an immigrant from other places. After all, anyone who can spend 20 million to buy a sports car must at least have the same family background as him, or even more. This kind of person should only be made friends with, not enemies. After thinking about it, Wang Xinglong turned around and slapped Li Min so hard that Li Min's eyes were full of stars. "What nonsense are you talking about, you damn bitch? Apologize to this brother now." Li Min covered her face with her hands, her snot and tears mixed together. She looked extremely miserable. She crawled to Zhao Zhu and cried, "It's because I didn't recognize the great man, it's because I looked down on others, please forgive me for my mistakes." Zhao Zhu ignored Zhao Min and looked at Fatty Wang, who changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book, and frowned. "What does this mean?" Fatty Wang smiled and took out a business card from his bag and handed it to Zhao Zhu. "Brother, my name is Wang Xinglong. Let's get to know each other. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths." Zhao Zhu took the card and looked down. It says Vice President of Royal Entertainment Group, Wang Xinglong. Zhao Zhu had some impression of Royal Entertainment. It seemed that half of the entertainment industry in S City belonged to Wang Group. Although it is not as big as the top 4 families, it is still one of the largest companies in S City. At this time, Zhao Zhu lamented the impermanence of life. It has only been a few days? This young man, whom he used to need to look up to, is now starting to curry favor with him? Chapter 7, Words of Tigers and Wolves. Zhao Zhu put the business card into his pocket and said calmly, "My name is Zhao Zhu." Wang Xinglong was still waiting for the follow-up. He originally thought that Zhao Zhu would say that he was the heir of a certain company. Then he brought out a series of identities and titles to shock himself. But in the end, Zhao Zhu said nothing. Wang Xinglong smiled awkwardly, said, "We are friends from now on, call me if you have any problems," and left. Wang Peipei also recovered from her shock by then, and after returning the card to Zhao Zhu, she said respectfully, "Mr. Zhao, please move over here and let's sign the contract." Then Zhao Zhu followed Wang Peipei to the office. In the entire exhibition hall, the only person left was Li Min, who was sitting on the ground with lifeless eyes. "I drove the Pagani out of the car city with a loud noise. Sure enough, along the way, this car really attracted people's attention. It's true that men will be envious when they see it, and women will be so excited that they will see stars in their eyes when they see it. It took about half an hour for Zhao Zhu to arrive at Zilong Company. Zilong Company is the largest company in the entire city and is located in the most prosperous area of the entire city. The entire 16-story office building is owned by Zilong Company. When Zhao Zhu parked his car in the parking lot, the first thing he was greeted with was the envious and amazed look from the security guard. You have to know that being a security guard of Zilong Company is different from being an ordinary security guard. Not to say that he is superior to others, but he has seen more than ordinary security guards. As for what kind of car this is, they don't know. But at least they can tell it is a sports car, and it must be a super expensive sports car. The minimum starting point is around 5 million. But how did they know that this Pagani costs more than 20 million? In addition to the security guards, even the Zilong employees in the parking lot stopped. Some female employees are even more eager to catch a rich husband. What kind of car is that? It's so cool. That looks like a Pagani, a luxury car worth tens of millions. A luxury car worth tens of millions. Who is that person? I've never heard of such a rich second generation in the company. If you guys don't do it, then I will. Rich people of this level are hard to come by. Let's do it. So when Zhao Zhu just got off the car, he was surrounded by a group of female employees of Zilong Company. Handsome guy. I'm 1.75 meters tall, 36G, and graduated from a 985 university. Are you interested in getting to know me? Handsome guy. Don't listen to her. I have a master's degree in finance, and I have a big butt. I can definitely give birth to a son. Handsome. I don't want to try anymore. Handsome guy, look at me. I'm good at my job. All the girls suddenly stopped talking and turned to look at the girl who was talking. This is too shameless. What kind of lewd words are these? The girl also blushed, lowered her head, and whispered, I can do housework. Even Zhao Zhu, who had just got off the car, couldn't help laughing, and then politely rejected these female employees one by one. Originally, the girls wanted to linger for a while longer, but when Zhao Zhu said that he was here to find Pei Nanju, the girls could only sigh and disperse. Are you kidding? Who is Pei Nanju? The eldest daughter of the Pei family, general manager of Zilong Company. This super rich second generation might be Pei Nanju's boyfriend. Do people dare to compete with their boss for his boyfriend? Besides, Pei Nanju is a famous beauty in S City. She is so stunningly beautiful that no one can compete with her. After the girls left, Zhao Zhu walked towards the Zilong Company building. Of course Zhao Zhu knew that these women surrounded him not because he was so handsome. It's because he owns a luxury car worth more than 20 million yuan, and anyone who can afford such a luxury car is destined to be a super rich person. In today's materialistic society, we are all ordinary office workers and may not get the life we want even after working hard all our lives. The fastest and most direct way is to find a husband as rich as Zhao Zhu, and then you can become a rich wife. Become a member of the upper class? These few simple words are the product of the hard work of several generations. Zhao Zhu walked into the hall while lamenting that only money matters. As soon as I entered the door, the receptionist immediately stood up. She was a beautiful woman with a curvy figure and smooth fair skin. She doesn't look like the character, but she looks fragile and vulnerable, which makes people feel pity for her. Hello, sir. Hello, I'm looking for Pei Nanju. Hearing Zhao Zhu's words, the receptionist was also stunned. Looking for Pei Nanju? It is true that Pei Nanju is a great beauty, so naturally she has many suitors. But Pei Nanju has rules. People like this are not allowed to see her. It's not that no men in the company had met Pei Nanju, but they were all business tycoons and they only talked about business matters. Besides, those people are at least in their 40s, and no one would think of that. But I'm afraid this guy in front of me is not a serious businessman. The lady at the front desk looked up at Zhao Zhu and felt that this young man was of high bearing, with distinct features and a handsome appearance that did not look like an ordinary person. For a moment, she even forgot to reply. She thought to herself that such a handsome man was somewhat of a match for Pei Nanju. But Pei Nanju seems to have an arrogant and cold personality, and I don't know if he can get along with her. If the two of them can't get together, this guy is her type. Beauty? Beauty? A call interrupted the front desk lady's fantasy. She came to her senses and blushed immediately. Oops. What happened to me? Fortunately, she still had extremely high professional qualities and was not panicked. She lowered her head slightly to prevent Zhao Zhu from seeing her face. "Excuse me, sir, do you have an appointment?" "I don't really have an appointment." "Then I'm sorry, President Pei is holding a board meeting, so you may need to wait for a while. There is a lounge over there. I'll make you a cup of coffee." "No need." Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, "I'll call her." Zhao Zhu took out his cell phone and called Pei Nanju. "Hey, Nanju, I'm here. But the front desk said you were in a meeting." Soon, Zhao Zhu hung up the phone. The lady at the front desk is still confused. "Nanju?" Everyone knows that Pei Nanju is proud and never gets close to any man, let alone others calling her Nanju. And the man in front of her actually called her so intimately? Just 1 minute later, the phone at the front desk suddenly rang. The young lady picked up the phone, hummed twice respectfully, and then hung up. When he looked up at Zhao Zhu's eyes again, he was even more confused. Who is this man? The entire company knew that when Pei Nanju was in a meeting, he would not interrupt the meeting even if something big happened. This is her attitude towards work. Be serious, responsible, and meticulous. But today, Pei Nanju actually interrupted the meeting for this man and called the front desk to ask her to take him to the meeting room? This must really be Pei Nanju's boyfriend, right? The receptionist did not dare to delay and walked up to Zhao Zhu and said softly, "Sir, please follow me. President Pei asked me to take you to the meeting room." Zhao Zhu nodded, followed the front desk clerk into the elevator, and went straight to the 16th floor. Stopping at the door of the conference room, the receptionist said softly, "Sir, this is the conference room." Zhao Zhu was about to push the door open when he heard the receptionist say, "Hello sir, nice to meet you again. My name is Lin Ruoxue, nice to meet you." Zhao Zhu's hand on the door handle froze, and he turned around and said helplessly, "Let's not get to know each other anymore." Chapter 8, No Martial Ethics. Meeting room. Pei Nanju sat in the first seat, his delicate eyebrows furrowed and his face slightly angry. "You are going to rebel. The company treats you well on weekdays. The company is in trouble now, and you are all trying to add insult to injury." A few middle-aged men were sitting sparsely around the huge gray-brown conference table. There weren't many of them, just 5. These people are all directors of Zealand Group, which means they are shareholders of the company. The highest level of Zealand Group is the directors of the board of directors. The original board of directors had 19 members, and their shares in Zealand Group varied in size, ranging from more than 10% to as little as 5%. The largest shareholder, the one with absolute decision-making power, is Pei Nanju's father, who owns 60% of the shares. It's just that Pei's father is seriously ill and cannot attend. Moreover, many things happened in Zalong Group during this period. Both the company's strength and its stocks have declined a long way. So in response to this situation, countless private investors sold their shares, and even some shareholders within the group sold their shares at low prices in order to protect themselves. Moreover, according to regulations, the shares to be sold and transferred must be transferred to shareholders of the board of directors first, which results in the current few shareholders holding up to 40% of the shares. And today, several directors present actually united to sell their shares. The biggest problem is that the party that is going to transfer the business is actually Li Shi's family's Li Group. Pei Nanju keenly smelled the scent of conspiracy. On Pei Nanju's left sat a thin middle-aged man with a hooked nose, triangular eyes, and a sinister face. Just from his temperament and appearance, you can tell that this person is definitely not a good person. The middle-aged man is called He Feng. Apart from the Pei family, he is the person with the largest shareholding in Zalong Group. He is also the vice president of Zalong Group. Originally, this person was Pei's father's right-hand man and helped the Pei family a lot. But ever since Pei's father fell ill, He Feng's true nature has been revealed. He began to frantically acquire the company's shares at a price 10% higher than the market price. In less than a month, he became the largest shareholder other than the Pei family. Originally, Pei Nanju thought that He Feng's crazy acquisition of shares was intended to add insult to injury. Take advantage of the decline in the company's stock price and buy a large number of shares. When the price goes back up, you can make a fortune. But who could have thought that he would sell his shares to Li Shichuan? The atmosphere became increasingly tense. He Feng cleared his throat and spoke. "Boss Pei, we have thought it through clearly. The company has been in a downturn recently, so we have decided to withdraw our investment and transfer our shares. Originally, according to regulations, it must be transferred first to the board shareholders, that is, you. But given the current situation of the Pei family, I'm afraid they can't come up with that much money. Pei Nanju gritted his teeth, stood up and wanted to say something angrily, but in the end he just sat back in his chair dejectedly. Even she, who was always known for her arrogance, had tears of grievance in her eyes. There is nothing I can do. These 4 words are the most appropriate to describe Pei Nanju now. The market value of Zalone Company exceeds 100 billion yuan, and the 40% shares owned by Yifang and his group are worth about 50 billion yuan. But how can the Pei family have so much cash now? Ever since Pei's father suddenly fell ill half a month ago, all kinds of things have happened one after another. First, customs found prohibited items in the incoming goods, then the construction site was sealed off, and an accident occurred, resulting in death. A large number of workers came to the company to cause trouble, and many other things happened afterwards. Although all these problems were solved by Pei Nanju, the Pei family was seriously damaged in the past half-month. Pei Nanju was very smart and naturally felt that there must be some conspiracy behind this. Someone is trying to mess with the Pei family behind the scenes. Pei Nanju was originally just guessing, but now looking at Yifang's actions, the person behind it must be the Li Group. We must not let him succeed. She still had 20 billion yuan borrowed from Zhao Zhu, so it would be great if she could get back some shares. Pei Nanju was about to speak when the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Zhao Zhu pushed the door open and sat down next to Pei Nanju. He put his feet on the conference table very brazenly, and his series of movements were so smooth that everyone was stunned. Zhao Zhu said lazily, "I heard that you want to sell your shares? Why not sell them to me?" Pei Nanju was the first to come to her senses. For some reason, after seeing Zhao Zhu, she felt completely relieved. It seems that as long as Zhao Zhu is there, everything can be solved easily. As long as Zhao Zhu is there, she is not afraid even if the sky falls. Who are you? Not everyone can enter Zalone's meeting room. Yifang came to his senses, slammed the table and said angrily. The others also echoed. What do you mean by barging in here suddenly? Security. Where is the security? Get this guy out now. Pei Nanju's cold voice came. Don't make such a fuss, fellow directors. This person is Zhao Zhu, and he's my friend. Pei Nanju's friend? The directors looked at each other, and finally all looked in the same direction. Who is the leader of this palace coup? Yifang had promised them that if this happened, they would gain wealth more attractive than shares. Now that a Changyao Jin has appeared halfway through, it is natural that someone needs to step in. Yifang looked at Pei Nanju coldly and said in a deep voice. Boss Pei, we are holding a board meeting now. It is an internal company matter. It would be inappropriate to let an outsider come. Pei Nanju was about to speak but was interrupted by Zhao Zhu. He lay in the chair, his tone still lazy and nonchalant. Let's talk business. I just heard that you want to transfer your shares. I did say I wanted to transfer my shares, but what does that have to do with you? Yifang laughed and said, since President Pei can't take 40% of the shares, I naturally have the right to transfer it to someone else. Zhao Zhu crossed his legs on the conference table to make himself more comfortable. Just because Nanju can't swallow it doesn't mean I can't swallow it. Not to mention your 40% stake, even if you have 100%, I will still take it. You? Yifang smiled contemptuously. Boy, do you know how much 40% of the shares of Zalone Group cost? 50 billion. That's under normal market value. Can you come up with 50 billion on the spot? Also, I am the one who wants to transfer the shares. Even if you really have them, why should I transfer them to you? Zhao Zhu glanced at Yifang and felt that this man was truly hideous. No, it's really fucking hideous. He sneered, if I remember correctly, there are regulations that say that when transferring shares, they must be transferred to the board of directors first. So what? Yifang sneered, don't forget that you are an outsider after all. As for who to transfer the shares to, I still have the first choice. Zhao Zhu crossed his arms and sneered, what if I tell you that I am also a director of Zalone? Are you Director Zalone? Yifang laughed out loud, as if he had encountered the biggest joke in the world. You are a director of Zalone's board of directors? I am dying of laughter. I have been working in Zilon Company for more than 10 years, from being a director to a grassroots employee. I'm not saying I know them all, but most of them look familiar to me. How come I don't know you as a director? I'm sorry, I became that. As he spoke, Zhao Zhu glanced at Pei Nanju. Pei Nanju immediately understood what he meant, took out the contract from the drawer and handed it to Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu signed the document immediately without even looking at it. Pei Nanju picked up the contract, showed it to everyone, and said, "Everyone, I have transferred 20% of the shares held by my Pei family to Zhao Zhu. Now Zhao Zhu is also a member of the board of directors of my Zilong company." Pei Nanju. He Fang's face was gloomy and he said angrily, "You woman, you are not following the rules." Zhao Zhu sat aside, laughing in his heart. This girl Pei Nanju should be called a person without martial ethics. Chapter 9. He is a security guard. Logically speaking, it was Pei Nanju who broke the rules. But now is an extraordinary period, and Pei Nanju can't care about these. My Pei family owns 60% of the company's shares, has a veto power, and has absolute control over the company. I want to transfer my shares, but none of you can say anything about who I transfer them to. Pei Nanju. Aren't you afraid that the forces behind us will do something again? They will destroy your Pei family forever. He Fang narrowed his eyes, finally revealing his true face, and spoke threateningly in a sinister tone. At this moment, Zhao Shu's lazy voice came again. "I say, why are you talking so much nonsense? Are you afraid to transfer the shares to me?" When He Fang heard this, his sinister expression changed. He stared at Zhao Zhu as if he was looking at a fool. He has made it very clear just now that the 40% stake in his hands is worth at least 50 billion. Even the four major families could not raise 50 billion in cash immediately. After all, cash is not a fixed asset and its market value is not fixed. The young man in front of him, named Zhao Zhu, was completely unknown. He Fang, who had been in S City for many years, didn't recognize this person at all. Besides, he had never heard of any rich young men from other places coming to S City to gild their reputation. The most important thing is, there are very few rich young men who can come up with 50 billion at one time. Is it possible that I would just happen to meet one? What's more, he has the Li family behind him. After figuring this out, He Fang felt relieved and looked at Zhao Zhu with a mocking expression. "Hey kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The Pei family is bound to lose this time. What's more, even if you really want to manage it, do you really have 50 billion? Boy, do you know how much money 50 billion is? If it were converted into cash, it would be enough to crush you into a meat pie. I advise you not to lose your life for this little beauty." In his opinion, Zhao Zhu was just a shield that Pei Nanju temporarily grabbed. He had no real strength at all and was just a delaying tactic. Zhao Zhu was not angry either. His eyes suddenly became extremely aggressive when he looked at He Fang, like a wild beast wanting to pounce on its prey. Even though He Fang had been in the business world for a long time, he was still a little scared. "You, what do you want to do?" Zhao Zhu smiled faintly and returned to his previous lazy look. "How about this? I'll buy your shares at twice the market price." He Fang was about to continue mocking Zhao Zhu for bragging when a director next to him pulled his arm. He Fang was stunned. The man leaned over and whispered in He Fang's ear. "Mr. He, do you think it's possible that this guy is really some super rich second generation who can take over our shares? The price is twice the market price, much more than what Li Shi passed on. It doesn't matter who we sell our shares to, the company is going to fail anyway, so we should get out as soon as possible." He Fang was also a little shaken. To be honest, he didn't think he was the Li family's dog. Half a month ago, Li Shichuan suddenly found him and told him the truth that the Li family was going to take action against the Pei family and that the Pei family would be wiped out in a month at most. You should know that He Fang is not only the vice president of Zilong Group, but also a member of the group's board of directors. If Zilong were to go bankrupt, he would naturally go bankrupt. So Li Shichuan gave him a good idea, asking him to buy the scattered shares of Zilong Group. Li Shichuan then purchased these shares at a price 20% higher than the market price. In this way, He Fang can get away with it, and Li Shichuan can also get Zilong's shares and continue to implement his plan. As the saying goes, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is the truth. But now Zhao Zhu actually said that he would buy their shares at a price twice the market price, which really made He Fang waver. More than twice the market price, that's about 100 billion. It is entirely possible to create a brand new company that is no weaker than Zilong Group. But even if Zhao Zhu is really the rich second generation of a super big family, is it necessary for him to do such a thankless task? He Fang was a little unsure for a moment. After all, Zhao Zhu just now was so confident and nonchalant, just like a super rich second generation who regards money as dirt. On the other hand, He Fang was unwilling to believe that Zhao Zhu was really such a rich second generation. After all, if Zhao Zhu is really the rich second generation of a super family, it means that the Pei family has boarded a big ship. Not only will we get through this crisis, but we will also go further. Wouldn't what I do then be like a clown, making myself a laughing stock? It may even bring about crazy revenge from the other party. When Yifeng was hesitant, it was that person who gave him advice. Since it was Master Li who came up with the idea, why not tell him about this matter? See what he says, whether he recognizes this Zhao Zhu. Yifeng nodded, thinking that he was right. If Zhao Zhu wasn't a super rich second generation, it would be fine. Even if he really is, then this kind of fight between gods should of course be left to young Master Li Shichuan himself. After thinking about it, Yifeng said in a deep voice, "Sorry, Mr. Pei, I need to make a phone call." Without waiting for Pei Nanju to reply, Yifeng took out his cell phone and walked out of the office. He found Li Shichuan's phone number, took a deep breath, and called. In the southeast corner of S City, there is a European castle-style building. Overall, it is magnificent and noble. It is the office building of the Li Group. In an office on the top floor of an office building. Li Shichuan was also sitting with his legs crossed, holding a glass of red wine. He took a sip first, and then started looking at the information on his mobile phone. The information was Zhao Zhu's information. When he saw that Zhao Zhu's background was extremely poor and that he was just a security guard, the smile on his face became even more pronounced. He slammed his phone on the table, then put his feet down and drank the red wine in the glass. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to be a security guard. It looks like he teamed up with Pei Nanju to deceive me in the restaurant incident. Interesting. A security guard from a poor place, if you dare to mess with me, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Li Shichuan angrily threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground with a ferocious look on his face. At this time, Li Shichuan's cell phone rang. He picked up the call and found out who was on the other end. Why is Yifeng calling at this time? Is there a problem with forcing the emperor to abdicate? Li Shichuan picked up the phone, listened to Yifeng's detailed explanation, and then sneered. This kid Zhao Zhu is still showing off to him? Buying shares at twice the market price? He is a security guard who only earns 2,300 yuan a month, and he dares to say such a thing? Li Shichuan laughed out loud on this end of the phone, but Yifeng on the other end was puzzled. What's going on? Is Mr. Li scared? After Li Shichuan finished laughing, he narrowed his eyes and sneered. Yifeng, I'm telling you the truth, that idiot named Zhao Zhu is just a security guard with a monthly salary of 2,300 yuan. I don't know what means he used to get close to Pei Nanju, this bitch. Pei Nanju also used him as a shield. Don't worry, Zhao Zhu doesn't have the money to buy your shares, and Pei Nanju is the only one behind him. He said that just to scare you and not let you transfer your shares. Li Shichuan changed his mind and sneered. How about this, you let Zhao Zhu buy your shares, at twice the value. Remember to take a picture of it with your phone. I want to see Pei Nanju's frustrated expression. After finishing speaking, Li Shichuan hung up the phone. His purpose of acquiring shares of Zilong Group was to force Pei Nanju to take rebellious actions. Once he owns 40% of the shares of Zilong Group, he will continue to put pressure on the Pei family, causing Zilong Group to be leaky and on the verge of collapse. In the end, Pei Nanju had to beg herself to save Zilong Group and her Pei family. By then, won't he be able to do whatever he wants? Li Shichuan had already imagined the scene of him pressing the woman he was obsessed with under him and begging for reconciliation, and his heart suddenly felt hot. Then he called the most charming of his countless women. Come to my office and don't wear any underwear. After hanging up the phone, Li Shichuan picked up the bottle of red wine, tilted his head back and took a sip. Then he sat back in his chair and made 2 more calls. 2 phone calls, just 2 sentences. I'll give you another 10 million, and Pei Nanju's father must die within the next week. Second call. Find a man named Zhao Zhu and find a way to kill him. Chapter 10, Transformation. After Yifeng hung up the phone, he finally had a clue in his mind. When he entered the meeting room again, he looked at Zhao Zhu with contempt. Security guard? Monthly salary of 2,003? I'm afraid these people are at the bottom of society, right? You're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. But at this time, he, like Li Shichuan, wanted to see how Pei Nanju, who was behind Zhao Zhu, would end up if he really wanted to sell his shares. Are you planning to drag it out? Or flee from here in panic? No matter which one it is, Yifeng has now thought of a countermeasure. After thinking it through, Yifeng suddenly changed his normal behavior and said with a smile. Okay. Mr. Zhao, I have decided to transfer the shares to you. That's twice the market value. 100 billion. 100 billion. Are you trying to rob me? Pei Nanju said angrily after hearing this. She quickly looked at Zhao Zhu and said anxiously, Zhao Zhu, don't listen to him, the shares he holds are worth at most 50 billion. According to the current market conditions, it's not even 50 billion. Zhao Zhu smiled indifferently and looked at Pei Nanju with firm eyes, indicating that nothing was wrong. Then he turned to look at Yifang and said, 100 billion is 100 billion. Nanju, go and draft the contract. Pei Nanju grabbed Zhao Zhu's arm, anxious like an ant on a hot pan. What is the market value of the entire Zealand group? It's just 100 billion. But now Zhao Zhu wants to spend 100 billion to buy 40% of Zilong's shares. Isn't it for her that Zhao Zhu did such a stupid thing? Pei Nanju was about to cry. Zhao Zhu felt so distressed when he saw this that he reached out and touched Pei Nanju's head, speaking gently. It's okay, it's just a small amount of money. Besides, if he can take it, I can also make him take it back. Pei Nanju was now completely certain that Zhao Zhu was definitely a rich young man from Beijing, and a super invincible rich second generation. So today, she is the always arrogant Vice President Zilong. Suddenly she acted like a little woman, blushed, and hummed softly. As small as a mosquito, and then ran away. Not only was Zhao Zhu dumbfounded by this operation, but even several directors who had turned against the company were staring with their eyes wide open. Damn it, who in the entire Zealand company has ever seen such a scene? Only Yifang had a sneer on his face. He was waiting for Zhao Zhu and Pei Nanju to make a fool of themselves. He has worked hard for Zilong company and the Pei family for so many years, and in the end he just wants to get away with it. This little girl Pei Nanju actually tried to obstruct us in every way possible. Then he has no choice but to be a bad guy. Pei Nanju soon returned with a stack of contracts in his hand. He handed one to Zhao Zhu and distributed the remaining copies to other shareholders. Since everyone has agreed, you can take a closer look at the terms. Zhao Zhu will buy out your shares at double the price. After signing the contract, I hope you will not regret it. When everyone got the contract, they all started to read it, fearing that the Pei family, this centipede, would come up with something else. Yifang just read the last clause of the contract and signed it. The last one is that if you violate the terms, you will pay double compensation to the other party. Violators will be prosecuted by law. Yifang sneered, this Zhao Zhu is just a small security guard, a poor loser. It is destined that we will not be able to come up with this 100 billion. By then, this arrogant little security guard will definitely be thrown into jail. Yifang could hardly bear to see Zhao Zhu making a fool of himself, so he turned around and signaled to several directors. All the directors were his trusted confidants. They immediately understood what he meant and quickly signed the contract. Then they handed it to Yifang one by one. Yifang put the contracts away one by one and handed them to Zhao Zhu. He took another stack of contracts from Zhao Zhu with a smile on his face. Zhao Zhu, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you really sign it, you will be in an irretrievable situation. If you can't pay the money, you will go to jail. Zhao Zhu snorted nonchalantly and said calmly. You just talked too much nonsense. Tell me the card number and I will transfer it to you now. Yifang frowned and cursed this ungrateful loser thousands of times in his heart. But he still reported the card number. Now he really wanted to see what this poor security guard was trying to do. If a poor security guard can have 100 billion, then what has he struggled for all his life? Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. After Zhao Zhu fiddled with his phone for a while, Yifang also received a text message. Your account with the last digit 14250 has successfully transferred 100 billion and 3 renminbi and 50 cents, and the balance is 100 billion 110 million and 3 renminbi and 50 cents. Yifang picked up the phone, stared at the number carefully. After counting carefully several times, he swallowed and then slumped in the chair. 100 billion. It really is 100 billion. The security guard mentioned by Li Shichuan really took out 100 billion. The question is the person who can casually take out 100 billion really just the small security guard mentioned by Li Shichuan? Was he afraid that he had encountered some terrifying existence from a super large family? Now Yifang finally understood what Zhao Zhu said. What do you mean he can take this little money and Zhao Zhu can also let him take it back? Because Zhao Zhu is the rich second generation of a super family, he naturally has the confidence. Yifang swallowed again, cold sweat running down his forehead. He felt that his cell phone was now a hot potato, and he really didn't want a single cent of the 100 billion yuan in it. After thinking about it, he immediately stood up and knelt at Zhao Zhu's feet with a plop. Master Zhao. I didn't recognize the great man. Please let me go. I really don't dare to accept this 100 billion. Zhao Zhu sneered without saying a word, looking down at Yifeng quietly. The remaining directors were all stunned and began to whisper. What's wrong with Mr. He? Why are you kneeling down to this kid? Could it be that this guy is really a super rich second generation? Did he really take out 100 billion? Fuck, anyone who can come up with 100 billion is not just some random rich second generation. Oh no. We are in big trouble this time. I should have known earlier that I should stay in Zalone Group and be law-abiding. With this big tree, the Pei family will have a bright future. Everyone looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. In this world, having money is not scary. The scary thing is that he is super rich. That is, those mysterious hidden families. Once you reach that point, you are no longer just a rich man. That represents power, a hegemon who can decide life and death. Time passes by little. As the saying goes, silence can make people nervous, but it can also make people explode. Beads of sweat appeared on Yifeng's forehead, but he didn't dare to say another word, for fear that he would anger this super rich young man. Finally, after a long time, Zhao Zhu raised his eyelids and said contemptuously, "What's the matter, Mr. He doesn't want this 100 billion anymore." No. How dare I take Mr. Zhao's money? If you want my shares, all you have to do is ask for them. Seeing that Zhao Zhu finally gave in, Yifeng finally found a way out. He quickly took out his cell phone and transferred the money back to the account that had been transferred to him. But Zhao Zhu stopped him and said, "Don't worry, remember to save some for yourself, such as the extra 35 cents I transferred to you." Yifeng was a smart man. He understood what he meant and took out his mobile phone to transfer all the money. Only 35 cents was left. A moment later, a text message came on the phone. Your bank account has been successfully transferred 100 billion 110 million yuan, and the remaining balance is. Zhao Zhu nodded in satisfaction, waved his hand and said, "Go away, you are quite sensible." Upon hearing this, Yifeng hurriedly crawled out of the meeting room. He decided to return to his hometown and never set foot in S City again in his life. Zhao Zhu looked at the remaining directors and said with a smile, "Why don't you get out of here?" Everyone felt as if they had been pardoned and immediately ran out of the meeting room. Pei Nanju looked into Zhao Zhu's eyes, and stars began to appear in her beautiful eyes. At this time, Zhao Zhu owned 60% of the shares of Zalone Group and became the de facto owner of this S-City business giant. The down-and-out security guard in the past has transformed himself into the chairman with the largest shareholding in Zalone Group. Chapter 11, Divine-Level Chinese Ancient Medical Skills. After Yifeng and his companions fled the meeting room like crazy, there was a sudden ding sound in Zhao Zhu's mind. Then the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Successfully helped the goddess overcome the crisis. The reward is the divine ancient Chinese medical technique and a set of high-grade silver needles. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Zhu closed his eyes, and countless knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine flooded into his mind. He is proficient in observing, auscultating, asking and palpating, reading prescriptions and prescribing medicines, and in medical theory and pathology. After a moment, Zhao Zhu opened his eyes again, his eyes full of wisdom. At this time, he has become the person with the best medical skills in the world. At the same time, a small brocade box appeared in Zhao Zhu's pocket, and inside it was the silver needle. This is really a case of searching for something without any effort, but finally finding it. It just so happened that Pei Nanju's father was ill, and it just so happened that Zhao Zhu now had god-level medical skills. Do I need to consider the subsequent operations? Of course, it is to cure my cheap father-in-law. Wouldn't Pei Nanju really fall in love with him in this way? Nanju. Zhao Zhu said, I just heard them say that your father is ill? When talking about his father's illness, Pei Nanju's handsome face showed a trace of sadness. She nodded and said, yes, my father fell ill half a month ago. And the illness happened suddenly and inexplicably. My father has always been in good health, but just half a month ago, for some unknown reason, he suddenly fainted in the office. Later, the condition became more and more serious. All 5 internal organs showed signs of failure, especially the heart, which failed extremely severely. During the past half month, I have consulted many professors and famous doctors in S-City. However, the conclusions they gave were that they could not identify the cause of the disease and had no idea where to start. And my father's condition is deteriorating rapidly, and he may not survive a month. At the end, Pei Nanju's eyes were filled with tears and his voice was choked with sobs. She grabbed Zhao Zhu's arm and begged. Zhao Zhu, I know you are very capable and can always create miracles. I beg you to save my father. Pei Nanju's tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes, and she cried like a pear blossom in the rain, which was also heartbreaking. Zhao Zhu took Pei Nanju into his arms, put his hands on her shoulders and patted her gently twice. Comfortingly, Nanju, it's okay. Your father will be fine as long as I'm here. Hearing Zhao Zhu's words, Pei Nanju raised his head. She quickly wiped away her tears and looked at Zhao Zhu with hope in her beautiful eyes. Zhao Zhu, are you telling the truth? Can you really save my father? Zhao Zhu lowered his head and said affirmatively, yes. I know some Chinese medicine and can check it for your father. Some? Although Zhao Zhu's words were a little vague, Pei Nanju had no doubt about him. She now firmly believes that Zhao Zhu is the descendant of one of those super hidden families, otherwise what kind of rich second generation can casually come up with 100 billion? Those super hidden families have existed for thousands of years and have a deep foundation, so it is not surprising that they have some medical skills that can bring the dead back to life. As for why a good rich second generation would want to be a security guard? God knows what those hidden families are thinking. The two quickly drove to the city's first hospital. Of course, the car he was driving was Zhao Zhu's Pagani. Pei Nanju was a little shocked when he saw Zhao Zhu's car. The luxury cars worth tens of millions also proved Zhao Zhu's identity as a super rich second generation. When they arrived at the hospital, Pei Nanju took Zhao Zhu directly to the VIP intensive care unit. Zhao Zhu frowned. It seemed that Pei Nanju's father was indeed seriously ill. But he never expected that there would be VIPs in the intensive care unit. Seeing Pei Nanju coming, the director of the inpatient department hurried over to greet him with a respectful expression and a flattering smile. Boss Pei, your coming here brings honor to our humble home. It brings honor to our humble home. Pei Nanju frowned, obviously not very fond of this director. She waved her hand and said, forget the polite words. How is my father? When Pei Nanju's father was mentioned, the director's expression immediately became serious. He shook his head and sighed. Your father's condition is not optimistic. He has lost consciousness. You better be prepared. What? Pei Nanju exclaimed, looking anxious, and hurried to the ward. As soon as I opened the door, I saw my father, who was pale and unconscious. Dad! Pei Nanju threw herself on the bed and grabbed her father's hand. Seeing her father's pale face, tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhao Zhu, please save my father. Save my father. Don't worry. Zhao Zhu put his hand on Pei Nanju's shoulder and comforted him. Then he walked up to Pei's father and found that even though Pei's father was middle-aged, he was still handsome with distinct features. Not to mention when he was young, even now, with his temperament, he can still attract countless girls when he goes out. But at this time, Pei's father not only had a pale face, but also his lips were blue and purple, and there was a black air lingering on his forehead. This situation is abnormal no matter how you look at it. It doesn't look like a simple illness. Zhao Zhu walked forward and took Pei's father's pulse. After feeling his pulse, he looked at his eyelids and tongue coating. After checking, Zhao Zhu saw the clue and his face darkened. Having reached a conclusion in his mind, Zhao Zhu said to Pei Nanju, Nanju, don't worry. I have already figured out what disease your father has, and I can cure it. Don't talk nonsense, kid. Even the experts in our hospital can't understand it. What can you see? At this time, the director just now jumped out again, but he no longer cared about Pei Nanju. Just kidding, the experts they invited are national experts, and I don't know how many difficult and complicated diseases they have solved. He can even be said to be a representative figure in overcoming various difficult and complicated diseases, and has won numerous commendations and medals. But even so, the experts still couldn't figure out what disease Pei Nanju's father had, and had no idea where to start. He could only watch him lose his life day by day. But this guy just simply took the patient's pulse and looked at the eyes and mouth, and he thought he could cure it? Isn't this questioning their experts and their hospital? Isn't that a slap in their face? Besides, this person is very young, no more than 20 years old. In their hospital, he is just an intern. How dare you speak so brazenly? Most likely a liar. Miss Pei, I don't know where you found this person from. But I think this person definitely can't cure your father's illness. Why don't I find a foreign expert for you? That way your chances will be better. No need. Pei Nanju didn't even think about it. Director Wang, please leave now. I believe Zhao Zhu can cure my father's illness. You are confused. Director Wang never expected that Pei Nanju was determined to have Zhao Zhu treat her illness. He felt that this silly woman must have been desperate and tried all kinds of treatments, and was deceived by this guy. Boss Pei, do you think a young man like this can treat a disease that even our national doctors can't treat? Not only can you not watch it, it may even kill your father. I have one last word, Director Wang, please get out. Boss Pei. As a doctor, I have to stop this. I can't watch a living person being killed by a quack doctor. Director Wang said righteously. Director Wan's remarks really made Zhao Zhu's eyes light up. He didn't expect that in this age where red envelopes are rampant, there are still doctors with such a sense of justice. So he said, Nanju, Director Wang, how about you just stay in the ward? If you think what I am doing is wrong, you can stop me in time. Director Wang looked at Zhao Zhu and then at Pei Nanju. Seeing the latter's determined expression, he could only sigh and say, Okay, just as you said, I'll be in the ward. But I still want to advise you, kid, if you don't have those two skills, just leave quickly. It's not too late now. If you really harm Mr. Pei's father, it won't just be a matter of spending a few years in jail. Chapter 12 Goo Insect. It can be seen that Director Wang has no ill intentions. He probably just simply does not believe that Zhao Zhu has this ability. So Zhao Zhu didn't say much and decided to let strength decide everything. If I really rescue Pei Nanju's father by then, Director Wang will probably be shocked. So Zhao Zhu ignored Director Wang, asked Pei Nanju to go aside, and then told the two not to disturb him. Then he took out the brocade box from his pocket and took out the silver needle. There are dozens of silver needles, each as thin as a cow hair, but of different lengths. The longest is more than 10 centimeters, and the shortest is only about 2 centimeters. He took out 10 3-centimeter silver needles and inserted them into the pads of Pei's father's 10 fingers. After gently rotating for just a moment, black blood began to slowly seep out from the needle holes on Pei's father's 10 fingers. Then he took off Pei's father's clothes, took out several silver needles, and inserted them into 18 acupuncture points on the body. Zhao Zhu was also sweating profusely at this time. Acupuncture with silver needles required precise insertion of the acupuncture points. Position, depth, strength, and technique are all essential and extremely mentally demanding. Pei Nanju and Director Wang, who were standing by, were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. Pei Nanju was nervous about his father's name, for fear of disturbing Zhao Zhu's acupuncture. Director Wan was completely shocked. Because the strength and precision of Zhao Zhu's acupuncture technique just now were something that only an experienced Chinese medicine practitioner with at least 20 to 30 years of practice could do. But how old is the young man in front of me? Judging from his young face, he is probably in his 20s at most. Could it be that he started studying medicine in his mother's womb? Director Wang swallowed his saliva. Although he was a Western doctor, he had always highly respected Chinese medicine. At this moment, he even felt that what Zhao Zhu said just now was not an exaggeration. Moreover, his act of giving acupuncture now is a visual feast for Director Wang. Use the techniques of ancient Chinese medicine to bring the dead back to life and cure all diseases. As a doctor, he felt his blood boiling. Finally, Zhao Zhu finished his last injection. He straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stared at Pei's father. Just a moment later, Pei's father, who had been motionless, suddenly coughed. Then a mouthful of black blood spit out from his mouth. Then, Pei's father's face turned visibly from pale to rosy. There's something in that black blood. Director Wang had been staring at it and was the first to notice something was wrong and exclaimed in surprise. He had never seen such a thing before, except for the pool of black blood that Pei's father vomited out. There is a creature that looks like an insect but is not an insect, and looks like a fish but is not a fish. The thing was the size of a caterpillar, had the legs of a centipede, but had the fins and tail of a fish. At this moment, in the pool of black blood, it was wriggling forward like a worm, as if trying to escape from this place. What the hell is that? Director Wang exclaimed. Even though he had been in the medical field for so many years, he had never seen such a strange thing. Pei Nanju screamed, his face turned pale, and he was so scared that he took several steps back and hid in the corridor. Zhao Zhu looked calm, as if he had known this for a long time. He took a piece of paper, walked over and picked up the bug with the paper. Then he pulled out the silver needles from Pei's father's body one by one. Then he looked down at the bug, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this the goo? Because he spoke so quietly, neither of them heard what he said. After looking at it for a while, Zhao Zhu carefully wrapped the insect and then stomped it to pieces. Director Wang was stunned and stammered after a long while. What the thing is that? Is it because of it that Mr. Pei's father got sick? It's better for you not to know things that you shouldn't know. Zhao Zhu threw the piece of paper into the trash can and said to Director Wang, Director Wang, I hope you can just pretend that you didn't see this. It won't do you any good if you tell anyone about this. Director Wang was able to reach the position of director not only because of his professional ability, but also because of his interpersonal skills. Of course, he could understand this truth. After all, what he saw was beyond human cognition. It's better to know less about this kind of thing. And the boy in front of him really forced this thing out of Pei's father's body. This is enough to prove that the identity of the person in front of him is not simple. At least his medical skills are beyond doubt. After thinking about it, Director Wang nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. I know, I will keep this matter to myself. Well, if everything is okay, I will leave first, I still have to go to the ward for rounds. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Wang fled the ward as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, Pei Nanju walked in tremblingly. Her face turned pale and she asked tremblingly, Zhao Zhu, what is that thing? How can it come out of my father's body? Zhao Zhu thought about it and said truthfully, that is a goo, it seems to be called the death goo. A kind of poisonous insect that feeds on the human body. Anyone who is infected will die within a month. Zhao Zhu was also an ordinary person and had no idea about such a thing as goo. But today he looked at Pei's father's condition and combined it with the knowledge of ancient medicine in his mind. Soon, the part about the poisonous insect was found in ancient medical techniques. After finding out its type and the method of rescue, he dared to give Pei's father an injection. Insanity? Pei Nanju didn't react for a moment. Isn't that something from TV shows? Miao Jiang. Goo? Zhao Zhu nodded, stared at Pei's father whose complexion was gradually returning to normal, and spoke slowly. Someone must have hired a goo master from Miaojiang to cast a goo on your father. Moreover, this person is very vicious, and he will kill you with his poisonous insects as soon as he comes. Moreover, this kind of poisonous insect can only be successfully injected when the two are face to face and very close to each other. Nanju, think carefully, have there been any strange people who have come into contact with your father recently? While listening to Zhao Zhu, Pei Nanju walked to her father and covered him with a quilt. Seeing my father's face gradually becoming rosy and full of vitality, I finally felt relieved. After hearing Zhao Zhu's question, she lowered her head and thought about it. After a moment, she clenched her teeth tightly and almost forced the sound out of her mouth. Li Shichuan. Li Shichuan? This guy again? What's going on? Half a month ago, Li Shichuan came to my father and wanted to propose marriage to my family through cooperation between our two families. But my father didn't agree in the end. It was the next day that my father fainted. Zhao Zhu asked in a deep voice, did he bring any strange people with him at that time? Pei Nanju frowned and thought for a while, it seems that he brought an old man, skinny and lifeless. Zhao Zhu nodded, thinking that was right. People who deal with poisons all year round usually have their bodies corroded, just as Pei Nanju described. Now that the target has been locked, it will be easy. Since he dared to peek at his woman, Zhao Zhu's crazy revenge on Li Shichuan would follow. Nanju, don't worry about what happens next. I will take care of Li Shichuan's affairs. I will make the Li family disappear into thin air. Pei Nanju nodded obediently. The former businesswoman now looked more like the cuddly girl next door. I have to say, this is all thanks to Zhao Zhu. At this moment, the system suddenly made another ding sound. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the mission. Within a month, you will overthrow the Li group and make the Li family bankrupt. When the Li family's funds reach zero, the mission is completed. After completing the task, you will get a reward. Please note, host, if this mission cannot be completed within 1 month, you will be punished. Punish? What's wrong with this system? Why are we starting something new? Zhao Zhu thought to himself, what punishment? This is the first time Zhao Zhu has communicated with the system, and he doesn't know whether the system will respond. Sure enough, the system's voice sounded the next moment. Still bland and emotionless. Punish the host by shortening his penis by 10 centimeters. Zhao Zhu twitched his eyebrows and felt a chill in his heart. What about the reward? The reward is random and is not known yet. He. Zhao Zhu now even wanted to kill Li Shichuan. Chapter 13 Lin Ruoxue. Afterwards, Zhao Zhu took out paper and pen and wrote a prescription. This prescription contains some nourishing medicines, so Pei's father's life is saved for now. But his body was extremely weak, especially his internal organs, which were almost in a state of failure. If left alone, even if Zhao Zhu helped him remove the poisonous insect, Father Pei would only be able to survive for a few more months at most. Since we want to save people, we naturally have to do our best. As long as Pei's father can take the medicine prescribed by Zhao Zhu for 1 month, it is guaranteed to make him full of energy and strong like a young man. Pei Nanju took the prescription and hurried to get the medicine. Zhao Zhu found Director Wang, gave him careful instructions and explained the taboos, and then left the hospital directly. Then he drove to the Zalone Group building. As soon as I entered the door, I saw 2 rows of beauties standing in the hall, wearing black uniforms and hip skirts. More than a dozen snow-white thighs were exposed in the air, so bright that they almost blinded Zhao Zhu's eyes. Who can stand this? Hello, Mr. Zhao. Clear and pleasant voices rang out simultaneously, not to mention that these little girls looked so weak. But shouting it out together is also very powerful. Zhao Zhu was also a little nervous. After all, it was his first time encountering such a situation. But there was no expression on his face. He waved at everyone, but his eyes kept lingering on those thighs. Oh, it's so white. That's the company's largest shareholder now? He looks so young, maybe 23 years old? And Mr. Zhao is so handsome. Much more handsome than those handsome boys on TV. I also heard that the Pagani in the parking lot yesterday belonged to Mr. Zhao. That's for sure. Mr. Zhao can easily come up with hundreds of billions, so it's not surprising that he has a Pagani. It seems like I want to marry Mr. Zhao. Even as a lover. What are you thinking, you little slut? Mr. Zhao already has a beautiful lady like Ms. Pei, how could he fall for you? You don't know this. Men are always lustful. What if Mr. Zhao wants to change his appetite at that time? Do you think that's right? The female employees in the hall gathered in groups of 3 or 4, talking. But everyone looked at Zhao Zhu with envy and passion in their eyes, and some even looked as if they wanted to eat him. Zhao Zhu didn't know after he left the hospital. Pei Nanju notified the company and announced that Zhao Zhu was now the chairman of Zalone Group. He also repeated the story of Zhao Zhu's tenure on the board of directors, adding fuel to the fire. Let the assistant spread the news and directly create a huge and glorious image for Zhao Zhu. In the hearts of the female employees of Zilon Company, Zhao Zhu is now a hero who can turn the tide and save the collapsing company. In addition, Zhao Zhu is good-looking, young, rich, and generous, spending hundreds of billions of dollars. With such good conditions, he is naturally the Prince Charming in every female employee's heart. Therefore, it is understandable that some female employees looked at Zhao Zhu with green eyes. Even someone as thick-skinned as Zhao Zhu would feel a little scared when being stared at by so many murderous eyes. He walked straight to the front desk, bypassing the female employees. Lin Ruoxue sat on the chair, looked at him with a smile, and spoke softly. Her voice had the softness unique to a Jiangnan woman. One day without seeing you, you become the chairman of the company. Why are you making fun of me too? Zhao Zhu smiled awkwardly and continued. Come with me to the chairman's office. From today on, you will be my secretary. Lin Ruoxue was stunned for a moment, then spoke hesitantly. This isn't good. Today the whole company knows that you are Mr. Pei's boyfriend. If I continue to be your secretary at this time, I am afraid that others will misunderstand me. What's the misunderstanding? Zhao Zhu looked at the 2 blushes on Lin Ruoxue's face and said with a smile, Didn't you say you wanted to get to know me this morning? Lin Ruoxue whispered. Morning is morning, and you were not Mr. Pei's boyfriend at that time. Of course I still have a chance, but now everyone knows that you were Mr. Pei's boyfriend. I can't get too close to you, or people will gossip about me. Zhao Zhu was speechless. The way you said that made it seem like there was really something going on between us. But... Zhao Zhu glanced at Lin Ruoxue. This woman had a hot body, especially her beautiful legs, which were long, straight, and full of desire. Her face is also extremely beautiful, and the most rare thing is that there is always a sense of weakness between her eyebrows and eyes, which makes people want to bully her. This kind of woman, especially in bed, makes people pity her very much, and it must feel good. Don't think about it, come with me to my office, I have something to ask you. Zhao Zhu threw away the beautiful scenery in his mind, said a few words and strode into the elevator. Lin Ruoxue was left alone at the front desk, at a loss as to what to do. Because Zhao Zhu had just talked to Lin Ruoxue, many female employees gathered together and watched the excitement from afar. They couldn't help but be suspicious of the relationship between the two. This Lin Ruoxue seems to be a new intern. How does she know Director Zhao? It seems like the two of them have a good relationship. Could it be that they have known each other for a long time? A female employee lowered her voice and asked, could it be Mr. Zhao's mistress? Hearing this, a group of gossiping girls looked Lin Ruoxue up and down, then looked at themselves and sighed. It seems, people like them are really not as capable as Lin Ruoxue. Of course, they were just gossiping out of boredom about the fact that Lin Ruoxue was Zhao Zhu's mistress. Even if it was true, no one would take it seriously. After all, who can not like such an outstanding man as Zhao Zhu? Who can resist the temptation? Lin Ruoxue listened to these vague pointing and criticizing. Her face turned red so much that water almost dripped out of it. She stamped her feet angrily, turned around, and walked into the elevator. The elevator went directly to the top floor of the office building. Lin Ruoxue got out of the elevator with a confused look on her face. Because she was just a company receptionist, her normal job was to receive guests and answer the phone, and she had no chance to go to the top floor and meet the chairman in person. So she looked at the long corridor on the 16th floor and had no idea where the chairman's office was. Lin Ruoxue sighed, lowered her head, and her eyes turned red with grievance. Lin Ruoxue comes from an ordinary family. Both of her parents are local office workers in S. The family's overall economic level is still struggling to reach a well-off level. Fortunately, although Lin Ruoxue has a gentle personality, she is also quite ambitious. She graduated from the finance department of Jiangnan University, which is ranked in the top 10. Because he was an excellent student in school, he came to Zilong Company, the leading company in S-City, directly after graduation. However, the university environment is very different from the outside society. Lin Ruoxue did not make much waves when she joined Zilong Company. She could only work quietly as an intern, starting from the front desk position. After all, for a large company like Zilong Group with a market value of hundreds of billions, there are too many college graduates from 985 and 211 universities. As for whether Lin Ruoxue is better than them, it will take time to tell. Chapter 14. You are going to do great things. Be strong, be strong. Lin Ruoxue clenched her pink fist, made a cheering gesture, and cheered herself up. She looked so adorable. It must be said that in the morning, she took the initiative to talk to Zhao Zhu, which was the most outrageous and unconventional thing she had ever done in her life. Whenever she thinks about this incident now, her face still gets hot. I have always been a shy and self-loving person, how come I suddenly became like that? The key is that I was rejected. This is outrageous. While she was daydreaming, Lin Ruoxue had unknowingly arrived at the chairman's office. Until now, she still didn't know why Zhao Zhu asked her to come up. But now that she's here, she won't back down. Although Lin Ruoxue is shy and docile, she is by no means cowardly, and can even be said to be a little stubborn. After thinking about it, she knocked gently on the office door. The door is not locked, come in. Zhao Zhu's lazy voice came from inside the door. She pushed open the door, and as soon as she entered she saw Zhao Zhu with his feet on the desk, slumped in the boss chair, looking lazily. Very comfortable. Seeing Lin Ruoxue coming, Zhao Zhu straightened up and pointed to a chair beside him. Come sit here. Although she didn't understand what Zhao Zhu wanted to do, Lin Ruoxue still sat over there for some unknown reason. Who says he is the chairman? When Zhao Zhu saw Lin Ruoxue sitting over, he chuckled, and then a unique body fragrance that belonged only to girls filled his entire nostrils. It has a light milky scent and a light jasmine scent. Zhao Zhu was intoxicated. He closed his eyes and sniffed a few times. The next moment, he simply lay on Lin Ruoxue's thighs and used her knees as a pillow. You have to know that Lin Ruoxue's work clothes are a short skirt, and she has no stockings. Zhao Zhu just lies on her naked slender legs. Well, it feels very soft. Zhao Zhu rubbed his head against it and found it very elastic as well. Ah! What are you doing? Lin Ruoxue had never seen such a scene before. She wrinkled her nose, let out a cry, and was about to stand up. If you dare to get up, I will fire you. Zhao Zhu closed his eyes, enjoying the pillow on his knees, and said lightly. Lin Ruoxue froze in mid-air, hesitated for a moment, and finally sat down. She has been working at Zilong Company for a year, and she will be able to become a full-time employee in just another 6 months. By then, her family will be able to live a better life and her parents won't have to work so hard. It's really not worth leaving now because of this matter. But she felt wronged. Lin Ruoxue has devoted herself to studying since she was a child. Not to mention letting a man lie on her lap, she has never even been in a relationship. But she was bullied by Zhao Zhu. Alas, I am dirty and unclean. Lin Ruoxue's pretty face flushed red, and her big eyes soon became misty. Seeing this, Zhao Zhu reluctantly got up from her legs. Okay, stop looking like you've been fucked, okay? I didn't do anything. Lin Ruoxue pouted her lips and remained silent, but the tears in her eyes were obviously increasing. Zhao Zhu sighed and wondered why this little girl was so easily teased. But it's still quite fun. He picked up the tissue on the table and handed it to Lin Ruoxue. Wipe your tears. I came up here to ask you something serious. Serious business? Lin Ruoxue wiped away her tears and thought to herself, you are not a serious person, how can you have serious things? Zhao Zhu then slowly said, I just took over the company and I don't know anything about it. So I want you to be my secretary and assist me in my work. I'll set you an annual salary of 2 million for the time being. What do you think? 2 million. Lin Ruoxue opened her mouth slightly, her face full of surprise. She came from a humble background, and 2 million was a huge sum of money for her. Moreover, among the ordinary employees of Zealand Company, how many can earn 2 million a year? There are very few. Wait, is that so? Lin Ruoxue suddenly remembered the plots in the soap operas of those years. For example, a wealthy man with a big belly fell in love with a female employee of the company, and then used both kindness and force, soft and hard tactics to please her. In the end, he successfully supported the female employee by paying money. Am I not that female employee now? Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue felt that she should feel a little disgusted. But the fact is, she was still a little excited. After all, she has lived for 23 years, and this is the first time she has seen such an outstanding man like Zhao Zhu. Not only is he handsome, but his status and position are also outstanding. Which woman wouldn't be confused after seeing this? What's more, even if Zhao Zhu is really Pei Nanju's girlfriend, she is just a girlfriend. Since she is not married, she still has hope. Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue secretly glanced at Zhao Zhu, her heart beating fast. Unfortunately, Zhao Zhu's next words were like pouring a bucket of cold water on her. Don't let your imagination run wild. I also told you that I'm new to the company. I don't know anyone except you. So, I called you up here to ask you some questions, not because I have any improper thoughts about you. I don't have any improper thoughts, why are you still lying on my lap? Your saliva is flowing on it. Lin Ruoxue secretly pulled her skirt down, her face still red, but she said calmly, Director Zhao, go ahead. Do you know anything about what happened in the company recently? Are you talking about the recent blows the company has suffered in various industries? Zhao Zhu nodded and said, yes, that's what I wanted to say. If I'm guessing correctly, this should have been done by the Li family. Lin Ruoxue was not very surprised when she heard what Zhao Zhu said. Instead, he said in an orderly manner, I heard that Li Shichuan, the eldest son of the Li family, wanted to pursue President Pei but was unsuccessful. Moreover, the Li family wants to enter the real estate industry, and it is normal for them to do this. This actually aroused Zhao Zhu's interest. He didn't expect that Lin Ruoxue was such a smart guy. Do you know something about the Li family? Lin Ruoxue shook her head and said, I don't know much. As a person from S City, I naturally know about the Li group. After all, it is one of the 4 giants in S City. Zhao Zhu said in a deep voice, tell me in detail what is going on with the Li group. Lin Ruoxue was no longer shy, her eyes were bright and she seemed to have done her homework. Her voice was also much more confident as she spoke slowly and leisurely. The Li Group is basically a local industry in City S, mainly engaged in high-end clothing and shopping malls. For example, in almost every city in Jiangnan province, there are large shopping malls operated by the Li Group. The clothing produced by the Li Group is mainly OEM, and its marketing scope is even wider, basically covering more than a dozen countries. Recently, the Li Group has begun to enter the real estate industry and has developed several projects, which are in full swing. Based on these points alone, it can be said that the Li Group is another behemoth that is not inferior to the Zilong Group. After listening to this, Zhao Zhu nodded and had a rough understanding of the Li Group. Then how do you know so much about the Li Group? Finally got to the point, Lin Ruoxue thought to herself. Director Zhao, I majored in finance, so I am naturally very sensitive to these business matters. I started following the Li Group when they started to enter the real estate industry. Lin Ruoxue no longer had the weak expression she had just now. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she was so confident that she almost exploded. She stretched out her slender fingers, tapped her head, and said proudly, "This is all business acumen. You have to predict your enemies in advance." But Zhao Zhu couldn't indulge her, so he changed the subject. "If I want to bankrupt the Li Group and leave Li Shichuan penniless, do you have any ideas?" Lin Ruoxue frowned, lowered her head and thought for a while before saying, "Yes." Zhao Zhu was happy and thought he had found a treasure. Chapter 15 Beautiful Misunderstanding. Lin Ruoxue felt a sense of pride in her heart. She sorted out her thoughts and began to tell the story. To bring down a company, there are only three things. The first point is, from a political perspective, to find loopholes such as tax evasion, quality violations, and other violations of terms. At that time, they will be asked to freeze their funds, suspend operations, and close down for rectification. Zhao Zhu nodded in affirmation when he heard this. This move is equivalent to taking the lead and strangling its vital point. Seeing Zhao Zhu's affirmation, Lin Ruoxue's beautiful eyes brightened a little. The second point is to create some accidents and cause some panic within their group. This will allow them to break down internally and gradually disintegrate. The third point is to persuade their internal shareholders to rebel. To bring down a company, it all comes down to the issue of shareholding. If it is an ordinary small company, the first 2 points will be enough to make the other party pay the price. But it is impossible to bring down a giant like the Li Group in one fell swoop. We must start with the shares. Zhao Zhu nodded as he listened. Lin Ruoxue was right, because that was what the Li Group did to deal with the Pei family. It cannot be said that they are unrelated, they are exactly the same. But on the other hand, it also proves that Lin Ruoxue has a good business sense. How about letting you run this matter? Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened. She had just been boasting and her words were very logical. But she never expected that Zhao Zhu would actually ask her to do this. But this matter is indeed too serious. If we are not careful, it will provoke a crazy counterattack from the Li Group. The most important thing is, Zhao Zhu actually wants to entrust such an important matter to her? A receptionist at Zealand Company? A newbie with no experience? What's more, this kind of thing involves both openly and covertly. Is it really possible for a little girl like her to do this? Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue pursed her lips and began to back off. Director Zhao, I don't think I can handle this heavy responsibility. This matter is of great importance. I am just a company receptionist. Lin Ruoxue was about to speak when she saw Zhao Zhu staring at her. His eyes are firm, serious, and full of trust. Ruoxue, you have to believe in yourself, your talents and abilities. I guess you don't want to be a clerk in a company all your life. Then you have to demonstrate your abilities. This is a good opportunity. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, I am very rich. Of course, I am not limited to Zilong real estate. I plan to start a venture capital company and expand the industry across the country and even the world. When the time comes, I will need someone to manage this huge industry for me, and I hope that person will be you, Ruoxue. Even though Lin Ruoxue was always shy, her face flushed slightly and her heart was pounding after hearing this. Even the two big eyes of Kiss Me began to emit little flames. Director Zhao. I'll do it. And I promise I'll do it beautifully. Zhao Zhu nodded with satisfaction, but said in his heart. In the past, I thought it was abominable to paint people in a rosy picture and feed them chicken soup. I just realized today that it is also a very tiring thing. Okay. Just go ahead and do it. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you solve them. A little bit, really. Lin Ruoxue said with a bitter face, the reason why the Li family was able to suppress us completely last time was because Li Shichuan's uncle was the deputy director of S City. It might be a little difficult for us to start from that aspect. Just do it. Do it boldly. I don't have anything else, young master, but I have money. Afterwards, Zhao Zhu asked for Lin Ruoxue's account and directly transferred 1 billion yuan to her, asking her to handle it. Especially the last sentence, if it was not enough, she could ask him for more, which once again made Lin Ruoxue realize the generosity of this new boss. Lin Ruoxue left to work for Zhao Zhu. There was a small episode in the middle. When Lin Ruoxue arrived at the lobby and just walked out of the elevator, she started to be pointed at by the female employees in the lobby. It is true that her current image is easy to be misunderstood. Her delicate little face was red and had traces of tears, and even her makeup was a little smudged. The skirt was obviously not as neat as it was when she first entered. Fuck. What's going on? No way. The new boss can't be such a beast. That's too hasty. Should I try my luck in the chairman's office later? Are you stupid? Even if you go now, the chairman won't be able to help you. Let's go together later. Let's go, together? The girls looked at each other, and finally burst into a slightly obscene laughter. But this time, Lin Ruoshua did not lower her head, nor did she feel aggrieved. Instead, he walked out of the office building with his head held high and his expression unchanged. It was sunny outside the company and the sky was as blue as the sea. Just like her future is bright. Zhao Zhu stayed in the office for a while and was really bored. He actually has no idea how to run a company. The reason why I handed the matter over to Lin Ruoshua was because I was impressed by Lin Ruoshua's abilities through the conversation just now. Use this incident to train her. He just said that he wanted to start an investment company, and he really had this idea. He is rich now, very rich. But that's all dead money, and leaving it in the bank to earn interest is not what a rich man should do. The most profitable way is venture capital. He wanted to set up a venture capital company across the country, so naturally he needed a lot of management talent. Lin Ruoshua is the first one. Of course, Zhao Zhu also has his own ideas in other aspects. I hope Lin Ruoshua won't let me down in the future. After staying for a while, Zhao Zhu went downstairs. As soon as I stepped out of the elevator, I could feel the murderous gazes on me again. Then a female employee ran over. Chairman, here is a document that needs your signature. As the female employee spoke, she leaned towards Zhao Zhu and squeezed his arm hard. Zhao Zhu swallowed, and before he could say anything, another female employee ran over. Director Zhao, there is also a document here. Director Zhao, there is a small company that wants to cooperate with us. Mr. Zhao, this is a love letter from the cleaning lady. Etc. What does this have to do with the cleaning lady? Zhao Zhu complained wildly in his heart. In a short while, Zhao Zhu was surrounded by girls, all chatting with each other, looking very happy. During this time, Zhao Zhu's chest, face, and big hands were touched countless times. Finally, when a malicious monkey stole peaches, Zhao Zhu exploded. Stop it. The women were frightened by Zhao Zhu's arrogance. They just stared at him blankly and dared not say another word. Zhao Zhu straightened his clothes and walked out of the company gate. Handsome boys really need to protect themselves when they are outside. After Zhao Zhu left, a full 10 minutes passed in the hall before the girls came to their senses. Everyone patted their chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I just touched Mr. Zhao's chest muscles. They're so hard. I like them so much. I held Mr. Zhao's hand. I felt so safe. I hugged Mr. Zhao. I really want to hug him every day. I kissed Mr. Zhao secretly. All the women turned to look at the girl with murderous intent in their eyes, and then began to chase her frantically. Chapter 16. Buy a villa and give a beauty. Zhao Zhu would naturally never see the turmoil in the company again. He went to the parking lot, got into the Pagani under the awestruck gaze of the security guard, and drove away from the company. When passing by the security booth, several security guards saluted him in unison. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Then he looked at Zhao Zhu galloping away with envy. Once upon a time, Zhao Zhu was just a security guard who envied others' luxurious life. Now he is a wealthy man driving a sports car worth more than 20 million yuan. Zhao Zhu drove straight to the wealthy area of S City. Because he just realized that he now has a company and a car, and he will be able to marry the beauty soon. But he doesn't have a house yet. We can't let him, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, continue to live in a small hotel. Haitian Villa in the wealthy area. Haitian Villa is the most expensive villa area in S City. It is backed by Phoenix Mountain, surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, with superb scenery. It is an excellent location in the entire city. The entire villa area covers an area of nearly 1 million square meters, but there are only 38 villas. Each villa has a private swimming pool, a 3-courtyard design, and a duplex villa with mountain views. As for the price, the lowest is around 60 million, and the highest is as high as 500 million. It can be said that Haitian Villa is the most expensive house in S City, and it can also be said to be the flagship of all real estate in the entire S City. But what made Zhao Zhu curious was that this Haitian villa was not the masterpiece of Zalone Group. You know, Zalone Group is the leading giant in the real estate industry in City S, but it failed to grab a good location like Haitian villa? Can't even compete with this leader? I'm afraid the other party has a background stronger than the Pei family. But no matter what the background was, Zhao Zhu felt that it had nothing to do with him. He is just a consumer and comes to buy a house. How can the other party refuse him? When we drove to Haitian Villa, the security guard naturally couldn't say much when he saw such a luxury car. He let us pass without even asking any questions. As soon as I arrived at the parking lot and opened the car door, someone came to greet me. The man who came was a middle-aged man, wearing an exquisite black suit, with a slim figure and a capable appearance. Hello, sir. I am Chao Dihai, the sales manager of Haitian Villas. Please come in and discuss anything you need. Isn't there a sales lady at Hai Tian Villa? Of course there is. However, the houses in Haitian Villa are almost sold out, and only a few are left at this time. And they are all relatively expensive. The cheapest one costs 90 million acres, while the most expensive one is a staggering 500 million. Chao Dihai saw that Zhao Zhu was driving a Pagani worth 20 million yuan, which was enough to prove that he was a wealthy man. Maybe I can buy that mansion worth 500 million. The sales manager will naturally not give such a big deal to others. Zhao Zhu walked into the hall and sat down on the leather sofa. Chao Dihai handed over a cup of coffee with a flattering look on his face. Sir, please have some coffee. What kind of apartment would you like to see this time? Zhao Zhu lay on the sofa, picked up the cup and took a sip of coffee. There was a bitter taste in his throat and his facial features wrinkled. I put the coffee cup down and thought, is this the only thing rich people drink? Buy the most expensive one you have here. Zhao Zhu smacked his lips and said. Chao Dihai was secretly delighted. Was the most expensive villa that had been vacant for so many years finally going to be sold to him? But still out of caution, Chao Dihai whispered, Sir, may I ask your name? My last name is Zhao Zhu. Chao Dihai said respectfully, Mr. Zhao, it is like this. Here, the most expensive villa is priced at around 500 million. And if you want to buy this villa, you need a deposit of 5 million, and you also need capital verification. The so-called capital verification is that some developers need to check the client's assets to see if they are of sufficient quality in order to select accurate customers. Only after the capital verification is passed, will you be eligible to buy a house. Zhao Zhu had also heard of capital verification before. But he feels that capital verification is required when buying a house, which makes the developer seem stingy and lacking in vision. What's more, Zhao Zhu always felt that this was also a kind of hunger marketing routine. All in all, he didn't like it very much. So Zhao Zhu's attitude became a little cold, and then he took out his bank card and handed it to Chao Dihai. When Chao Dihai saw that Zhao Zhu took out an ordinary card, his face darkened. You have to know that people who have 500 million in bank deposits are all big bank customers and have already upgraded to black or diamond cards. It is highly unlikely that such an ordinary card would have that much money on it. So this young man is here to cause trouble? Behind the Haitian Villa is a company called Hongrun Real Estate, which is not a local industry in S City. But it came from faraway Kyoto. Regardless of whether Hongrun Real Estate has any influence in Kyoto, it suddenly broke into S City and took a big share of the pie with an extremely tough attitude. He has long been regarded as a thorn in the side by the local wealthy businessmen in S City. Therefore, the overt and covert provocations and struggles have never stopped. Chao Dihai naturally regarded Zhao Zhu as a pawn of those people. His face darkened and he handed the card to a female salesperson. Go and help this gentleman verify his ID. If there's only a few cents in the bank, call security over immediately. Chao Dihai spoke loudly and with a slightly harsh tone, and it was obvious that he was deliberately mocking. But Zhao Zhu remained unmoved and still sat on the sofa calmly. He was naturally not afraid of any capital verification. I'm just curious, why did the sales manager suddenly change his attitude? Don't want to sell your house? About 5 minutes later, the female salesperson came jogging over and whispered something in Chao Dihai's ear. Immediately afterwards, Chao Dihai's body trembled, and when he looked at Zhao Zhu again, his eyes were filled with shock. He just checked Zhao Zhu's account and found that the balance was still several hundred billion. Wow, what does it mean to have a balance of hundreds of billions? In the entire S City, even the 4 major families that own companies with a market value of hundreds of billions dare not say that the balance of an individual S account can reach hundreds of billions. You should know that hundreds of billions of assets refer to fixed assets. Those who can actually own hundreds of billions of liquid assets are extremely rare in a city. No, even in Kyoto, there are not many young men with such strength. Not to mention that the Haitian villa is a house worth 500 million yuan. If the young man in front of him wants to buy it, I'm afraid the entire Haitian villa is a piece of cake for him. Maybe the young man in front of him might be one of the top family members in Kyoto. Thinking of this, Zhao Dihai looked at Zhao Zhu again with eyes full of passion, the same as those of the female employees of Zalone Group. I wish I could eat Zhao Zhu. Being stared at by a man with such eyes, Zhao Zhu couldn't help but shiver. Mr. Zhao, let's continue our conversation. Do you want to go and see the house? Zhao Dihai's expression changed again and he spoke earnestly. Zhao Zhu moved away from the man unnoticeably. I still want to talk to someone else. Zhao Dihai's face froze. He knew that he had offended this gentleman just now, and hurriedly said with a smile. Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll go get you someone else right away. After saying this, Zhao Dihai hurriedly left the hall. After a moment, a fragrance came to his face, and Zhao Zhu felt a warm and soft jade in his arms. When he looked down, he saw a charming and sexy beauty lying in his arms. The beauty was wearing a black miniskirt and black stockings tightly wrapped around her plump thighs. The 5 toes in the high heels are plump and neat, painted bright red, which is particularly attractive. The woman had fair skin and a slightly plump figure. She wore a small off-shoulder tank top, and her chest was full of undulating shapes. Even the clothes were tight to her. But when she was held in Zhao Zhu's arms, she did not seem heavy. Instead, she felt soft to the touch, as if she had no bones. Especially the appearance of this girl, with her foxy eyes, peach blossom pupils, a red cherry mouth, and big waves down to her waist. She is truly an enchanting and charming beauty. Zhao Zhu couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Zhu always thought he had seen enough beauties. For example, Pei Nanju and Lin Ruoxue. These two people have different styles, one is a capable strong woman, and the other is a weak little girl. Both of them are unique beauties and have hot bodies. But Zhao Zhu endured it for both of them. Only with the woman in front of him did Zhao Zhu feel a little impulsive. Chapter 17 Mo Yunxi. The beautiful woman lying in Zhao Zhu's arms is called Mo Yunxi. She came to Haitian Villa just a month ago and works as a salesperson. Because the Haitian villas are so high-end, after a few years, the only houses left are more expensive ones. She has only received the minimum wage this month and has not closed any deals. Originally, Mo Yunxi didn't take Zhao Zhu's coming seriously. But when she saw the balance in Zhao Zhu's card, she realized what it meant to be a true person. What's more, this god of wealth asked to buy a house worth 500 million. If this house is sold, the commission alone will be nearly 10 million. Mo Yunxi's heart also began to heat up. But she soon felt disappointed because such good things would rarely happen to her. After all, there are seniors ahead of her who are well versed in this field, and ahead of them are sales managers. So whenever the sales manager Zhao Dihai came to her, she was always confused. Will you do it? After it's done, we'll split the profits 50-50. Of course Mo Yunxi knew that Zhao Dihai came to her because she was quite pretty. This kind of thing is obviously selling one's body. How could a pure girl like her do such a thing? Seeing Mo Yunxi looking embarrassed, Zhao Dihai cursed her in his heart, a stinky bitch, and had to change his words. You take 7 and I take 3. This is the bottom line. A charming smile appeared on Mo Yunxi's lips. Make a deal. So she twisted her graceful waist, took off her coat, revealing a small black vest. Mo Yunxi straightened his back, and his chest surged even more violently. When she reached Zhao Zhu, she threw herself into his arms. Sir, you want to buy that 500 million house? Mo Yunxi clearly noticed the fiery and aggressive gaze of the young man in front of him. She was well aware of her advantages, so she raised her long, beautiful legs and rubbed Zhao Zhu's arm. A sweet tongue stretched out from the little vermilion mouth and licked the lips. Coupled with her blurred eyes and charming look, she is extremely seductive. Zhao Zhu swallowed his saliva. In this situation, if he doesn't go forward, wouldn't he be unworthy of being a man? With the warm and soft beauty in his arms, Zhao Zhu tightened his grip and pulled the warm body closer. He lowered his head and moved closer until they were only a few centimeters apart. Eyes met. The hot breath slapped the two people's faces. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous. A smile gradually appeared at the corners of Zhao Zhu's mouth. Sister, we have to go and see whether we should buy that house or not. In addition, Zhao Zhu leaned over and gently bit Mo Yunqi's earlobe, causing the latter to tremble all over. Mo Yunqi only felt that the voice of the man in front of him was magnetic and attractive, and he almost fell for him. Whether to buy it or not also depends on my sister's performance. Stinky brother. Mo Yunqi was startled and suddenly felt a pain in his back. Of course Mo Yunqi understood what this meant. Even though she was experienced, her pretty face turned red and she hurriedly escaped from Zhao Zhu's arms. She stood beside Zhao Zhu in a coquettish manner, and her unintentional twist just now revealed a glimpse of her skirt, which made Zhao Zhu dry his mouth. Zhao Zhu laughed, stood up, put his arms around Mo Yunqi's soft waist, and gently played with the tender flesh around her waist. Sister, let's go look at the house. Zhao Zhu lowered his head and whispered softly into Mo Yunqi's red ear. Mo Yunqi nodded and leaned against Zhao Zhu. The white and tender little hand climbed on Zhao Zhu's big hand and scratched it gently. Her eyes are as charming as silk and her breath is as sweet as orchid. What a bad brother. In just a few moments, the two of them made endless little moves to test each other. They were truly two evenly matched opponents. Chao Dihai, who was standing aside, secretly watched the two of them, seeing how affectionate they were, and secretly cursed them in his heart, "You stinking bitch." Mo Yunqi is indeed good-looking, and has a natural charm that is alluring and captivating. Chao Dihai had hinted at Mo Yunqi many times since she joined the company, but unfortunately Mo Yunqi had always evaded the question. He had originally given up, thinking that Mo Yunqi was also some kind of chaste and heroic woman, but he didn't expect that her true colors were revealed in front of Zhao Zhu. She is a typical vixen, posing and flirting. But soon Chao Dihai's eyes became hot again. "You nasty bitch, after this is over, I will definitely get you. Let you serve me comfortably." Zhao Zhu and Mo Yunqi hugged each other all the way out of the sales office. The villa area has a large green area. Willow trees more than 10 meters high are planted on both sides of the road. There are occasionally a few unknown small flowers on the lawn, which are blooming brightly. The two walked for about 10 minutes and finally arrived at the Villa King worth 500 million that Zhao Zhu wanted to buy. The entire villa is of antique design, with a Jiangnan courtyard style, white walls and green tiles, and is elegant and refined with a beautiful environment. Stepping through the arch, there is a huge swimming pool. The water in the pool is crystal clear and appears to be changed frequently. After entering the archway, Mo Yunqi left Zhao Zhu's arms and no longer had that seductive look on her face. On the contrary, I became much more serious. "Mr. Zhao, my name is Mo Yunqi, and I'm a salesperson at Haitian Villa. Please follow me. This is our super large swimming pool. The water is automatically changed every half a day. The water in the pool is all spring water from Phoenix Mountain behind it, without any impurities, and can even be drunk, especially for making tea." Mo Yunqi was in high spirits when introducing her, even though she was still a so-called hot girl in a waist-bearing tank top. But at this moment she was more like a sacred salesperson. Then she took Zhao Zhu's hand and led him into the gate of the villa. The entire villa is a 3-story duplex building, high-end and elegant. After Mo Yunqi opened the door, her red lips slightly opened. "Xiaoji, turn on the lights, turn on the TV, turn on the air conditioner, turn on the speakers, and play some music." Soon, the living room, which was originally a little dim, suddenly became bright. The interior decoration of the hall is entirely European in design, extremely luxurious and magnificent. "Mr. Zhao, all the appliances in the villa are intelligently managed and very convenient to use." Before Mo Yunqi could continue his introduction, then a melodious melody rose. What a coincidence, it was the phoenix seeking the phoenix. "Mr. Zhao, let me explain the interior decoration to you now. The set of tables and chairs you see now are all made of pure mahogany." Before Mo Yunqi could finish her words, she suddenly cried out and was picked up by Zhao Zhu around the waist. A charming voice sounded in her ears. "Sister, I already know this house is very luxurious. But what I want to know most now is what the bedroom looks like." Mo Yunqi's pretty face turned slightly red, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she said shyly, "The master bedroom is on the left." Zhao Zhu carried Mo Yunqi to the bedroom and kicked the door open. The master bedroom is also very large, covered with expensive and luxurious carpets, and most importantly, the big bed in the master bedroom is a waterbed. Zhao Zhu threw Mo Yunqi onto the bed and pounced on him like a hungry tiger. With a swish sound, amid Mo Yunqi's cries, the two of them entangled with each other. After a long time, the whole room was in a mess, with the two people's clothes scattered all over the floor. Zhao Zhu lay on the bed, hugging Mo Yunqi and entering sage mode. Mo Yunqi's face was flushed. She hugged Zhao Zhu and fell asleep like a lazy kitten. Zhao Zhu turned his head and gently kissed Mo Yunqi's beautiful red lips. Strictly speaking, Mo Yunqi should be Zhao Zhu's first woman. So Zhao Zhu decided that he would not treat her unfairly. Chapter 18 Poverty Limits My Imagination. It was not until the evening that Mo Yunqi woke up slowly. When I opened my eyes, I saw Zhao Zhu's handsome face, and then I looked down at myself. She was completely naked and was clinging to Zhao Zhu like an octopus. After all, the two of them had just met and did such a thing as soon as they met. Although she had been prepared for the money, the progress was too fast. Thinking of this, Mo Yunqi couldn't help but blush. She left Zhao Zhu's body awkwardly, but felt pain there when she moved. In the afternoon, the two of them were so intense, not to mention that it was Mo Yunqi's first time. Pain is inevitable. Rest a little longer. A gentle and charming voice came, and a strong arm was placed on her shoulder. So Mo Yunqi returned to Zhao Zhu's strong chest again. Mo Yunqi buried his face in the man's chest, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat, and felt inexplicably at peace. That, Mr. Zhao, don't get me wrong. I'm not that kind of fickle woman. And don't worry, I will never bother you again after this time. Zhao Zhu smiled when he heard this and gently played with Mo Yunqi's hair. How about I pester you from now on? Mo Yunqi looked up in surprise and looked at Zhao Zhu's half-smile, which didn't seem fake. She originally thought that her relationship with Zhao Zhu was just a fleeting one, where both of them got what they wanted. She got millions in commission, and Zhao Zhu got her body. After that, the two naturally parted ways. The road is wide and we can each walk on one side. This is the usual scene of rich men playing with women. But what does this young man in front of me mean? Mo Yunqi was a little confused. Zhao Zhu continued. To be honest, I'm still a virgin. This is not only your first time, but also my first time. Virgin, who are you kidding? Mo Yunqi pouted her lips, somewhat unconvinced. How could a wealthy man with an account balance of hundreds of billions, and a young man in his 20s, be a virgin? Even if an ordinary young man cannot say how many girls he has slept with, there are probably not many virgins. Zhao Zhu of course knew what Mo Yunqi was thinking, and said with a wry smile. I know you don't believe it, but you don't have to believe it. You just need to know that you will be my woman from now on. Mr. Zhao, are you going to support me? Let me be a canary? Zhao Zhu placed his chin on top of her head and rubbed it gently. Of course not. If you find someone you like in the future, you can leave me. Then it will depend on whether you, a woman, are ruthless enough to hurt the heart of a pure little virgin like me. Mo Yunqi was amused by him and punched Zhao Zhu lightly on the chest with her little pink fist. How could I possibly be willing to give you up? You are a wealthy man worth hundreds of billions, and you are still so young. Anyone who is willing to give you up is a fool. Zhao Zhu couldn't help but smile. Zhao Zhu naturally knew about Mo Yunqi. She did it for his money. But since she is his first woman, he has this responsibility. Rest for a while and then get up. Let's go sign the contract and then go eat. More than half an hour later, Zhao Zhu and Mo Yunqi left the villa talking and laughing. When I arrived at the sales department, it was already time to get off work. But Zhao Zhu did not come back, and no one dared to leave. This is the power and dominance of rich people. In this society, rich people are the dads, and it seems that what they say is absolutely true. After signing the contract and paying the money, Chao Dihai handed over the keys respectfully. Then the two of them left the sales office under the envious gazes of the female sales staff. Sister Mo has made a fortune this time. The commission for a house worth 500 million is nearly 10 million. That little bit of money is nothing. Didn't you see that Sister Mo has successfully boarded a big ship? Maybe she will become the wife of a wealthy family in the future. Oh, if I had known, I would have done it earlier. Last time I accompanied a 50-year-old man, but I didn't sell the house. Yeah, I heard Sister Mo is still a rookie. How can she know as many tricks as I do? Envy is envy, sigh is sigh, whether lucky or unlucky, that is someone else's life. Your life has to go on. The girls could only pack up their things and go home to cook after work. Pagani drives on the road accompanied by thrilling sound waves. Along the way, passers-by looked sideways. Mo Yunqi sat in the passenger seat, looking at everything in the car curiously. She was a girl from a small county in the north and attended an unknown university in S City. I stayed here after graduation, and thanks to my good looks, I was able to work in several listed companies. However, every time she would encounter an old gangster who wanted to bully her, and Mo Yunchi really couldn't bear it. So basically, I change jobs after every few months. To put it simply, Mo Yunchi thinks that he is just an ordinary person among the countless people. How many chances does an average person have to ride in a sports car? Mo Yunchi touched the leather interior of the car and asked curiously. This sports car is quite expensive, how much does it cost? Zhao Zhu drove slowly and smiled faintly. It's not very expensive, about 20 million. More than 20 million. Mo Yunchi opened her mouth slightly, looking extremely cute. It's really poverty that limits her imagination. Even if she was beaten to death, she couldn't even imagine that a car would cost more than 20 million. More than 20 million yuan would be enough to buy a high-rise building in her hometown. Mo Yunchi turned her head to look at Zhao Zhu, who was driving, with stars in her eyes. She thought to herself that her choice was indeed the right one. Although Mo Yunchi looks charming, she is actually a conservative person, which can be seen from the fact that she has changed jobs many times. This time she decided to devote herself, partly because of the temptation of those millions. Secondly, it's because the man in front of me is so outstanding. He is young and handsome, has a net worth of hundreds of billions, and is also very good in that aspect, which even makes her a little overwhelmed. Which woman doesn't like this kind of man? I'm afraid that even a woman who cherishes her chastity the most will not be able to resist throwing herself at him at that time. What do you want to eat? Zhao Zhu's gentle voice interrupted Mo Yunchi's reverie, and she thought for a while and said, How about I treat you to a meal? You've made me millions today, so I should be the one treating you. Zhao Zhu nodded and agreed. Okay, then you decide where to eat. Mo Yunchi chuckled, his eyes narrowed into beautiful crescents. Let's eat street food that rich people like you would never eat. I'll show you around. Zhao Zhu laughed loudly, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Chapter 19, Invisible Pretense. Pagani drove around the city for about half an hour and stopped at a food street. Zhao Zhu found a parking space, and as soon as the two got out of the car, they were surrounded by onlookers. Countless passers-by took out their mobile phones and took photos with flashlights. What the hell is this sports car? It's so cool. This sports car must be worth several $1 million at least. I don't know who this couple is. And this couple is a perfect match. The man is handsome and rich, and the woman is beautiful. Are these two people celebrities? They are really good looking. At this time, a thin middle-aged man wearing a plaid shirt emerged from the crowd. He walked up to the two of them, took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Zhu. Hello, I'm the PR manager of Nebula Media. I think you two have good looks. Are you interested in signing with our company? What? A talent scout? Zhao Zhu never expected that they would meet a scout, but he still waved his hand and refused. Sorry, not interested. The scout still didn't give up, so he chased after him and spoke quickly. Sir, do you really not consider this cooperation? As long as you sign a contract with our company, the benefits you will receive will be limitless. By then, if you become a household name, earning millions a month will be a piece of cake. Benefit? Millions? Do I care about your millions? Zhao Zhu sighed and thought to himself, it was you who forced me to show off. He glanced at his Pagani, and the scout followed his gaze and was immediately shocked. The car I drive alone costs more than 20 million. What benefits do you think your company can bring to me that would be enough to attract me? Stop pretending, let us get real. I am a billionaire. After saying that, Zhao Zhu pulled Mo Yunchi into the crowd. The scout was left alone, looking at the Pagani sports car, disheveled in the wind. At this moment, there were only 3 questions circling in his mind. Who I am? Where am I? What should I do? The snack street is not too long, only about 200 or 300 meters. The road is paved with bluestone, which has an ancient style and charm. Various small shops line the streets on both sides. The street is bustling with people, most of whom are holding snacks in their hands and eating happily. There are many stores in the food street, but none of them are big. They all sell special foods from all over the country. Waves of aroma spread across the snack street. Mo Yunchi raised his nose and sniffed, then his eyes lit up and he pulled Zhao Zhu forward. The two stopped in front of a small stall. The stall was not big, with only 2 or 3 tables. But the place was full at that time, so the two could only stand aside and wait quietly. The stall has no sign and the boss is the only one working there. After the stall owner finished his work and brought out a large steaming bowl, he noticed the 2 people. It's Xiao and Mo who's here. Wait, I'll put another table for you. The stall owner was a lady in her 50s, with a simple face and a bright smile. After she handed the big bowl to the guest, she took out a set of table and chairs for the two of them. This must be your boyfriend, he's so handsome. The eldest sister said to Mo Yunshi with a smile. Mo Yunshi smiled shyly, indicating his agreement. The eldest sister smiled even more brightly, looking at Mo Yunshi as if she were her own daughter. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Zhu, pretending to be serious. Young man, you have to treat Xiao Mo well. It's not easy for a girl to make a living in a big city. Of course, of course. Zhao Zhu was extremely terrified. Oh, sister, please stop teasing him. Mo Yunshi said with a smile. Okay, okay. The eldest sister laughed even harder. Xiao Mo, did you order the same thing as before? Yes. 2 big bowls, no cilantro. Okay. I haven't been here for a long time. I'll give you some more ingredients. After saying that, the elder sister turned around and went inside to get busy. After a while, the eldest sister brought 2 large steaming bowls and placed them in front of the two of them. You two eat first, I'm going to go get busy. In front of Zhao Zhu and the other person were 2 large bowls of braised steamed buns, which were delicious in color, aroma, and taste. Mo Yunshi couldn't wait to pick up the chopsticks first, picked up a piece of pig intestines, put it into his mouth, and then had an expression of enjoyment on his face. You have to know that Mo Yunshi is already charming and attractive, with great charm. At this time, coupled with the bustling atmosphere of the city, she seemed like the beautiful fox demon in the legend. Why don't you eat it? Are you used to eating big fish and meat, and you're not used to eating this? It was only then that Mo Yunshi realized that Zhao Zhu was staring at him, and he thought that this super rich man looked down on these things. Let me tell you, even though these are just worthless offal, this is a time-honored brand in the capital. It is unique and many people want to eat it but cannot. By the way, do you know what this thing is called? Braised and baked. Zhao Zhu picked up a piece of fire-baked bread and put it in his mouth. It tasted really good. It's a snack from the capital. It's about being cooked through without being sticky, and the meat being tender but not mushy. Fuck, you're a billionaire, and you know about stewed pork? Mo Yunshi opened her mouth slightly, her beautiful eyes widened, and her face showed an expression of disbelief. In her opinion, shouldn't these wealthy people have been eating steak and pasta since childhood? When eating, it's not about eating enough, but about the mood? Shouldn't they feel disgusted by something like this made from sewage? How does Zhao Zhu know so clearly? Mo Yunshi was finding it increasingly difficult to understand this rich young man. Seeing Mo Yunshi's surprised expression, Zhao Zhu knew that he was pretending to be a little bit arrogant again. He took a few more big bites, then picked up a clove of garlic and threw it into his mouth. If you don't add garlic to your meat, the flavor will be half gone. Chuckle, chuckle. Mo Yunshi's laughter sounded like a silver bell, pleasant to the ears. You stinky little brother, you really don't look like a rich man, but like an ordinary boy. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, I am just an ordinary person. But do you often come here to eat? This place is not far from the university I attended before, and this lady happened to be from my hometown, so we became familiar with each other after a few visits. Just at this moment, Zhao Zhu called. It was Pei Nanju. As soon as I picked up the phone, Pei Nanju's anxious voice came. Zhao Zhu, do you have time now? My father is awake. Pei Nanju's father woke up? Zhao Zhu picked up the phone and motioned for Mo Yunshi to answer the call himself. When they reached a secluded place, Zhao Zhu said, Nanju, how is your father? Does he feel unwell? It's okay. My father is in good health and can get out of bed now. But my father wants to see you. Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, how about tomorrow? I'll go there early tomorrow morning. Good. After the two of them made an agreement, Zhao Zhu hung up the phone. Just as I turned my head, I found a man walking up to Mo Yunshi, taking out his cell phone and seemed to be saying something. Are you asking for contact information? In fact, it is no wonder. Mo Yunshi's figure and appearance are both above 95 points, making her a peerless beauty. It is inevitable that someone will approach you when you walk on the street. But Mo Yunshi is his woman, can Zhao Zhu give him this opportunity? Chapter 20, How to Pick Up Girls. When Zhao Zhu left his seat to answer the phone, Mo Yunshi finally had the chance to enjoy a hearty meal. Just now when Zhao Zhu was here, she really didn't feel comfortable revealing her true nature. You should know that when she was in college, she was known as a beautiful glutton. After Zhao Zhu left, Mo Yunqi picked up the big bowl and started eating with big mouthfuls. A bite of pork intestines, a bite of pork belly, and then a bite of roasted bread. How delicious. Just when Mo Yunqi was eating happily, a man's voice suddenly disturbed her. Beauty, are you eating alone? Mo Yunqi swallowed the fire in his mouth and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. When she poked her little face out of the bowl, she saw a strange man who had come uninvited and sat opposite her. There are people here, you should sit somewhere else. An ordinary young man, not handsome in appearance and with ordinary temperament. Mo Yunqi just took a look and continued eating. The man smiled awkwardly, looking embarrassed but not discouraged, and took out his cell phone. Beauty, add me on WeChat. Mo Yunqi remained unmoved, watching the big bowl of braised pork almost empty. Then she put down the bowl and looked at the bowl that belonged to Zhao Zhu. I thought to myself that he didn't seem to like it very much, so why don't I eat it for him? The man sitting opposite Mo Yunqi was so embarrassed that he could dig out a 2-bedroom apartment with his feet. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else, but finally sighed and left his seat. But as soon as he stood up, he saw a young man in his early 20s looking at him with a smile. Dude, is this a failed attempt to flirt? The man shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is the 8th time today, and I haven't been able to get a single WeChat. Your method is wrong, of course not. Girls nowadays all like the domineering CEO style, so you have to be a little domineering to get her. So, I'll give you an example, and whether you can figure out something from it depends on your luck. The man's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. Zhao Shu smiled secretly in his heart, walked to Mo Yunqi, bent down and put his arm around her shoulders. Then he pulled her into his arms and kissed her soft scarlet lips. It feels soft and slightly sweet, and is addictive at the slightest touch. Especially when the two of them kissed, the desire in Mo Yunqi's heart completely burst out. She suddenly put down the big bowl in her hand and hugged Zhao Zhu's broad shoulders tightly with both hands. He pressed his whole body against Zhao Zhu and began to respond to his enthusiasm fiercely. After a full 10 minutes, the two finally parted their lips amid heavy breathing. Mo Yunqi's eyes were blurred, his cheeks were flushed, and he collapsed in Zhao Zhu's arms. Zhao Zhu came to his senses, turned around and said to the man happily. Brother, do you understand? This is how you should deal with women. I will teach you. I will teach you. From today on, you will be my mentor. The man was extremely excited. For a long time, he had basically never been successful in adding beautiful women on WeChat, and he originally thought it was his own fault. I didn't expect that my approach was wrong. Fortunately, I met my mentor. Men are grateful. Then the man left to look for his next prey. Before leaving, the man gave Zhao Zhu a box of cigarettes and said that he would recognize him as his master from now on. Zhao Zhu was laughing loudly. You are so mean. Mo Yunqi lay in Zhao Zhu's arms and also giggled. When the two of them had laughed enough, Zhao Zhu had already sat back in his seat and smiled. It seems that the allure of the beautiful Lady Mo is really great. She has attracted flies in just a short time. Feeling the sourness in Zhao Zhu's tone, Mo Yunqi couldn't help but speak. Brother, are you jealous? I didn't. Zhao Zhu refused to admit it. Mo Yunqi chuckled, rolled his eyes, and suddenly stood up from Zhao Zhu's arms. He stretched out his hand and said to another stall, Uncle Wang, 2 grilled kidneys, and 2 grilled oysters to take away. This shouting made all the diners nearby look towards their table. Especially that look, which almost killed Zhao Zushi. Kidneys? Oysters? Are those things that nourish the kidneys and strengthen the young? He's quite a young man, isn't he good at that? Nowadays, young people indulge in excessive sexual activities, so it is normal for them to not be able to do it. Yeah, I heard that young people nowadays have very messy private lives, and they often hang out with a lot of people. It's normal for them to feel weak. You are so young, but you don't need these things. Alas. Zhao Zhu also heard the discussions of people nearby, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed out loud. The smile is very playful and meaningful. I say, Sister Mo, you are asking for trouble by doing this. Ah. Mo Yunqi finally understood what was going on. He had originally wanted to play a prank on Zhao Zhu and embarrass him. But in the end, it seemed that he had to bear Zhao Zhu's wrath himself. It's not worth it for me. Mo Yunqi swallowed in his small throat and smiled bitterly. Brother, can I admit my mistake? No. Brother, can I raise the white flag and admit my mistake? No, you can't even lift your white shorts. So, that night, after they finished eating the roasted kidneys, they returned to the villa. Zhao Zhu lay on the sofa, took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Pei Nanju. What are you doing, beautiful? Are you asleep? A moment later, the phone dinged. You're not asleep yet? I'm talking to my dad. How is our dad? Is he feeling better? I'm just a little weak right now, but after taking your medicine, I feel a little more energetic now. That's great. I'll go there tomorrow morning. Okay. Wait, what do you mean by our dad? Zhao Zhu put down his phone and didn't reply to the message. Prepare to play hard to get. Anyway, it was he who cured Pei's father, and he will definitely need his help in the future. At this time, Mo Yunqi walked out of the bathroom, put his legs together, and sat on Zhao Zhu's thighs with a smile. Brother, I'm back. Zhao Zhu put down his phone and hugged Mo Yunqi. Once upon a time, a woman like Mo Yunqi, whose appearance and figure were both above 95 points, was something he could not even imagine. Now she has become his woman. Good sister. Zhao Zhu laughed, then suddenly hugged Mo Yunqi around the waist and walked towards the bedroom. Mo Yunqi tried to stick close to his ear and said coquettishly, "Stinky brother, be gentle to me." Zhao Zhu has made the decision. Punish severely. Chapter 21 Pei's father. No words were spoken that night. The next day, Zhao Zhu got up very early. Mo Yunqi was still curled up on the bed and sleeping soundly, with some blush on his little face. Although both of them were virgins, they were addicted to it and couldn't stop. We fought 3 times last night and didn't stop until 3 or 4 in the morning. In the end, it was only after Mo Yunqi begged hard that Zhao Zhu let her go. I am already so happy with Mo Yunqi, so what about being with the always arrogant Pei Nanju? For example, with the pitiful Lin Ruoxue? I think the taste is different. It seems like I've been a little horny lately. Zhao Zhu laughed awkwardly a few times and stopped thinking about these things. It's more important to focus on business. System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Reward the host with God-level driving skills. Before Zhao Zhu could react to what the God-level thing was, a stream of information about driving skills flowed directly into his mind. In just a short moment, Zhao Zhu had mastered all that knowledge. My goodness, am I not better than those professional racing drivers now? Zhao Zhu was amazed. Now he can be said to be the best racing driver in the world. The knowledge about driving skills in your mind is not just about driving techniques. It even includes the characteristics of various models and driving methods. These are enough to make Zhao Zhu an all-round racing driver. Damn, fast on the curve is really fast. Zhao Zhu said proudly. At this time, Mo Yunqi woke up from the bed. She stood up and stretched lazily. The cascading hair slides down her shoulders, revealing the spring beauty. Zhao Zhu turned his head away, feeling hot inside, but he was not going to torture her anymore. He strode over, held her in his arms, and spoke lovingly. Thank you for your hard work last night. You don't have to go to work today. Just take a day off here. And you should quit your job here. I will open a company in the future and you will be the boss wife. Mo Yunqi buried his head in Zhao Zhu's arms and hummed twice obediently. Anyway, she is Zhao Zhu's woman now, so of course whatever he says goes. By the way, I got 7 million yuan in commission from selling you this house. Do you want me to give it to you as equity capital for your company? Zhao Zhu laughed out loud. No, do you think I look like someone who needs your millions? You should keep the money. Even though it's not much, it can be used as pocket money. 7 million as pocket money? I really don't understand this world of rich people. After hearing this, Mo Yunqi gave up and yawned. Then I'll sleep a little longer. Zhao Zhu kissed her on the forehead, then left the villa and headed straight for the hospital. S-City First Hospital. VIP ward. When Zhao Zhu opened the door, he was shocked by the decoration of the VIP ward. The interior is spacious and luxuriously decorated. The floor is covered with expensive coral fleece carpet and the house is fully equipped with various home appliances, which is even not inferior to a hotel. It's completely different from an ordinary 4-person ward. Zhao Zhu smelled a sour odor of money from here. You know, along the way in the inpatient department, there are countless people sleeping in the corridors. The area of the VIP ward alone is several times larger than that of an ordinary ward. The problem is that there is only one person living here. Zhao Zhu once again truly felt that money is everything, and this statement was absolutely true. In the ward, Pei Nanju was sitting in front of the bed, talking to Pei's father. Seeing Zhao Zhu coming, her beautiful eyes lit up and she stood up quickly. Zhao Zhu, you're here. Zhao Zhu nodded, walked to the bedside, and said politely, Uncle Pei. Hello, Xiao Zhao. Come, sit down. Father Pei's voice was a little weak, and he smiled and nodded at Zhao Zhu. But for some reason, Zhao Zhu always felt that Pei's father's eyes were somewhat hostile. Pei's father is called Pei Xianzong, a native of S City. Decades ago, he was just an ordinary office worker. Later, by chance, he went from being penniless to starting from scratch. After decades of ups and downs in the business world and intrigues, he finally created this huge foundation. A business tycoon like him is equivalent to a winner who crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Naturally, he has a heavy mind and a sharp eye. Since waking up last night, he has been listening to his beloved daughter chattering on and on about Zhao Zhu. First, this guy worked as a security guard and saved Pei Nanju's life. Then he came to the rescue and injected 50 billion yuan into the company. In the end, without spending a penny, he owned 60% of the shares of Zilong Real Estate and became the de facto helmsman of Zilong Real Estate. In Pei Nanju's words, that is called turning the tide, and Zhao Zhu is Zilong's greatest benefactor. Looking at the property that originally belonged to him, it now belongs to a young man he didn't even know. Pei Xianzong was of course feeling uncomfortable. On the other hand, it was also because of Pei Nanju. Pei Nanju has always been aloof and has rarely taken a liking to any man in the world. Now he mentions Zhao Zhu on his left and Zhao Zhu on his right. And when he talked about how Zhao Zhu saved him with acupuncture, his face was so excited that stars seemed to appear in his eyes. It is obvious that Pei Nanju is interested in Zhao Zhu. The daughter whom I have worked so hard to raise for so many years is about to be eaten by a pig. No wonder Pei Xianzong felt a little jealous. But overall, Pei Xianzong had no ill intentions and was still very grateful to Zhao Zhu. Xiao Zhao, Nanju has told me what happened during my coma. Thanks so much for your help. I am so grateful to you. Zhao Zhu quickly said, Uncle Pei, you're welcome. Nanju is my friend, and it's only natural for me to help her. Friend? Pei Xianzong had a half smile on his face. Xiao Zhao, I haven't asked you yet. You've put so much effort into Nanju. Are you really just an ordinary friend? Dad. Pei Nanju's face flushed, and he said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Zhu and I have only known each other for 2 days. Zhao Zhu smiled in his heart and said, Uncle Pei, Nanju and I are indeed just ordinary friends, but it may be possible in the future. Pei Xianzong nodded and said meaningfully, Where are you from, Xiao Zhao? You can easily take out hundreds of billions, so your family must be quite rich. Zhao Zhu was prepared in his heart, and said cheerfully, I am a local of S City, my family is just an ordinary person, and I don't have much money. I don't have much money, but how can I easily have hundreds of billions of funds? Could you please be more reliable when you lie? Pei Xianzong just thought that Zhao Zhu didn't want to say more, since the young man had no ill will towards the Pei family. It doesn't really matter what his identity is. Now that the Pei family has survived the crisis, even if Zhao Zhu's identity is really outstanding, Pei Xianzong has no need to curry favor with him. What happens next is to take revenge on the Li family. He had already learned from Pei Nanju that the culprit behind all this was the Li family. Chapter 22 Shame. When it comes to the Li family, Pei Xianzong feels so angry that his teeth itch. The other party not only wants to occupy his company, but also wants his life. The most outrageous thing is that they even created a strange poisonous insect. If Zhao Zhu hadn't suddenly appeared, his life would have been in danger. Moreover, although Pei Xianzong saved his life, he is now physically weak. What's the difference between this and losing half his life? It is even possible that he will never be able to recover for the rest of his life and become a waste. Li family. I want you to die miserably. Zhao Zhu smiled when he noticed the murderous look on Pei Xianzong's face. Uncle Pei, don't worry about the Li family's affairs. Since they dare to provoke Nanju, I will definitely not let them have any good results. Pei Xianzong nodded. He believed in Zhao Zhu's ability and also believed that Zhao Zhu had the means. After putting this matter to rest, Pei Xianzong finally began to worry about his own health. Xiao Zhao, my body is still. Don't worry. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, You are just weak now, you just need to take the medicine I prescribed for you on time. It will take no more than 3 months to recover. That's good. That's good. Pei Xianzong finally felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. After relaxing, this once powerful business tycoon finally felt tired. He slowly lay down on the bed and took a deep breath. Countless wrinkles seemed to appear on his face with distinct features in an instant. No, I'm old after all. From now on, I will leave Zalong Group to you and Nanju to manage. Uncle Pei, don't say that. You are still in your prime. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, and to be honest with you, I will open another company in the future, and the focus will not be on Zalong real estate. You will have to continue to be the chairman of the board. Pei Xianzong nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this kid was really smart. Therefore, the way he looked at Zhao Zhu became more like the way he looked at his son. Zhao Zhu also felt the change in Pei Xianzong and was somewhat confused. Why do I feel that Father Pei's eyes have become more kind, as if he is looking at his son? After chatting with Pei Xianzong for a few more words and feeling his pulse, Zhao Zhu found nothing was wrong and prepared to leave. Nanju, go see Xiao Zhao off. Pei Xianzong gave an excellent assist. Zhao Zhu almost wanted to give Pei's father a big thumbs up on the spot. Pei Nanju blushed, stood up and followed Zhao Zhu out of the ward. In the hospital corridor, Zhao Zhu and Pei Nanju walked side by side. Pei Nanju's face flushed, and she said softly, Zhao Zhu, thank you so much this time. Not only did it help me save the company, it also saved my father. You don't have to be so polite. Zhao Zhu laughed and said, if you really want to thank me, why not do something practical? Practical? Pei Nanju showed a hint of doubt on his face, then nodded suddenly, as if to cheer himself up. Then tell me, as long as I can do it. Or we can return to Jiangling, 1,000 miles away, in one day. Zhao Zhu really wanted to say that, but their relationship was somewhat lacking and couldn't reach that point. But it is obvious that it is not Zhao Zhu's style not to take advantage of the opportunity. Since you are so determined to repay me. Zhao Zhu gave a wicked smile, then suddenly stopped talking and looked Pei Nanju up and down with lustful eyes. By the way, she threw a wink. This frightened Pei Nanju so much that he immediately crossed his arms over his chest and shook his head like a rattle. No. This is absolutely not possible. What are you thinking about? I wanted you to treat me to a meal. Ha ha ha. Zhao Zhu's evil plan succeeded. Looking at Pei Nanju's nervous expression, he laughed out loud, and his hearty laughter echoed in the corridor. Not long after, a little nurse came running out. She was short, but her mouth was extremely aggressive. You smirking guy. Stop laughing. This is a hospital, no loud noises allowed. Zhao Zhu then stopped laughing, turned around awkwardly and nodded to the young nurse. Sorry. When the young nurse saw that the man was handsome and had a good figure, her anger disappeared and she even wanted to get his contact information. When she saw Pei Nanju next to Zhao Zhu, he stared at her chest for a long time. Then look down at your own. The road ahead is smooth. The young nurse snorted coldly and muttered to herself, what's so great about that? Then she pouted and went back to the office with an unhappy look on her face. Zhao Zhu was confused, thinking, what's wrong with your attitude? Are you constipated? Zhao Zhu no longer paid attention to the young nurse. He still thought it was more interesting to tease Pei Nanju. Beauty, can you tell me something? Can't you say anything? Nothing. Pei Nanju's face flushed and she spoke quickly. I don't know what happened, but Pei Nanju, who was always clear-headed and efficient, felt like his brain was short-circuited when he met Zhao Zhu. My mind often goes blank and I can't even speak clearly. There is a saying that goes, there is water in her left brain and flour in her right brain. It would have been fine if she hadn't met Zhao Zhu, but once she met Zhao Zhu, her mind became a mess. Of course I can treat you to a meal. You can eat as much as you want. I suddenly changed my mind. Zhao Zhu stared at Pei Nanju and said with a smile. You are so rich and have a big restaurant at home. Asking you to treat me to a meal really doesn't show your sincerity. Pei Nanju asked weakly, so what do you want? Give me a kiss. When Pei Nanju heard this, he felt an explosion in his head and stood there in a daze. What did he say? He actually asked me to kiss him? How could he say that? Although Zhao Zhu helped her a lot, after all, they had only known each other for 2 days. But Pei Nanju glanced sideways slightly and secretly glanced at Zhao Zhu out of the corner of his eye. The man in front of me was tall and well-proportioned, and extremely handsome. Judging from his appearance alone, Zhao Zhu was already a rare man in this world. Pei Nanju has always been arrogant and looks down on most men in the world. It's not that there aren't any outstanding men in this world, but at least she doesn't tea like any of the men in City S. Zhao Zhu was the only man she had ever admired and approved of over the years. No, Pei Nanju even felt that his feelings for Zhao Zhu were more than just a simple liking. That feeling is stronger than liking, and much stronger. Is this feeling love? When Pei Nanju thought of this, his face turned even redder, as if water was about to drip out. After a moment, her eyes became firm. She turned around, stood on tiptoes, and quickly and lightly touched Zhao Zhu's lips. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it passes by quickly. Zhao Zhu only felt a warmth on his lips, and stared at Pei Nanju with wide eyes. Pei Nanju lowered his head so that no one could see his expression. But her red earlobes revealed her emotions at the moment. Zhao Zhu chuckled. He was just joking, but he didn't expect Pei Nanju to be so bold. If he doesn't do something now, wouldn't Zhao Zhu be unworthy of being a man? Zhao Zhu held Pei Nanju in his arms and gently lifted Pei Nanju's chin with his fingers. Looking at the plump and charming lips of the woman in his arms, he couldn't wait to kiss her. As their lips touched, a flexible tongue pried open Pei Nanju's teeth. Quickly entangled with that sweet tongue. After a long time, their lips parted. Pei Nanju leaned softly in Zhao Zhu's arms. Zhao Zhu rested his chin on Pei Nanju's head and sniffed the faint fragrance that belonged only to Pei Nanju. I couldn't help but tease her, your little tongue is so fragrant and sweet. Pei Nanju buried her face in Zhao Zhu's chest shyly. It's so embarrassing, this is in the hospital. Chapter 23 Revenge. To be honest, Zhao Zhu naturally wanted to be more affectionate for a while. It would be best if I could improve my relationship with Miss Pei. Maybe I could just gallop towards her next time. But Miss Pei didn't give him a chance. After just a kiss, she ran away shyly, leaving Zhao Zhu alone smiling foolishly in the wind. There is no possibility of taking the next step. But Zhao Zhu was not in a hurry. There was still plenty of time. He could take his time. Pei Nanju would be his sooner or later. After leaving the hospital, Zhao Zhu drove his Pagani and planned to go to Haitian Villa. Just now, Pei Nanju made him feel a little itchy, and he really needed to have a real exchange of ideas with Miss Mo Yunqi. But Zhao Zhu did not notice that there was a Toyota Prado parked on the side of the road not far from the hospital. The car owner was a middle-aged man in a suit with a gloomy face. When he saw Zhao Zhu's Pagani driving out of the hospital, he threw away the cigarette in his hand with a cold look in his eyes. The cigarette but bounced on the ground, and a few sparks flew out. I'm also doing this for money. 3 million is enough to buy my life. The man muttered something and stepped on the accelerator. The Toyota Prado started suddenly, and in an instant it accelerated to over 100 miles per hour, and crashed directly into Zhao Zhu's cab. Zhao Zhu, who had just driven out of the hospital, suddenly felt his hair tremble and he felt a huge sense of crisis for no reason. He didn't even have time to turn his head to see the situation, he just stretched out his hand and quickly changed the direction. He stepped on the accelerator hard. Pull up the handbrake casually and rub the steering wheel with your left hand. Pagani does a beautiful drift in place. The wheels of the car suddenly started to emit blue smoke. God-level driving skills. There were already many people near the hospital, and when they heard the rustling sound of the wheels of the car, they all stopped to watch. Are you showing off your driving skills? Damn it, rich people are just so arrogant. They drive a sports car worth more than 20 million and still show off their driving skills. It's a pity that we still have to run around to raise medical expenses. Wait. That doesn't seem to be the case. Finally, someone understood, but just as this person finished speaking, the Pagani changed direction instantly due to drifting. Then the Toyota Prado didn't slow down at all and crashed into it hard. Hit the rear of the Pagani. A loud bang. The Pagani sports car spun 360 degrees on the spot again, and finally hit the flower bed on the side of the road before slowly stopping. Fuck! Zhao Zhu screamed, and his whole body was hit by a huge force, and he bounced up from the seat. Then he was pulled back by the seatbelt. He fell so hard that he was dizzy and saw stars. Fortunately, he was wearing a seatbelt, which prevented him from being thrown out of the windshield. If he flew out directly, he would not only lose his life, but at least he would be crippled. When the Pagani slowly stopped, there was no more movement. Zhao Zhu was lying in the cab with a trace of blood on his forehead. He grasped the steering wheel with both hands, took a few deep breaths, and shook his head vigorously, finally sobering up a little. After opening the deformed door of the cab, Zhao Zhu staggered out. At this time, the scene was already full of people, all looking at Zhao Zhu with horror, whispering to each other and pointing. Looking at the two cars again, the Pagani flew out for more than 10 meters and the entire rear end of the car was smashed to pieces. The Toyota Prado no longer has a front end and its engine is gone. Various lubricants kept dripping, and various parts debris were scattered all over the ground. The scene can be said to be quite tragic. Shit, it's a miracle that this guy is still alive. Both cars are destroyed. It's a pity for these two cars. That Prado costs hundreds of thousands, and this sports car must be worth millions. I don't know what happened to the owner of the Prado, whether he's dead or not. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely not survive. The speed he was moving just now looked like he was seeking death. Wrong. There was a man who understood and touched his chin. There is only one truth, that is, the domineering car owner wants to murder the sports car owner. I think this was a premeditated murder. Cut. Everyone hissed in disdain. You may have watched too much Conan. Yeah, do you think we are in Japan? How can there be so many murders? Zhao Zhu wiped away the blood that was blocking his vision, squinted his eyes, and staggered to the front of the Prado car. The owner of the Toyota Prado had fainted in the driver's seat, his head covered in blood, and he was lying on the steering wheel, his life or death unknown. But Zhao Zhu's mind was now clearer, and he could clearly see that blood was slowly dripping from the crack of the driver's door. If nothing unexpected happens, this person will not survive. Zhao Zhu took another deep breath. He still felt that this matter was not simple. It was obvious that this was not a simple accident, someone wanted to take his life. But who is it? Who have you offended in S City? A kind-hearted person nearby had already reported the case, and within a few minutes someone arrived quickly. 120 drove into the scene with an anxious voice. First, Zhao Zhu was stuffed into the ambulance, and then the injured in Badeo were rescued. The entire front of the Prado has been deformed and the owner's legs have been severely squeezed. The rescue workers took great pains to save him. The only pity is that when this person was rescued, he had no vital signs. But in the end, he still entered the ambulance with Zhao Zhu. Inside the car, Zhao Zhu was lying on a stretcher, his body covered with various tubes and instruments by the nurse. In response to the young lady's question, he said nothing, turned his head and stared at the pale-faced man next to him. The owner of the domineering car is a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be a white-collar worker. But Zhao Zhu confirmed that he had never met this person before and had no grudge against him. Is it a murder for hire? Or a personal grudge? After thinking for a while, Zhao Zhu also felt a headache. He turned and looked at the nurse beside him. The nurse was only in her 20s, young and pretty. She wears a little makeup, and her facial features are not delicate, but they are definitely the kind that are pleasing to the eye. Adding to the attribute bonus of the nurse uniform, Zhao Zhu silently gave her a score of 85. Wait until you see the young lady's chest again. The road ahead is smooth. This will reduce the score by 10 points. Zhao Zhu suddenly lost interest and turned his head away. The nurse here is also very popular. She clearly felt someone's eyes were fixed on her. Then when his eyes reached his chest, he actually dodged? What? Do you look down on me? The young nurse glared with her almond-shaped eyes, picked up the tweezers viciously, picked up the disinfectant cotton and soaked it in alcohol. There was still a smile on his face, gentle and warm. It's a little painful, you have to bear with it, this is all for disinfection. As he said that, he put the disinfectant cotton on the wound on Zhao Zhu's forehead. Fuck. It hurts. Bear with it, a grown man, why should he be afraid of pain? After wiping off the blood stain, the young nurse picked up another piece. Don't worry, I've been working in surgery for 2 years, and my techniques are absolutely authentic. I will never let you get infected. In the ambulance, Zhao Zhu's heart-wrenching screams were heard. Chapter 24, Money Makes the World Go Round. Zhao Zhu arrived at the hospital and had his entire body examined. It took several hours and the inspection lasted until 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhao Zhu was a little tired after all the trouble, but in the end, nothing happened to him. Just a few minor scratches. Even the chief of surgery was amazed. You know, he also watched the video of the accident scene. In such a tragic car accident, the party that was hit was almost unharmed. This is simply too unbelievable. In fact, this is all thanks to Zhao Zhu's god-level driving skills. If it weren't for Zhao Zhu's god-level driving skills, he would probably have gone downstairs to accompany the domineering car owner. Although Zhao Zhu was in good health, the hospital still strongly requested that he stay in the hospital for one night to observe his condition. If everything is fine, you can be discharged from the hospital tomorrow. In the evening, the JC who handled the accident came to record the statement and determined that the owner of the Prado was fully responsible. Zhao Zhu also learned the identity of the owner of the Prado car from JC. The owner of the Prado is called Wang Qilian, a small manager of a garment factory under the Li Group. As for the Prado, it was a black car with no registration information at all. Of course, Zhao Zhu had no connection with Wang Qilian, let alone any grudges between them. It is obvious that Li Shichuan is behind this matter. Li Shichuan, are you so anxious to kill me? Zhao Zhu sneered, thinking that it seemed that the task of bringing down the Li family would have to move forward quickly. As he said that, he picked up his phone and called Lin Ruoxue. The call was connected quickly. Hello, Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you? How's it going? Lin Ruoxue's voice on the other side paused for a moment. Things are not going well. We have encountered a tough nut to crack. Zhao Zhu did not ask any further questions. Although Lin Ruoxue looks weak, she has a clear mind and is definitely good at getting things done. She is more professional than me in these matters. Zhao Zhu hesitated for a moment and said, I will transfer another 1 billion to you. I don't believe there is anything in this world that cannot be done with money. 3 days, at most 3 days, I want the Li Group to go bankrupt. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Zhu lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling of the hospital. Li Shichuan wants to kill me. If I don't do something, wouldn't it be too unfair to him? Your Guohua bank account has successfully transferred 1 billion yuan, and the remaining. Lin Ruoxue looked at the messages on her phone and sighed. My boss is really rich. It's just that it's a bit too difficult. However, under the tremendous pressure exerted by Zhao Zhu, Lin Ruoxue's work efficiency increased greatly. In just 2 days, she took down 5 directors of the Li Group and 2 government officials. Putting the phone back into her bag, Lin Ruoxue turned and walked into Changsheng Restaurant. Changsheng Restaurant is one of the largest restaurants in S City, and its specifications and grade are no less than those of Maishishan. After entering the restaurant, Lin Ruoxue was led by the waiter into a private room. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a huge round table that can seat more than a dozen people, with countless delicious dishes on it. It is delicious and makes your mouth water. It's a pity that there are only 2 people in this huge box. Sitting opposite Lin Ruoxue was a well-proportioned middle-aged man. The man had a square face, wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and was very gentle. The feeling is that you can tell at first glance that he must be someone in the system. This person is called Song Chensi, and he is the secretary of the mayor of S City. The so-called secretary to the general manager is responsible for handling daily office affairs and arranging daily work assigned by the general manager. He is the chief's closest staff member. If one wants to bring down the chief minister and find out whether he has committed corruption, bribery, or any other illegal activities, the chief minister's secretary is a person that must be captured. After Lin Ruoxue sat down, she said softly, Hello, Secretary Song. Thank you for taking the time to accept my invitation. Secretary Song nodded slightly. He stared at Lin Ruoxue with admiration in his eyes. Lin Ruoxue was wearing a white off-shoulder dress today, revealing her shoulders and skin whiter than snow. Beautiful beyond description. I haven't seen you for 2 days. Miss Lin has become even more beautiful. That's right, the two had met 2 days ago. And as soon as they met, Lin Ruoxue stated her purpose. When Secretary Song heard that the other party wanted to overthrow his boss, he refused outright. He also stated in a stern and righteous manner that he would never make such a dirty deal with Lin Ruoxue. He is a truly righteous and upright person who is not susceptible to evil. Originally, Lin Ruoxue asked Song Chensi out today with the attitude of giving it another try. Unexpectedly, Song Chensi still attended. Since he was able to keep the appointment, it proves that there is still room for maneuver in this matter. In the words of the boss Zhao Zhu, Song Chensi did not agree to this matter, which of course meant that the money was not enough. Lin Ruoxue opened the red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Song Chensi. Secretary Song, try this red wine, 1787 Chateau Margaux dry red wine, it tastes good. Song Chensi took the wine glass, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. 1787 Chateau Margaux dry red wine? He had also heard of this wine, which was a top-quality vintage of Chateau Margaux, with a mellow taste and less than 10 bottles in stock. Its selling price is as high as a terrifying 1 million level. A bottle of red wine costs $1 million. Song Chensi couldn't help but swallow. He took the goblet, took a look at the red wine in it, didn't drink it, and then put it on the table. Let's not drink for now. Drinking while discussing things can easily make your mind unclear. Lin Ruoxue smiled slightly, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. The beautiful snow-white neck and the throat moved slightly. Lin Ruoxue put down the wine glass and said softly, 50 million. Lin Ruoxue suddenly blurted out a number, and Song Chensi's heart skipped a beat after hearing it. Even the hands on the table began to tremble. That is 50 million. His monthly salary is only about 8,000 yuan, which is only 100,000 yuan a year. Originally, Song Chensi had some extra gray income, amounting to hundreds of thousands a year. All in all, he can earn 500,000 or 600,000 yuan a year, which is enough for him to live a rich life. In the past, he would never have dared to even think about making such a request to Lin Ruoxue. Pull down your own direct leader? Doing something like this is not as simple as getting stabbed in the back. It may even cut off his bright career path. Who would dare to keep a dog like this that bites back? The reason why Song Chensi is so desperate this time. Firstly, it was because he had the intention of withdrawing and wanted to make a big profit before leaving. Secondly, there had long been a rift between him and Chief General Li Jianguo. Ever since Minister Li Jianguo came to power, his eating habits have been extremely bad. All the gray income was pocketed by him, and no benefits were given to his subordinates at all. As the saying goes, he eats the meat while the people below can't even get the soup. No, it should be the kind where you can't even smell the smell. Ms. Lin, this matter is indeed not easy to handle. Perhaps seeing that Song Chensi was still hesitating, Lin Ruoxue blurted out another number. 80 million. 80 million. Song Chensi was so excited that he was about to agree, but he held back. Because he felt that Lin Ruoxue's bottom line was not this. He investigated Lin Ruoxue privately. He knew that Lin Ruoxue had bribed many officials within the system in the past 2 days. And the amount has reached 50 million. You have to know that those officials are just small cadres at the section level in various departments, and they are the ones he despises the most. If he can give 50 million to those small cadres, then he can only give more. 100 million. Lin Ruoxue reported a number again. She picked up the glass and took a sip to moisten her throat. Secretary Song, this is my bottom line. If you still think it's not possible, I can only think of other ways. Song Chensi grinned, picked up the wineglass, stood up and walked over, clinking glasses with Lin Ruoxue. Ms. Lin, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lin Ruoxue didn't drink this time. She looked at Song Chensi and thought that what the boss said was absolutely right. Money really can make the world go round. Chapter 25, Bad Luck Card. Early the next morning. System check-in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully, and I will reward you with a bad luck card. Note, bad luck card can only be used on one person. The person who uses it will be plagued by bad luck for the entire day, with the worst being serious injuries or death. Oh my god. This is truly a case of searching for something unsuccessfully but finally finding it without any effort. Isn't this bad luck card naturally prepared for that kid Li Shichuan? System, use the bad luck card. Give it to Li Shichuan. Afraid that the system had mistaken the person, Zhao Zhu added another sentence. Li Shichuan from the Li group, make no mistake. Ding. Report to the host, the bad luck card must be used face to face. It cannot be used remotely. Please host, clearly understand how to use the bad luck card. Zhao Zhu frowned and thought to himself, your system is too useless. Can't do anything. It seems that he has to go find Li Shichuan. After having breakfast in the hospital, Zhao Zhu went to complete the discharge procedures. Since the Pagani was badly damaged, it was sent to the forest shop for repair. Zhao Zhu had no choice but to take a taxi and prepare to go to Century Auto City again to buy a car. The driver was a man in his 40s and was very talkative. Along the way, I had a lively conversation with Zhao Zhu. From human geography to international affairs and folk legends. Anyway, there is nothing that the driver doesn't know. The driver can tell you everything about any topic. Arriving at the Auto City, Zhao Zhu got out of the car and went straight to the VIP area. At the door of the VIP area, there were still two beauties in uniform standing. But this time, Wang Peipei, who sold him the car last time, was not there. When Zhao Zhu entered the room, he asked casually, "Where's Wang Peipei?" "I want to buy a car." "Look for Sister Pei." She's the manager now and is in the office. The saleswoman smiled and replied, I'll go find her for you. Zhao Zhu nodded and casually looked at the cars in the exhibition hall. Soon, a pleasant voice came from behind Zhao Zhu. Mr. Zhao, it's really you. After not seeing each other for a few days, Wang Peipei looked very happy. As expected, she had been promoted and even became much more confident. Are you here to buy a car? This Mr. Zhao spent more than 20 million to buy a Pagani last time, and he directly asked her to get a commission of more than 2 million. In Wang Peipei's eyes, Zhao Zhu was simply a walking god of wealth. I wish I could worship him. Fortunately, the girls in the exhibition hall did not know this big guy. Otherwise, given their money-seeking nature, wouldn't the millions that were about to be in their hands be lost? No, I have to get close to this big guy. Anyone who can easily spend 20 million to buy a car is definitely one of the richest people in the world. I must seize this opportunity to rise to the top. Last time, she was in a daze the whole time, and by the time she reacted, Zhao Zhu was gone. Now that he could meet Zhao Zhu again, Wang Peipei felt that he must not let the opportunity slip away. Thinking of this, Wang Peipei immediately smiled, walked over very naturally and took Zhao Zhu's arm. She pressed her body tightly against Zhao Zhu, and her two big white rabbits happened to trap Zhao Zhu's arms deeply in them. Mr. Zhao, what car do you want to buy this time? Zhao Zhu just smiled faintly and did not say anything to stop him. Zhao Zhu is not a scumbag. On the contrary, he thinks he is a good man who values love and friendship. My Pagani was in an accident and is being repaired now. Please pick out a car of similar price for me. When Zhao Zhu said this, several female salespeople in the exhibition hall trembled. When he looked at Wang Peipei again, his eyes were full of jealousy. They had heard about the reason why Wang Peipei became the manager. It was because I sold a Pagani worth more than 20 million to a big boss last time, and I exceeded my target. I didn't expect that this big guy would come to buy a car again just a few days later. It's better to buy a super luxury car of the same price as Pagani. Oh my god, this guy is so rich. Yeah, if I could hook up with a big guy like this, I would be willing to do anything. I really envy Sister Pei Pei. She made 2 million just 2 days ago, and she made another 2 million today. Ignoring the whispers of the girls, Wang Peipei led Zhao Zhu directly to a sports car with an exaggerated shape. Mr. Zhao, what do you think of this car? Aston Martin 177, there are only 77 of them in the world. As for the price, it may be a little more expensive than the Pagani you bought last time, probably more than 40 million. Upon hearing the offer of more than 40 million, several female salespeople present gasped. When they looked at Zhao Zhu again, their eyes were full of anticipation. This car is twice as expensive as Pagani. I wonder if this big shot can afford it. Zhao Zhu looked calm and nodded. Okay, this one will do. The tone was as calm as if he was going to the market to buy vegetables. It was the same process as last time. I swiped my card to sign the contract, and took a photo and it was uploaded quickly. Zhao Zhu got into the Aston Martin and was about to leave when he saw Wang Peipei sitting in the passenger seat. Miss Wang, do you have anything else to say? Wang Peipei fastened his seatbelt without paying any attention to it, but the belt sank deeply into the groove on his chest and disappeared without a trace. Mr. Zhao, I have earned millions from you, so of course I have to show my appreciation. Zhao Zhu looked at her slender and plump thighs and smiled slightly. With a step of the foot, the Aston Martin left Century Auto City with a violent roar. When driving out of the gate of Century Auto City, the Aston Martin passed by a Land Rover Range Rover. When the Range Rover saw that it was Zhao Zhu who was driving, it honked its horn. Zhao Zhu didn't care, he didn't know anyone driving a Land Rover, so he disappeared on the road in an instant. Soon, the Land Rover stopped. The car door opened and a fat man weighing nearly 200 pounds got out. This person was none other than Fatty Wang Xinglong, whom Zhao Zhu met a few days ago. He looked in the direction where the Aston Martin disappeared and couldn't help smacking his lips in amazement. This kid is really rich. A few days ago, this kid bought a Pagani worth more than 20 million here. This is no longer the ability of an ordinary rich second generation. Now you buy an Aston Martin from here? It seems like this Aston Martin NOE 77 has been on display in the showroom for half a year, but no one dares to buy it? A luxury car worth more than 40 million? It's only been a few days, and this kid spent more than 60 million just on cars? He is so wealthy that Wang Xinglong would not believe that this guy is not a young master from Beijing. And Wang Xinglong clearly saw that Wang Peipei was sitting in the passenger seat of Zhao Zhu's car. You know, he had been eyeing Wang Peipei for a long time, but unfortunately the other party didn't fall for it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Zhu succeeded. Could it be that he and I have similar interests? Fatty Wang grinned. It seems I have to take some time to get to know this young master. Chapter 26 Wang Peipei. It seems that money is still very powerful. Zhao Zhu held the steering wheel with his left hand, and his right hand unconsciously touched Wang Peipei's thigh. Wang Peipei's thighs are extremely slender, full, firm and elastic. As Zhao Zhu's big hand reached deeper, Wang Peipei finally caught his restless big hand. Her little face was red and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Mr. Zhao, don't stay here, let's go to the hotel. Zhao Zhu gently scratched her thigh, which immediately made Wang Peipei's body tremble. Zhao Zhu pretended to be calm on his face, but his hands continued as usual. Why are you going to the hotel? Aren't you going to show your appreciation? Are you going to treat me to seafood? Wang Peipei's face flushed and she glanced at Zhao Zhu with a seductive look. Finally he gave up resisting, breathing heavily, and collapsed on the passenger seat. Mr. Zhao, you are so mean. Zhao Zhu chuckled and withdrew his hand. The next moment, my mouth was suddenly wrapped in warmth. Wang Peipei, this girl, actually came over. She opened her rosy lips and kissed Zhao Zhu on the mouth. After a moment, their lips parted, she raised her head and stared at Zhao Zhu with a pair of seductive eyes. Coupled with her blushing face and a black OL uniform, the desire value is simply maxed out. At this moment, a smell full of desire quietly arose in the cabin of the Aston Martin. This. Who can withstand this? Zhao Zhu swallowed and quickly found a deserted place to stop. Originally, Wang Peipei had a slender figure, but her facial features were not particularly stunning, and could be considered 85 points at best. But at this moment, Zhao Zhu was confident that he could give Wang Peipei a score of 95. It's really too lustful. After all, even a gentleman like Zhao Zhu couldn't help it. The Aston Martin suddenly started and began to roar on the spot. During this time, a young woman passed by with a child. The child is a boy, no more than 3 or 4 years old. When passing by the sports car, his face was full of excitement and envy, and he kept calling his mother over. Mom, look, this car is so cool. Let's ask Dad to buy one too. The young woman came over, squatted down, and touched the little boy's head with a doting look on her face. Okay, Mom, take a look at what kind of car this is, and then we tell Dad and ask him to buy us an identical one, how about that? As she spoke, the woman looked up at the sports car. My first impression, like the little boy's, is that this car is really cool. Second feeling. How come I can see 2 people inside the car through the car window? The woman had been a wife many years ago, so she naturally understood what was going on in the car. Her face turned red immediately, and she stood up and pulled the little boy away. Mom, I won't leave. You haven't told me what kind of car this is. Watch a ball. The woman blushed, picked up the little boy, and left. After they walked away, she grumbled, young people nowadays are really. As for the Aston Martin, it stalled 2 hours later. Inside the carriage, the two had already put on their clothes. Wang Peipei snuggled in Zhao Zhu's arms, the blush on her little face still not fading. There was even a hint of panting in the voice. You are so bad, I like it so much. Zhao Zhu chuckled and put his hand on Wang Peipei's waist, stroking the tender flesh on her waist. Ha ha ha, as long as you like it. Hate you, you're so bad. The two of them lingered in the car for a while and talked about some private matters. Zhao Zhu then suggested sending Wang Peipei home directly. Wang Peipei also readily agreed. Since she and Zhao Zhu had already taken the most important step, there was no need to rush what happened next. What's more, it was her first time and Zhao Zhu was so fierce. It was so severe that even the slightest movement of her body now caused her some pain. Going home and resting naturally is the best choice. Wang Peipei's home is in an old community in the west of the city called Sunshine Garden. It was probably built in the 1990s, with 6 floors and no elevator. The roads around the community are also inconvenient as they are extremely narrow. There are also various stalls selling vegetables and cooked food on both sides of the road, which are crowded with people on weekdays. In the past 2 years, a number of snack stalls have flocked in, making the already crowded road even more crowded. Especially during rush hour, no car can pass through here. So, when Zhao Zhu drove here, Wang Peipei took the initiative to speak. I'll get off here. Your car ahead can't pass. Zhao Zhu nodded and got out of the car. I'll take you there. Wang Pei quickly shook her head and said awkwardly, I live with my parents, and they are all off work at this time. It's hard to say if you go there. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, what's so bad about that? Just say I'm your boyfriend. Let's not do it, or they will urge us to get married again. Zhao Zhu was speechless for a moment. Pei, I'm afraid I really can't help you with this matter of urging you to get married. Seeing Zhao Zhu's embarrassment, Wang Pei said very sensibly. Mr. Zhao, just send it here. I'll call you tomorrow and I'll definitely treat you to a meal. You are so sensible. He's even a little sensible, which makes people feel distressed. Seeing that Zhao Zhu did not answer, Wang Pei felt a little disappointed. Didn't she also wish Zhao Zhu was her boyfriend? But she understood that a man as wealthy and powerful as Zhao Zhu was destined not to belong to her alone. What's more, this time I was the one who took the initiative and paid for it, making me the most shameful bootlicker. Wang Pei turned around and felt a little aggrieved when she thought about this. I couldn't help but let the tears flow from my eyes. But she remained stubborn and limped towards the community. The next moment, a big hand suddenly grabbed her arm, and then she was pulled into a warm embrace. When I looked up, I saw Zhao Zhu's smiling face. What's wrong? Why is my manager Wang crying again? Zhao Zhu secretly patted her butt and teased. Have you already cried for thinking about me after only being apart for a minute? Wang Pei burst into laughter, and even hit Zhao Zhu on the chest with her little hand, with a reproachful look in her eyes. Zhao Zhu laughed loudly, and without paying attention to the looks from the people around him, he picked up Wang Pei by the waist and walked towards the community. On the way, he lowered his head and chuckled, alas, my manager Wang is in so much pain that he can't walk. How can I, the instigator, just sit there and do nothing about you? Don't you think I'm right? Wang Pei shyly buried her little face in Zhao Zhu's chest, but her face was filled with a happy smile. As for Zhao Zhu's actions, all the pedestrians on the road were stunned. No one could say anything until Zhao Zhu entered the community. Maybe everyone was also complaining, but didn't know where to start. Is it better to behave inappropriately or to show off your affection openly? I am also hesitant. Chapter 27 Sports Car Incident. Wang Pei was in charge all the way, so Zhao Zhu arrived at her doorstep with ease. Put me down now. When they reached the door, Wang Pei struggled out of Zhao Zhu's arms. Her little face was still rosy, very cute. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Zhu, her eyes full of anticipation. Are you really going in? Zhao Zhu did not answer, but proved everything with his actions. He reached out and knocked on the door 3 times, then turned and said to Wang Pei, your parents are not monsters. Why should I be afraid of you? Before Wang Pei could say anything, the door was opened. Behind the door was a middle-aged woman who was a little overweight and dressed in ordinary clothes. Her facial features are somewhat similar to Wang Pei, so she should be Wang Pei's mother. Hello, Auntie. Zhao Zhu showed a bright expression of a sunny boy. The queen mother looked at Zhao Zhu in surprise, then looked at Wang Pei in disbelief. Is this your boyfriend? Mom. Wang Pei tugged at her mother's arm and said in dissatisfaction, can you please stop making such a fuss? The queen mother looked at Zhao Zhu, then at Wang Pei, and was stunned for a moment. Then he seemed to realize what was going on, and without paying any attention to the 2 people outside the door, he quickly ran into the house and said in surprise, Old man, come out quickly. Our Pei has finally come to her senses. She's found a boyfriend. Not long after, a middle-aged man suddenly jumped out from the bedroom and reached the door in almost 2 strides. Father Wang looked Zhao Zhu up and down with a serious look in his eyes. He didn't look like he was looking at his son-in-law, but rather wanted to see some ancient collection. I'm afraid of making a mistake. Finally, Wang Pei couldn't stand it anymore, so she took Zhao Zhu's hand and looked up to express dissatisfaction to his father. Dad, can you let us go in first? Good. 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 The father then came to his senses and realized that he had been somewhat impolite. After welcoming Zhao Zhu into the house, the old couple gave him fruits and tea and asked about his health. This made Wang Pei feel that Zhao Zhu was their biological son. Mom and Dad, please stop asking nonsense questions. This is our own business, we can handle it ourselves. When the queen mother heard this, she was not happy and spoke earnestly. Pei, you are not young anymore, it's time to get married. You know, when Mom was your age, you were already 1 year old. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid I won't even be able to hold my grandson. Mom, I know. You know nothing. How about this, you get married this year? Mom. Zhao Zhu was shocked when he heard this. What? Getting married this year? Aunt, it's like this. There are some things going on at home, so I'm afraid I can't get married this year. What can't be accomplished? The Queen Mother frowned coldly. Is there anything more important than getting married in this world? You young people, you have so many ideas? Zhao Zhu and Wang Peipei spent the rest of the afternoon listening to the Queen Mother's preaching. In the end, Zhao Zhu quickly found an excuse and left. Before leaving, Wang Peipei whispered to Zhao Zhu to take her away from this place of trouble. However, Zhao Zhu said to Wang Peipei's mother with a wicked smile. Auntie, Peipei has some thoughts to share with you about marriage. So, Wang Peipei, who was halfway out of the door, was caught again. When we left the community, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. It was peak time and the path was crowded with people. Especially the place where Zhao Zhu parked his car, it was inexplicably surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. What happened? Zhao Zhu strode over quickly. When I walked over to take a look, I found that in front of my Aston Martin, there was a beautiful woman in scantily clad clothes sitting on the hood taking pictures. You know, it's summer now and the temperature is almost reaching 30 degrees. The car has been outside in the sun for a long time and is already very hot. I can't say it's suitable for grilling meat, but it's definitely no problem for frying eggs on it. Even so, she could actually sit on it and take pictures without being afraid of the heat? What's more, the woman was wearing denim shorts, with her thighs directly pressed against the hood. Could it be that the saying a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water is true? At this time, the woman's face was full of smiles, and she was directing a young man holding a mobile phone not far away. I'll strike 2 more poses, baby, please take better pictures for me. Don't worry, baby, I'm an excellent photographer. Seeing this scene, more and more people came to watch. You have to know that most of the people here are residents of Sunshine Garden. Everyone already lives in this kind of old community, so naturally they are all ordinary families. Normally, a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in the community is considered a luxury car. The sports car in front of him obviously doesn't cost just a few $100,000. I don't know who suddenly exclaimed. Fuck, this is a limited edition Aston Martin. There are only a few dozen of them in the world. It will cost more than 40 million. As soon as these words came out, everyone watching took a deep breath. More than 40 million to buy a car. The life of such rich people is beyond our imagination. Isn't there a saying on the internet? Poverty limits your imagination. You know what? Really wealthy people only see money as a string of numbers. In their eyes, 40 million is just like $1 in our eyes. Hearing everyone's admiration, the woman snorted and spoke in a mocking tone. You guys are poor, it's just a sports car, what's the big deal? To be honest, this car was bought for me by my boyfriend, and it's the cheapest car in our family. Have you ever seen a pure gold Rolls-Royce? You are a bunch of poor losers. When everyone heard this, they were filled with indignation. But due to the woman's sharp words and powerful identity, no one dared to refute her. The woman became even more arrogant. Damn. If the woman wanted to take a photo, it would be fine. Zhao Zhu was very generous. Just taking a picture, nothing special. But you use my car to show off, and that touches my bottom line. Zhao Zhu's good mood just now disappeared in an instant. He walked forward with a gloomy face and said coldly, Beauty, who gave you the right to sit on it? The woman glanced at Zhao Zhu sideways and snorted. She continued to strike a seductive pose, motioning the young man to continue taking pictures. Seeing Zhao Zhu standing in front of the camera, the young man was the first to quit. Damn it! You don't have eyes, don't block my camera. At the same time, the woman said with a mocking look on her face. What does it have to do with you if I sit on it? This is the car my baby bought for me. Let alone me sitting on it, even if I step on it a few times, what does it have to do with you? At this time, the young man put his mobile phone back into his pocket, walked up to Zhao Zhu, and was about to show off again. But seeing Zhao Zhu's domineering look, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. But he still said, Boy, I bought this car for my baby. What we do has nothing to do with you. Did you buy it? Zhao Zhu sneered frequently. He patted the young man's shoulder gently. Brother, you know this car is an Aston Martin worth more than 40 million, right? The young man nodded, but he still didn't understand what Zhao Zhu meant. I know. What's the matter? I bought it, how could I not know? Zhao Zhu said very considerate. Then I suggest you search online to see how much it would cost to maliciously deform the hood of an Aston Martin 177. If I remember correctly, there are 77 of these cars in the world, and China only has 5 of them. If the hood is deformed, it will need to be replaced entirely. Adding customs fees, the conservative estimate is that it will cost nearly $1 million. Zhao Zhu patted the young man on the shoulder again and jokingly asked, "Do you think it's worth it for such a bus?" The young man was stunned by what Zhao Zhu said, but he quickly came to his senses. "Even if the hood is deformed, it's our own business and has nothing to do with you." The woman also echoed. "Hee, you will never be able to afford a car like this in your lifetime, so just move aside and stop interfering with my taking pictures. There's nothing I can do about it. You guys don't want the chance I gave you." Thinking of this, Zhao Zhu took out the key from his pocket. Chirp! 2 crisp sounds were heard along with the flashing of the Aston Martin's 2 headlights. The woman in scantily clad clothes was so frightened that she jumped down and fell to the ground. She raised her head and looked at Zhao Zhu in surprise, and it took her a while for her to come to her senses. "What is going on?" Zhao Zhu sneered twice, opened the car door and got in. Then he lowered the car window and said to the 2 of them in a serious tone, "Sometimes, you have to stop pretending. By the way, you two, I will notify my company's legal department later. They will communicate with you about vehicle compensation." After saying that, Zhao Zhu stepped on the accelerator and drove away. The remaining man and woman were still standing there. When the 2 came to their senses, they looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Just as the 2 were about to leave, they were stopped by a group of men in black suits. "What are you doing?" The leading man said slowly. "Hello, we are from the legal department of Zilong Group. Now, regarding the dispute between you and Mr. Zhao, the hood of the Aston Martin 177 was damaged, and you demanded compensation totaling 1,764,300 yuan. Besides, Mr. Zhao said that he would give you a zero, so 1.76 million will be enough." The man and woman suddenly looked ashen. Chapter 28: The Unlucky Li Shi. "I'll never get stuck in traffic if I drive my beloved motorcycle." The Aston Martin sped along the road, and the speed and passion soon made Zhao Zhu forget all the unpleasantness. Because he now has happier things to do. The bad luck card was still waiting for him. No, it was Li Shichuan who was still waiting to enjoy the bad luck card that was destined to result in either death or injury. On the way, Zhao Zhu called Lin Ruoxue. "Ruoxue, help me find out where Li Shichuan is now." Lin Ruoxue on the other end hung up the phone, looking depressed. "How could a weak little girl like me become your secret spy? Not only do I have to do those shady things, but I also have to act as a private detective for you? Do you know how to be gentle and considerate to women?" Complaints aside, the money Lin Ruoxue spent these days was not wasted. The answer came quickly. "Boss, Li Shichuan goes to Shangshan Bar, VIP area, Block A, at 7 o'clock every day." "Go to the bar?" Zhao Zhu had also heard of this bar. "I heard that it is one of the top 3 high-consumption bars in S-City, and a simple drink would cost hundreds of thousands. Most of the people who can come and go here are second-generation rich people, as well as young models who come to the club to seek great opportunities. Also because there are more girls here and they are more open-minded, this place is also called Man's Paradise." Zhao Zhu drove directly to Shangshang Bar. When he parked in the parking lot, a girl in cool clothes came up to him and started chatting with him. A camisole top, denim hot pants, and fishnet stockings. Wheat-colored skin, healthy and wild. A total hottie. But the little girl was not very old, with a childish face, and looked only about 17 or 18 years old. She stared at Zhao Zhu's sports car, her eyes shining. "Handsome guy. Let's be friends." Zhao Zhu shook his head and smiled. "You can make friends, but you have to put on your clothes properly first." "You're crazy." The little girl curled her lips and walked away immediately. "Just kidding, this is my style. If you dress properly with long sleeves and long pants, you will be laughed at to death when you enter the bar." Zhao Zhu smiled and pushed the door open and entered the bar. As soon as you enter the door, you can feel a warm atmosphere coming towards you. Accompanied by the explosive music, countless men and women in revealing and strange clothes twisted their bodies wildly. There are more women than men on the dance floor, about 30:70. Most of these women are in their 20s. Some come to have fun, some come to relieve stress, and of course some come simply to find a man. Zhao Zhu looked towards the dance floor, and all he saw were slim waists and long legs. And big waves. Zhao Zhu ordered a cocktail and walked towards the VIP area while drinking it. There is usually a limit on the number of people that can be seated at a bar booth, otherwise the minimum consumption will be charged. To enter the VIP area, you need to top up your membership, and the minimum amount is 500,000. Therefore, those who can sit in the VIP area are all the rich second generations in S City, big or small. At this time, the VIP area was already full of people, and most of the booths were occupied by one man and two women, or two men and three women. But when Zhao Zhu walked into the VIP area, it didn't cause any waves at all. Everyone was just busy holding the beauties in their arms, talking sweetly and kissing each other. Sperm on the brain. Zhao Zhu was quite disdainful of these rich second generations. But he completely forgot who he was. Soon, Zhao Zhu found Li Shichuan in the crowd. At this moment, he was sitting in a booth. Sitting on his lap was a hot woman in a miniskirt that showed her waist. Li Shichuan's face was full of lust, and his hands kept wandering on the woman's slender thighs. Behind Li Shichuan stood two burly men with fierce faces and muscular bodies, like two small mountains. In fact, ever since Li Shichuan was beaten by Zhao Zhu last time, he spent a large sum of money to hire two boxing champions from the underground boxing ring as bodyguards. Moreover, these two boxing champions have never lost a game, and their fighting power is unimaginable. Before Zhao Zhu could get close, two big men stood in front of him. The two big men were both about 1.9 meters tall and stood side by side like a huge human wall. "Kid, stay away from here, our young master has taken over this place." Hearing the voice, Li Shichuan showed displeasure on his face, stopped his hand movements, and said impatiently, "Who the hell is so blind to come and disturb Grandpa's good deeds at this time?" Li Shichuan put the woman in his arms down, looked up, and found Zhao Zhu. Then he frowned and his eyes became cold. "I thought it was someone else, it turned out to be security guard Zhao. How come he didn't get hit by a car? Did he come to the bar to celebrate?" Li Shichuan naturally knew that Zhao Zhu was not killed by the car. But he was not angry. He simply thought that the young security guard was lucky and escaped. Next time, he won't be so lucky. Besides, until now, he still doesn't believe that Zhao Zhu can be a super rich second generation. All the information he found proved that Zhao Zhu was a complete loser. Including the failure of the abdication attempt, Li Shichuan thought that all of this was just Pei Nanju's self-directed performance. As the saying goes, a centipede is still alive even after death. The 100 billion yuan of funds was most likely gathered together by Pei Nanju. With the Pei family's influence and connections, it is still possible. After hearing this, Zhao Zhu sneered, reached out and pushed the two security guards apart, and walked straight over. He sat on the other side of the booth, lay down, crossed his legs, and exuded a strong aura. Looking at Li Shichuan, who was still in high spirits, he smiled lazily. "Li Shichuan, did you arrange that car accident? So what if it's me?" Li Shichuan hugged the beauty with one hand, picked up the wine glass on the coffee table in front of him with the other hand and took a sip. Then he handed the wine glass to Zhao Zhu and said in a mocking tone, "Mr. Zhao, do you know how much this red wine costs? A bottle of Romane Conti from 1945 costs 850,000. Having said that, Li Shichuan suddenly turned around and put the cup to the woman's lips. Without caring whether the woman would choke, he simply held her chin and poured the whole glass of red wine into her. The woman struggled violently, but she was no match for the man's strength. After drinking a glass of red wine, he choked and coughed continuously, his face turned red, and his nose and tears were everywhere. Li Shichuan suddenly threw the cup to the ground, and his tone suddenly became intense. "You stinking loser! Do you know that glass of red wine just now cost hundreds of thousands? You're just a lousy security guard who only makes over 2,000 a month. What the hell do you have the right to fight me? If I want to kill you, it's as easy as crushing an ant." Zhao Zhu said nothing about it and sneered repeatedly. When Li Shichuan was roaring, Zhao Zhu had already used the bad luck card. System, use the bad luck card. Ding. Host, please enter the name of the user. Zhao Zhu looked at Li Shichuan coldly, as if he was looking at a dead body. Li Shichuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the bad luck card. The user will be plagued by bad luck within 24 hours, with minor injuries and even death. In an instant, Zhao Zhu clearly felt a black thread flowing into Li Shichuan's body. Li Shichuan suddenly felt a sudden chill in his heart and shivered all over. Zhao Zhu sneered, "Li Shichuan, have you ever thought that I would retaliate against you? Revenge me?" After Li Shichuan reacted, he burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. Then he said with a grim look, "You didn't understand what Wadama just said, did you? Killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. You loser, what right do you have to take revenge on me? What can you use to take revenge on me? Zhao Zhu stood up, stared at Li Shichuan, and smiled playfully. I told you last time that some things cannot be said too confidently. As for how I will retaliate against you, you will know in 2 days. I advise you to cherish the good times now. In 2 days at most, I will make your Li family disappear into ashes and completely disappear from S City. Li Shichuan sneered after hearing this, thinking that the loser in front of him might be out of his mind. The reason why his Li family was able to gain a foothold in S City was not just because of money and financial resources. It is a complex web of relationships. For example, his uncle Li Jianguo, who is the mayor, is the biggest protector of their Li family. Li Jianguo is now at the peak of his career and is showing signs of making further progress. In this situation, who would dare to offend the Li family? Just because he is a poor loser? Daydreaming? Li Shichuan returned to the sofa, grabbed the beautiful woman who was curled up and shivering beside him, put his big hand into her collar and rubbed her wantonly. He snorted coldly and said impatiently, You too, kick him out. He's just a nobody. Zhao Zhu stood up first and said something indifferent before leaving. Also, Li Shichuan, I recently looked at the almanac for you. It seems like you have an unlucky year, so you better be careful when traveling recently. Li Shichuan ignored Zhao Zhu and turned over to throw himself into the beautiful woman's arms. Like a wild beast in heat. As for Zhao Zhu? Just a minor character. A character destined to not survive more than 3 episodes. A poor loser who was destined to never be able to eat 4 dishes in his life. Why bother with him, young Master Li? Chapter 29 The Tragic Li Father and Son. After some kneading, he held the enchanting woman in his arms, and his heart became more and more hot. So after drinking 2 glasses, he hurriedly took the woman out of the bar. Li Shichuan's car today is a modified Alpha. Not only is it powerful, but it also has huge rear space. Even for convenience, the rear seats were transformed into a soft large bed. As soon as he entered the car, Li Shichuan couldn't control himself anymore and threw the woman in his arms onto the bed. He ripped off the woman's shirt and started biting her. The woman cooperated very well and called out shyly, Mr. Li, be gentler. But before young Master Li could take off his pants, he suddenly heard the driver shout in fear, fuck. The entire Alpha suddenly began to accelerate instantly. In just half a minute, the speed increased from 40 miles per hour to 180 miles per hour. It is far from the performance that Alpha should have. The scenery on both sides suddenly receded rapidly, and the street lights rushed past like meteors. The sudden and violent acceleration caused Li Shichuan to stagger in the back row and almost fall down. The woman didn't understand what was going on yet. She reached out to support Li Shichuan with a seductive look in her eyes. Her face flushed, and she thought it was Li Shichuan who was seeking excitement, and said excitedly, Mr. Li. This is really exciting. Stimulate your sister. Li Shichuan cursed loudly and threw a big melon seed at him. Bang! The woman was stunned by the slap. She covered her increasingly swollen face with her hands, looking confused. But looking at Li Shichuan's nervous expression, he seemed to finally understand something. Mr. Li, this car. Before the woman could finish her words, she suddenly let out a terrified howl like a pig being slaughtered. Mr. Li. Stop the car. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. Li Shichuan had a gloomy face and kicked the woman off the bed. Without caring about her life or death, he walked straight to the front row in 3 or 2 steps. At this time, he did not show any panic. Instead, his expression was calm, showing the rare demeanor of a super young master. Lao Shang, what's going on? Because there is a partition between the cab and the back seat, the driver's expression cannot be seen. But from his tone, you can hear the driver's fear and anxiety. Mr. Li. I don't know what's going on. This car seems to have lost control all of a sudden. Braking is useless. The speed keeps increasing. The driver in the cab swallowed, glanced at the speedometer, and broke out in a cold sweat. It's almost 240 miles now. But he still suppressed his fear and pretended to be calm. But Master Li, you don't have to be afraid. With my skills, there will be no problem. After the driver said this, his eyes suddenly changed. Sharp as an eagle, no more fear. In the field of driving, Lao Zhan calls himself the king. Damn it! I, Zhang, have been driving for half my life, and I still can't beat a little alpha like you. Immediately afterwards, the driver operated his hands at a speed that was at the master level. After a series of fancy operations, the alpha speed slowly dropped. Finally, it stopped smoothly at an intersection. Li Shichuan looked at the car that finally stopped and couldn't help but reveal his joy at surviving the disaster. It turns out that young Master Li is a lucky man. Just when Li Shichuan was about to laugh heartily and look up and say, "My fate is in my own hands," his expression suddenly froze and he was as dumbfounded as a wooden chicken. The woman next to him has been in a state of confusion from the beginning to now. Seeing Li Shichuan's expression, she couldn't help but look in the direction Li Shichuan was looking with a puzzled look on her face. In an instant, her eyes widened in horror and her whole body trembled. Then a stream of yellow liquid flowed down her legs, and a foul smell came over her. Suddenly, a heavy truck rushed out at the intersection. It was moving at an incredibly fast speed and slammed into Alphaza hard. With a bang, Alpha was hit and flew into the air. After landing, it rolled several times on the road before stopping. Inside the car, Li Shichuan's face was covered in blood and his limbs were twisted in a strange posture. Just before he fell into coma, he suddenly remembered Zhao Zhu's words. "Also, Li Shichuan, I recently looked at the almanac for you. It seems like you have an unlucky year, so you better be careful when traveling recently." Could it be that Zhao Zhu did all this? How dare this boy? Doesn't he know the power behind him? But now Li Shichuan also feels a little regretful. It's just for a woman. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have provoked him in the first place. It's a pity that Mr. Li regretted it too late. City First Hospital. A group of people were waiting outside the operating room. There were so many people that they almost occupied the entire corridor of the operating room. The leader was a middle-aged man, probably in his 40s or 50s, with a neutral face. This person was Li Shichuan's father Li Jianchang. 2 hours ago, he suddenly received a call saying that Li Shi had been in a traffic accident, so he hurried to the first hospital. When I arrived, Li Shichuan had already entered the operating room. What the hell is going on? Li Jianchang's face was gloomy and he roared. The secretary nearby arrived at the hospital early and already knew what had happened. But when he saw the chairman's furious expression, he couldn't help but tremble with fear. In such a critical situation, he naturally didn't want to be the first to step forward. But after thinking about it, he walked forward and spoke in a low voice. "Chairman, I heard that Mr. Li's car suddenly lost control and collided with a truck." Having said that, the secretary looked up at Li Jianchang, his eyes evasive, as if hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, say it now. If you have to fart, fart now." The young secretary was frightened and trembled again, speaking tremblingly. The doctor said there were 3 people in the car. The driver and the woman were only slightly scratched, and young Master Li. Young Master Li. Finally hearing the news about his son, Li Jianchang took a big step, walked up to the secretary, and said in a deep voice, "How is Shichuan?" The young secretary was frightened by the huge pressure from Li Jianchang and shrank her neck, saying in a trembling voice, "Young Master Li." The doctor said he had multiple comminuted fractures all over his body and his internal organs were also damaged. Even, there is a possibility of brain death. Brain dead? After hearing this, Li Jianchang felt a pang of pain in his heart. His face showed pain and his body swayed. Fortunately, he was supported by someone behind him and did not fall. "Chairman! Chairman, you need to cheer up. Mr. Li, good things will happen to you. Everything will be fine. You are the sky of our Li group. The company can't do without you." With the help of everyone, Li Jianchang sat on the chair. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling of the corridor with empty eyes. His face looked depressed and lifeless. He no longer has the glory days of the past when he was the chairman of the Li Group. The person sitting here now is just a father who was about to lose his son. Chapter 30 Yi Qing Xuan. "Chairman, you need to cheer up. Chairman! Chairman! You can't fall down." After much anticipation, Li Jianchang's eyes finally showed a little life. Then, in just a moment, it turned into a sinister and malicious one. He could feel that someone was messing with Li Shi's biography. Li Jianchang stood up and said coldly to the secretary, "Tell Zhang Wo about this and ask him to check the surveillance footage of that section of road." In addition, the car was also taken for appraisal to see if there were any problems. Aren't the driver and the woman fine? Find someone to arrest them and torture them severely. Let's find out who set this up. The secretary nodded quickly and was about to leave when she suddenly remembered something. The driver said that young Master Li met someone in the bar. I think his name was Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu? Li Jianchang narrowed his eyes. He had no impression of such a person in S City. But for some reason, he always felt that this person must be involved behind this matter. Check. Check who this person is. Does he have any grudge against Sichuan? After the secretary left, a doctor in a white coat walked out of the operating room. Professor Zhang, how is my son? The visitor is the most authoritative professor of neurology in the municipal hospital. Mr. Li, I'm sorry. I can't do anything to save him. Your son has been diagnosed as brain dead. Professor Zhang said with a look of regret. Hearing Professor Zhang's words, everyone present trembled. Brain death. What's the difference between that and being dead? Upon hearing the expected result, Li Jianchang couldn't help but burst into tears. He looked in the direction of the operating room and said viciously, Don't worry, Sichuan, I will definitely avenge you. When we came out of the bar, it wasn't too late, just a little after 7. Zhao Zhu drove directly to a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The medicine hall is decorated in antique style with multi-story buildings and flying eaves. In the middle hangs a black plaque with 4 large gold-plated characters written on it in a vigorous, simple and elegant style. Wanbao Pharmacy. There is a couplet hanging on both sides of the door. I wish that everyone in the world was healthy, so why should I worry about the medicine gathering dust on the shelf? Coincidentally, there is also a large pharmacy next to Wanbao Pharmacy. There was also a piece of paper taped to the glass door. Today is membership day, and you will get 10 eggs for free if you spend over 90 yuan. Although it was nighttime, the pharmacy was still crowded with uncles and aunts all swarming over. Looking over here, there are few people around, and even the medicine hall is very quiet. Zhao Zhu curled his lips and looked at the words 10 eggs, feeling it was extremely ironic. When did the benevolent doctor sell the medicine for 10 eggs? Zhao Zhu came to the Chinese medicine hall this time for something. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Sichuan is destined to be either dead or injured after using the bad luck card this time. Coupled with the fact that the Li group is about to go bankrupt, it is easy to point the finger at Zhao Zhu and the Pei family. By then, the Li family will surely launch a dying counterattack. Of course, Zhao Zhu is not afraid of these. Because if Li Jianguo was taken over and the Li group went bankrupt, the Li family would be left with nothing. It was even in such an embarrassing situation that anyone could step on it. The only thing Zhao Zhu is worried about now is the mysterious Miaogu master of the Li family. After all, this kind of thing is a power beyond normal humans. Moreover, the so-called Miaojianggu masters have always been very mysterious, and their methods are secretive, cruel and tricky, and they emerge endlessly. At that time, if the Li family sends out this Gu master again, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, Zhao Zhu now possesses divine ancient medical skills and has a way to deal with the poisonous insects in his mind. There is a fragment in the Medicine King Sutra that specifically records the method of expelling poisonous insects. Knead and grind several kinds of herbs into powder and make them into sachets. Wear it close to the body and no poisonous insects will dare to get close to you. Zhao Zhu planned to make a few sachets and give them to the women around him to prevent any unexpected events. As I walked into the medicine hall, it was brightly lit and a strong smell of medicine hit me in the face. After entering the door, you will see the lobby consultation area. It was hard to tell what was going on from the outside, until I entered the lobby, where I discovered it was full of patients. Everyone has a haggard face and a thin body. But there was hope in their eyes, and they lined up in an orderly manner in the consultation area. Zhao Zhu bypassed these patients and went directly to the place where medicine was dispensed. There was a woman sitting in front of the huge medicine cabinet. She is wearing a white dress, with a fresh and refined temperament and delicate facial features, like a fairy. The woman looked up, saw Zhao Zhu, picked up a pen and paper and handed it to him, her voice cold. Would you like some medicine? Write down what you want. Zhao Zhu was rather surprised by the lady's fairy-like appearance. He was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Yes, I want to get some medicine. As he spoke, Zhao Zhu picked up a pen and paper and wrote down a string of Chinese medicine names in a flamboyant manner. The woman took the paper and pen with her slender hands, turned around and went to get the medicine. But the more she took the medicine, the more she grumbled in her heart, and finally she stopped. Because the prescription in her hand was too outrageous. The woman's name is Yi Qingxuang, and she is the young master of this pharmacy. He started learning Chinese medicine at a young age. He knew all kinds of medicines at the age of 10 and could open a clinic to treat patients at the age of 15. Now she has been immersed in traditional Chinese medicine for several years. It is unknown how many people she has saved. But she couldn't understand the prescription in her hand no matter what. For example, the ingredients in the prescription include aconite radix angelicida huricai, cloves and curcuma, which are the 18 anti-reactions in medicine and can be extremely toxic if taken together. For example, the shueshang yi ji gao at the end of the prescription is a well-known poison, and she has never seen this thing written on a prescription. In addition, there are no less than a dozen poisons on the prescription. This is clearly like eating the food of a dead person. I don't know what kind of quack doctor would prescribe such a messed up prescription. Yi Qingshuang didn't dare to continue getting medicine. She walked back to Zhao Zhu, frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and said, "Who gave you this recipe? It's obviously a recipe for killing someone." Zhao Zhu was stunned for a moment, then realized that the other party had seen that most of the ingredients in the prescription were highly poisonous. But it is precisely these highly poisonous substances that can work together to drive away the poisonous insects. And after the medicinal effects are balanced, there is no harm to the human body. But the girl opposite could see the clues. It seems that he is not just a medicine dispenser. Zhao Zhu said with a smile, "What's wrong with this prescription?" Yi Qingshuang continued, "There are at least a dozen strong poisons in your prescription, and 6 or 7 conflicting medicines. This kind of medicine is not for curing people. Drinking it will only make you go to see the king of hell faster. Arsenic, mercury, raw strychnine, raw chuanwu, raw tsawu, raw white aconite, raw panelia, raw erythema." Having said this, Yi Qingshuang frowned even more deeply. These drugs are all highly toxic, any one of them can cause instant death. "Sir, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid I can't give you the medicine." And Yi Qingshuang said coldly, "If you really can't explain it, then you will need to explain it to JC. Zhao Zhu chuckled and was about to say something when he heard a noisy sound coming from outside the door. "Make way! Make way! Sister Yi! Sister Yi! Come and see what happened to our old man." Zhao Zhu turned his head and saw a dozen burly men, obviously bodyguards, walking and carrying a stretcher. Chapter 31, Rescue the Boss. The leader was a boy of about 17 or 18 years old. He was not handsome, but there was a sense of pride between his eyebrows. You can tell at first glance that he comes from a wealthy family. Zhao Zhu lowered his eyes and saw an old man on the stretcher. He was probably in his 60s or 70s, with white hair and a youthful face, a strong build, and was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit. But the old man had his eyes closed, his face was pale, and there was a black color lingering on his forehead. Seeing this, Zhao Zhu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. This old man's symptoms seemed very similar to Pei Nanju's father. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! The host triggers the mission to save the boss. Treat Sun Guoquan and make him recover. If the mission is successful, you will be rewarded. Mission failed, the host will be punished with impotence and premature ejaculation. Sun Guoquan, if nothing unexpected happens, is this old man. But this punishment. Zhao Zhu's face was full of black lines. He seriously doubted whether this system was designed to mess with him. It seems that we can only do our best to save the old man. While Zhao Zhu was listening to the mission, the young man had already come up to the two of them. The young man looked anxious and quickly grabbed Yi Qingshuang's arm. "Sister Yi, please, save my grandpa. Sun Tao, don't worry. As long as I'm here, your grandfather will be fine." After saying that, Yi Qingshuang walked forward, first looked at the old man's pupils, then looked at his tongue coating. Then he lifted the old man's wrist and felt his pulse. But after going through the whole process, Yi Qingshuang's brows became more and more furrowed, and it was obvious that he had encountered a problem. Yi Qingshuang hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's carry elder Sun inside first. Tell me what happened to Sun Tao in detail." Upon hearing this, everyone lifted the old man and walked inside. On the way, a young man named Sun Tao narrated what had happened in a hurried voice. "I don't know what is going on. The day before yesterday, my grandfather went out fishing and fell into a coma in the evening when he came back. I went to various hospitals these past 2 days, but they couldn't figure out what was wrong with my grandfather. My grandpa woke up tonight and asked me to bring him to you." Having said this, Sun Tao hurriedly said anxiously, "Sister Yi, I know that my grandfather has been treated here for all his illnesses, both major and minor. Your medical skills must be very impressive. You must save my grandfather." Yi Qingshuang comforted him, "Don't worry, I will do my best to treat elder Sun." Although she said so, Yi Qingshuang had no idea about Mr. Sun's illness. With her many years of experience studying medicine, she couldn't see any clues at all. This is rather strange. The old man's symptoms were coma, weak pulse, and gradually weakening qi in blood. According to the symptoms, it seems to be anemia or heart and lung diseases. But it's obviously not that simple. Logically, Yi Qingshuang should give him emergency treatment and use acupuncture. Stimulate the acupoints to restore qi in blood and save lives. But now Yi Qingshuang couldn't figure out Mr. Sun's symptoms and didn't dare to give him acupuncture casually. You know, with acupuncture, the precision of the acupoint force can be lost even by a tiny bit, which can cost a person's life. In addition, Yi Qingshuang knew that the identity and background of this old man's son was not just that of an ordinary old man. The only solution now is to invite her master over. Her master is Mr. Chow, a leading figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, known as a medical genius. As long as he is asked to take action, Mr. Sun's life will definitely be saved. But her master is not in Sidious right now, and if she invites him over now, she's afraid it won't be enough time. Yi Qingshuang was still in deep thought. Seeing that she had not taken any action, Sun Tao, who was standing beside her, became anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "Sister Yi, what are you waiting for? My grandfather is almost dying." Yi Qingshuang looked down and saw that old man Sun's face had indeed become paler, and even the rise and fall of his chest had begun to slow down. It seems that more air is exhaled and less air is incoming. Forget it. Let's try it out. Yi Qingshuang made this decision in her heart and turned around to take out the silver needle. Just as I was about to give the acupuncture, I heard a voice outside the door. "Miss Yi, this old man doesn't have any heart or lung problems. If you give him acupuncture carelessly, I'm afraid it will cost him his life." Yi Qingshuang was already a little nervous, and when she suddenly heard someone say that, she didn't dare to insert the silver needle in her hand. She raised her head and saw Zhao Zhu slowly walking in. It's actually him? Does he also know medicine? But Yi Qingshuang thought of the prescription full of poisons and immediately frowned. This person definitely doesn't know any medical skills. It is even possible that someone who has read a few pages of medical knowledge can just blindly prescribe medicine. Who let you in? This is my clinic, please get out. Zhao Zhu seemed not to have heard it. He walked up to the old man, looked down at him and spoke slowly. "Miss Yi, please don't think I'm being nosy. If we don't use the correct method to rescue him now, this old man will not live for more than a quarter of an hour. If you are not sure, let me do it." As if to confirm Zhao Zhu's words, the old man suddenly coughed, and then his originally pale face gradually turned blue. This symptom looks even weaker than before. Even more like a dead person. "Grandfather! Mr. Sun!" Yi Qingshuang and Sun Tao screamed at the same time. The two looked at each other and could see the worry in each other's eyes. Sun Tao hurriedly said to Yi Qingshuang, "Sister Yi, hurry up and do it. My grandpa can't wait any longer." After hearing this, Yi Qingshuang no longer paid attention to Zhao Zhu and picked up the silver needle to prepare for the attack. But at the moment when the silver needle was about to fall, she stopped. The little hand holding the silver needle trembled slightly. There was also a layer of tiny beads of sweat on his forehead. "Sister Yi." In the end, Yi Qingshuang withdrew her hand dejectedly, with a look of guilt on her face. "I'm sorry, Sun Tao, I can't treat your grandfather's illness. Your grandfather's illness is so strange that with my current abilities, I have absolutely no way to treat it. But don't worry too much, I'll call my master right now, he will definitely have a solution." Having said that, Yi Qingshuang didn't even have time to look at Sun Tao's reaction, and hurriedly took out her cell phone to make a call. It can be seen that Yi Qingshuang is also eager to save people, but her skills are not enough. So the only ones left at the scene were the young boy Sun Tao and his bodyguards, standing there in a daze. Of course there is also Zhao Zhu. Sun Tao stood there in a daze, but quickly reacted. He looked at Yi Qingshuang who was walking away, and then looked at the old man who was dying on the bed. There was a complicated expression on his face. After a moment, he seemed to have made a decision and his eyes became firm. His grandfather's life is hanging by a thread, and it is impossible for him to wait for Yi Qingshuang's master to come. He walked up to Zhao Zhu and said in a deep voice, "Sir, are you sure you can save my grandfather?" Seeing the young man's serious expression, Zhao Zhu put away his cynical attitude, nodded, and said with certainty, "I'm sure. In less than 5 minutes, I guarantee your grandfather will be alive and kicking." After hearing what Zhao Zhu said, several burly security guards around couldn't help but whisper to each other. Alive and kicking? This kid is quite good at boasting. He is really good at it. Even Missy didn't dare to say that she could cure the disease, but he said that he could cure it in 5 minutes and the patient is still alive and kicking. Zhang San, why don't you go and talk to the young master and don't listen to this kid's nonsense? Yes, in ancient times, a man of Mr. Sun's status would have to be treated by an imperial physician. It's not safe to let a young boy like this treat him. The few people spoke in low voices, but Zhao Zhu and the other man heard them all. He turned to look at Sun Tao, who immediately understood what he meant and shouted in a low voice. Zhang San, Li Si, Wang Wu, Zhao Lu. Hearing the young master's call, several burly men immediately stood up straight. Follow orders and act in unison. Follow the master's orders. Get out. Also, get slapped in the face when you get out. Chapter 32, I Got a Younger Brother. Soon, Zhao Zhu and Sun Tao were the only ones left in the room. Then, a series of slap sounds were heard from afar. Sun Tao reached out and held Zhao Zhu's hands, saying anxiously, "Please save my grandfather's life." "Little brother, don't worry." Zhao Zhu nodded and said. Then he turned around, picked up the silver needle that Yi Qingxuang had placed on the shelf, and walked in front of the old man. If nothing unexpected happens, the old man is not sick. But just like Pei Nanju's father, he was bewitched. Moreover, the poisonous insect on the old man's body is more powerful. It is an upgraded version of the one on Pei Nanju's father. The toxin is more powerful. If it weren't for Zhao Zhu, this old man would not have survived tonight. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhu took out a silver needle, picked up the old man's left hand, and gently pricked the back of his hand. 18 silver needles were inserted into the old man's arms, shoulders, and forehead one by one. After Zhao Zhu finished doing all this, the old man suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Afterwards, the old man's condition calmed down and his face gradually changed from dark blue to rosy. The old man's breathing also stabilized, and it was obvious that he was no longer in danger. Just like what happened to Pei Xianzong last time, there was a worm writhing and struggling in the black blood. And a shrill sound similar to a baby's cry was made. Zhao Zhu had a blank expression on his face. He picked up a tissue, wrapped the poisonous insect in it, stomped it to pieces, and then threw it into the trash can. Bite. The system's voice sounded in Zhao Zhu's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of saving the boss. The host is rewarded with God-level fighting skills. God-level fighting skills? Immediately afterwards, a stream of information about fighting techniques flowed into Zhao Zhu's mind, and in just a moment, Zhao Zhu had mastered it. Zhao Zhu now has the confidence to defeat 8 people alone. I'm not bragging, everyone here is garbage. If Zhao Zhu had not been born, the martial arts world would have been in darkness forever. The sword comes. When Zhao Zhu was still adding drama to his mind, he suddenly heard a scream. What is that? How did it come out of my grandfather's body? Sun Tao's face was filled with shock. After all, the current situation was really hard for him to understand. Zhao Zhu then came back to his senses, coughed lightly, and spoke slowly. That Gu insect, and it's an extremely powerful poison. Anyone who is hit will definitely die within 3 days. Sun Tao, someone wants to harm your grandfather. Gu insect? A huge question mark appeared in Sun Tao's mind. Aren't those things that only exist in novels? But when he heard Zhao Zhu say that someone wanted to harm his grandfather, his face couldn't help but darken. What kind of status does his Sun family have in China? How could someone dare to harm his grandfather? He will get to the bottom of this matter. After a moment, Sun Tao put away that expression and became that harmless boy again. My grandpa. Zhao Zhu nodded and said, Don't worry, your grandfather is fine now, I will prescribe you another prescription later. Then rest for a while, and your grandfather will be back to normal. After hearing this, Sun Tao's face was full of gratitude, and after a moment he actually knelt down on the ground. What are you doing? Zhao Zhu hurriedly held his arm and said, A man's knees are made of gold. You can't do this to him. Sun Tao said excitedly, You saved my grandfather's life, and you are a great benefactor to the Sun family. You definitely deserve this respect. Also, from today on, you are my Sun Tao's elder brother. As long as you give me an order, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. If you don't agree, I want to get up today. Okay. I'll be your big brother, can you just get up first? Seeing Zhao Zhu agreed, Sun Tao smiled and slowly stood up. Brother, I haven't asked you what your name is yet. Zhao Zhu inexplicably accepted a younger brother, and judging from the appearance, this younger brother was not from an ordinary family. This can be seen from those burly bodyguards. My name is Zhao Zhu. Okay. Then I'll call you Brother Nagisa. Afterwards, Zhao Zhu withdrew the silver needle, found paper and pen, wrote down the prescription and gave it to Sun Tao. Take the medicine according to this prescription, once a day, and drink it for a month, and your grandfather will be back to normal. Then Zhao Zhu wrote down another prescription. Follow the prescription and grind it into a sachet. Wear it close to your body and it will keep all poisonous insects away. Sun Tao took the two prescriptions, as if he had found a treasure, and said gratefully, Brother Zhu, I really don't know how to thank you. How about this, I'll give you a house tomorrow. I heard that Haitian Villa has a king-level apartment with a nice view. What do you think of this one, Brother Zhu? Sea and Sky Villa? King of buildings? Isn't that my home? It was such a coincidence that his mother opened the door for shower and she got home by chance. Zhao Shu smiled and said, No, to be honest with you, the king of the building in Haitian Villa is my home. Sun Tao stood there in a daze, not saying anything for a long time. I didn't expect that this eldest brother of his was not a simple person either. Not only was he an excellent doctor, but he was also a wealthy man? The king of the building in Haitian Villa, if he remembered correctly, seemed to be worth 500 million. How about that? I'll give you a car. How about a Porsche Cayenne? No need, I have a car, an Aston Martin 177. Sun Tao looked embarrassed. A top-of-the-line luxury car worth more than 40 million. Even he couldn't say he could buy it. Looking at Sun Tao's embarrassed expression, Zhao Zhu found it a little funny. Sun Tao, there's no need to do this. If you insist on giving me something, it would seem too formal. Since you and I are now brothers, your grandfather is my grandfather. Why should I ask for anything in return for saving my own grandfather? Besides, to be honest with you, as soon as you came in, I could tell that your grandfather was bewitched. And there are also people around me who are being targeted by the Goo Master. So I thought about curing your grandfather and seeing if I could find out the whereabouts of that Goo Master. Sun Tao nodded and said solemnly, Don't worry, Brother Zhu. When I find that person, I will inform you as soon as possible. Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, Let me give you another clue. The Goo Master I met here is from the Li Group in S City. As for whether he was the one who put the curse on your grandfather, I'm not sure. But even if it's not him, I think there must be some connection between these Goo Masters. Chapter 33 Borrowing a Bodyguard. Li family. Sun Tao's eyes seemed to be about to burst into fire, and he kept muttering Li family, Li family. Then he said coldly, Don't worry, Brother Zhu, as long as the Li family has any connection with the person who cast the poison, I will make them go to hell. Zhao Zhu nodded and said, There's one more thing. Can I use those bodyguards at your door? After explaining everything, Zhao Zhu returned to the lobby to get the medicine. At this time, a young man was standing in front of the medicine cabinet, holding Zhao Zhu's medicine with an expressionless face. He was not as suspicious as Yi Qingxuan and quickly got the medicine. And according to Zhao Zhu's request, it was crushed and made into sachets. When I walked out of the door, I saw 4 bodyguards standing in a row at the door. At this time, they were still grunting and slapping each other in the face. Everyone's cheeks were swollen. Zhao Shu found it funny, as if these people slapped him on both sides of his face in order to slap him evenly. Really honest. I don't know what kind of deep background Sun Tao's family has to have such a bodyguard who absolutely obeys orders. Moreover, Zhao Shu now possessed god-level fighting skills, and now he looked at these muscular men. One can tell at a glance that these people are extremely powerful. In fact, he is not much worse than he is now. King of soldiers? Suddenly, 2 words flashed through Zhao Zhu's mind for no reason, like an explosion. If several of them are military kings, then the background power of Old Sun and Sun Tao would be quite terrifying. Zhao Zhu swallowed and stopped thinking about it. He turned to the big men and said, Brothers, stop for a moment. One of the bald men, who had just slapped the man opposite him in the face, glanced at Zhao Zhu with his eyes slanted and said in a rough voice, We can't stop until the master says so. And isn't it all because of you that we are suffering? Now you are saying such sarcastic words, do you feel ashamed? Zhao Zhu laughed and said, your young master said we can stop now and let you go in and find him. After hearing this, the big men looked at each other, then stopped their actions with a look of suspicion. Then they started to move their sore wrists. Zhang San, you're using too much strength. I suspect you're seeking revenge. Li Si, how dare you say that? You even knocked out one of my teeth. I say, brothers, stop arguing. No one meant it. Fuck, Wang Wu, you still want to smooth things over? You hit him the hardest. The four brothers cursed at each other, but fortunately they had a deep bond and did not fight. They pushed each other and walked into the medicine hall. Within 5 minutes, the four brothers walked out of the pharmacy. But when they went in, they were all very excited, but when they came out, they all hung their heads like defeated roosters. Zhang San, what does our young master mean? Is there any need to say more? Just don't want us anymore. We are the best soldiers of this session. Who can be more powerful than us? The young master is permanent, but the soldiers are transient. Zhang San, you should just think positively. I feel like my life has lost its meaning. When I learned that I had to protect Mr. Sun, I vowed to dedicate everything to him. But now. Wang Wu, what you said is very inappropriate. Zhao Lu. I won't allow you to talk nonsense about such a sacred matter. Zhao Zhu saw a few people coming out and said with a smile, brothers, follow me. The few of them then stopped and looked at Zhao Zhu. Then the style of painting changed. The four of them actually ran to Zhao Zhu together, one rubbed his shoulders, one pinched his legs, and one fanned him. The remaining one had nothing to do, so he started polishing Zhao Zhu's shoes. That miraculous doctor, please forgive us for not recognizing you. You are truly amazing. Yes, when we first went in, Mr. Sun had already woken up and was just saying that he wanted to thank you very much. The young master said that we brothers will follow you in the future. If you need anything, just tell us and we brothers will definitely do it for you beautifully. Yes, godly doctor, from now on, the four of us brothers will obey your command. We will fight wherever you point us. Zhao Zhu laughed, and without any movement, he pushed several people away and got into the sports car. Take a taxi. Follow me back and I'll assign you tasks tomorrow. A few people were pushed aside for unknown reasons before they knew what was going on. When I looked at Zhao Zhu again, he had already got into the sports car and drove away. Fuck, why was I shaken away? Could it be that this new boss is also a martial artist? I didn't see clearly these two moves, it's more than just a martial artist's trick. You guys talk too much nonsense, just follow them first. Zhang San was smarter and hailed a taxi. After all four of them got in, master, catch up with the car in front. The four men were tall and strong, dressed in black. They didn't look fierce, but they were extremely oppressive. The driver thought he was encountering some gang vendetta, so he acted decisively, pulled up the handbrake, and pulled out his cell phone to call the police. It was Zhang San again. He snatched the phone away and after a lot of explanation the driver let down his guard. On the road, several people looked at the taillights of the Bugatti Veyron with envy. Zhang San, it seems that our new boss is not only a miraculous doctor, but also a fucking rich man. More than a super rich man, do you know how much that car costs? Aston Martin 177. There are only a few dozen in the country. This car is conservatively estimated to cost more than 40 million. Fuck. More than 40 million, I'd have to work for 4,000 years without eating or drinking. Hey, guys, it looks like we've become richer after following our new boss. Yes, it seems that the young master arranged us out. It's not that he doesn't want us. On the contrary, he arranged a good job for us. When Zhao Zhu led the four people into his villa, they looked at the luxurious decoration of the villa and were amazed. You guys will stay here temporarily today, and I will assign tasks for you tomorrow. By the way, for the time being, your monthly salary will be calculated at 2 million. If you do a good job in the future, I will give you a raise. Zhao Zhu settled several people and prepared to assign one to Wang Peipei and Pei Nanju tomorrow. One would stay in the villa to protect Mo Yunqi, and the other would follow him. These operations were all intended to counter the Li family's dying counterattack. After everything was arranged, Mo Yunqi had been waiting eagerly in the bedroom. Zhao Zhu chuckled. It was another night of continuous gunfire. After Zhao Zhu left, Yi Qingshuang ran back to the clinic with her cell phone. Her forehead was covered with sweat and her face was anxious. Sun Tao, I found a way to save your grandfather. But as soon as I entered the room, I saw that Mr. Sun had woken up and was half leaning on the hospital bed. Sun Tao on the side was talking to the old man with a smile. Grandpa, you don't know, my brother Zhu used the silver needle in his hand to flick a few times, and you vomited out a worm. And then you were healed. Old Sun had a ruddy complexion, a kind look, and smiled. Ha, Xiao Tao, the moment I woke up I heard you talking about your brother Zhu. When can I meet this lifesaver? We can repay them. Okay. When you feel better, I'll bring Nagisa to see you. At this time, Yi Qingshuang walked in with a confused look on her face. Mr. Sun? You? Sun Tao narrated what had happened with great excitement, and when he talked about the poisonous insects, even Yi Qingshuang found it unbelievable. Afterwards, Yi Qingshuang, as if she didn't believe it, examined the old man's body. After a checkup, she found that the old man's body had indeed returned to normal. Although it is still a little worse than normal, it is obviously no longer dangerous. Yi Qingshuang walked out of the door with a confused look on her face, holding 2 prescriptions in her hands. One is for boiling in water and the other is for crushing into a sachet. But both prescriptions were rather unconventional, and Yi Qingshuang had never even seen them before. What is more, what just happened to Old Man Sun was too bizarre, and Yi Qingshuang really couldn't believe it. Besides, does that man who looks to be only in his early 20s really have such miraculous medical skills? Yi Qingshuang couldn't figure it out, so she called her master. After explaining everything, there was silence for a while, and then there was amazement. There are actually such capable people in the world. Although I guess that Mr. Sun was poisoned by a goo, I have no way to completely cure it. We can only delay the onset of the toxin and make long-term plans. Qingshuang. We must find this person. This young man must be from a family of traditional Chinese medicine. I wonder how many miraculous recipes he has to save lives. Chapter 34 Strength. In the morning, Zhao Zhu was awakened by a phone call. The person who called was Lin Ruoxue. Boss, come to the Li group. A good show is about to begin. Zhao Zhu grinned, put down his phone, stole a kiss on the beautiful Mo, and put a sachet for repelling poisonous insects in her hand. Then I found the system to sign in. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, and you will be rewarded with a strength value of +5. Strength value increased by 5? Zhao Zhu lay on the bed, frowning, somewhat confused. It seems that the system is becoming more and more mysterious. Can't money satisfy him? Wouldn't it be nice if you gave it another few hundred billion? Zhao Zhu was still complaining about the system, but suddenly he felt a warm current flowing through his body from somewhere. This warm current flows along the top of the head and flows to the limbs and bones. Wherever the warm current passes, you feel a tingling sensation, as if all the cells are cheering. In just a moment, Zhao Zhu was sweating profusely. But this situation soon disappeared. Zhao Zhu looked at his big hand in confusion. He could clearly feel that he seemed to have endless energy now. And he looked at his body, it seemed that he had muscles and beautiful lines. Zhao Zhu happily lifted up his clothes, and sure enough, he had the rudiments of 8-pack abs on his belly. Is this the benefit of increasing the strength value by 1? My body is almost as strong as a man's now, and I wonder what the strength of those 4 real strong men is? As if in response to Zhao Zhu's doubts, the system's voice sounded again. Report. The initial value of ordinary people's strength points is around 10 points. Through exercise, such as fitness and martial arts, it can be increased to 30 points and reach the limit. The host increases strength points through the system, with an upper limit of 100 points. Host, would you like to check the body attribute panel? Zhao Zhu nodded as he listened. Increasing strength points is equivalent to increasing strength in disguise and improving physical fitness. For ordinary people, 30 points is already the limit, but if he signs in, he can reach 100 points. Isn't it invincible in terms of strength alone? Wow, this is some fun stuff. Check out the properties panel. The next moment, a curtain of light appeared out of thin air in front of Zhao Zhu. Name, Zhao Zhu. Strength, 15. Spirit, 10. Zhao Zhu was stunned again when he saw this. Why did he become so energetic? He asked the system curiously, but this time the system did not answer. After trying several times, the system seemed to have crashed and no message was sent. Zhao Zhu ignored him, probably because his mental ability was not triggered. When I walked out of the room, I happened to run into 4 big men sitting upright in the living room. Zhao Zhu thought about it and decided to take a few people with him. However, a supercar can only seat 2 people, so we still need to find a car for a few people. After thinking about it, Zhao Zhu called Wang Peipei. Hubby, you ignored me for 2 days. I missed you so much. Wang Peipei said sweetly and coquettishly. Zhao Zhu smiled slightly. Where do you miss me? You're such a bad husband, of course you want to be everywhere. Ha ha ha. Enough of the joke, let's get down to business. Are you in Motor City? I'm here, what's wrong? I'll transfer 5 million to you later and buy me a Range Rover. I'll send someone to pick it up later. Honey, a Range Rover doesn't cost 5 million. Silly woman, the remaining money is of course for you as pocket money. The two of them stayed together for a while, and then Zhao Zhu hung up the phone. Zhang San, you come with me. The rest of you go to the VIP area of Century Auto City and pick up a Range Rover. Then we'll meet at the entrance of the Li Group. The four of them stood up together, their movements coordinated and extremely imposing. The boss is awesome. Zhang San followed Zhao Zhu, and the remaining three took a taxi and headed straight to Century Auto City. What a coincidence, the taxi driver this time was the same one from yesterday. Oh, the master is still you. You guys are obviously in high spirits today, what's the good news? Hey, what can we expect? We just got a new boss and he gave us a Range Rover. Our new boss is really generous. He gave us a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan as soon as he arrived. Yes, I will really thank you, master, for giving us this wonderful mission. The driver curled his lips and rolled his eyes. Just brag. How much does a Land Rover Range Rover cost? The cheapest one costs more than 1 million. Just because you guys are obviously bodyguards, why should I buy you a Range Rover? Wouldn't it be better to buy a Hongguang? It can also race cars and hold more people. After sending the three people to Century Auto City, the driver did not leave. He looked at the three people who were arm in arm with contempt on his face. He wanted to see if the guys could drive a Land Rover today. About 10 minutes later, the access door opened. A brand new Land Rover Range Rover slowly drove out of the car city and drove straight in front of the taxi. The car window rolled down, revealing Li Si's honest face. Hey, the driver hasn't left yet. The driver was stunned and swallowed hard. He smiled awkwardly and said, take a break, take a break. Then we'll leave first, the boss is waiting for us. After saying that, Li Si stepped on the accelerator and drove away, leaving the driver disheveled in the wind. My goodness, their new boss must be so rich that he even equips his bodyguards with luxury cars like the Range Rover. I don't know if this boss is still short of a driver. The driver felt a little regretful at this time. He should have asked a few people for his phone number earlier. I think the salary their new boss will offer 1T below. If he knew that Zhang San, Li Si and others earned more than 2 million yuan a month, wouldn't he have died of envy by vomiting blood on the spot? Li Group Building. Zhao Zhu slowly stopped the car and saw Lin Ruoshua waiting at the door. Today, Lin Ruoshua wore a strapless dress with small floral patterns. Her long black hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. She wore a pair of black high heels, which made her look tall and elegant. Her skin is as white as cream and her face is as white as jade. Although she wears light makeup, she is still incredibly beautiful. Zhao Zhu got out of the car, strode forward, stretched out his hand and gave Lin Ruoshua a big hug. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. The two of them only tasted it briefly, but it still attracted the attention of people around them. It's because the combination of handsome men and beautiful women is so pleasing to the eyes. Moreover, Lin Ruoshua used to have the feeling of a weak girl next door, which made people want to protect her. Lin Ruoshua now seems to be reborn from the cocoon. She no longer has that fragile feeling, but instead has a cold and aloof feeling. Zhao Zhu knew that this was all caused by his experiences during this period. What kind of person a person will eventually become and what heights he will reach actually depends largely on his experiences. Just like the flowers in the greenhouse, most of them cannot withstand the frost. Lin Ruoshua said softly, Director Zhao, the net is finally closing. Let's go in and watch the show. Chapter 35, Yearly Family is finished. Li Group, inside the meeting room. Li Jianchang had a gloomy expression. He was watching the TV in the conference room and couldn't help but throw the teacup in his hand out, scaring everyone in the conference room. What the hell is going on? What the hell are you doing in the PR department? I told you to keep the news secret, but how come it's on the fucking news? That's right, at this moment, the TV news was reporting on quality problems with a newly developed property by the Li Group. The female reporter in the news spoke righteously and strongly, condemning the Li Group's shoddy construction and demanding a satisfactory explanation to the majority of owners. Li Jianchang turned off the TV in anger and stared at the head of the public relations department. Speak up, are you dumb? I give you more than 20,000 yuan every fucking month, but you fed it all to the dogs. The head of the public relations department put on a bitter and resentful expression and said timidly, "Mr. Lee, it's not that we didn't do anything. We already spent a lot of money to suppress the news. But for some reason, it seems like someone spent more money to buy trending searches, which led to this mess. Damn it. There's someone again. Who on earth is messing with their Lee family?" In just a few days, Li Shichuan became a vegetable, then the clothing factory was burned down and stopped for rectification. Soon after, quality problems emerged in the newly developed real estate, and the shopping mall owned by the Li family was suspended for rectification due to fire safety. It seemed like in just a few days, everything was thrown at them at once. Moreover, because there have been too many negative news about the company in recent days, people both inside and outside the company are in a panic. It even caused the company's shares to drop by several points, which was equivalent to a loss of 1 billion yuan. Countless investors sold their shares, making the Li Group, which has been in turmoil in recent days, even more shaky. Etc. Li Jianchang was suddenly struck by lightning. He suddenly remembered that his current situation was exactly the same as that of the Pei family back then. Could it be that all this was done by the Pei family? Or was it done by the man named Zhao Zhu? He also sent people to investigate Zhao Zhu, and of course knew that it was he who changed the fate of the Pei family's Zilong real estate being swallowed up. But what he could find out about Zhao Zhu was that he had a clean background, his parents were both from the countryside, and he himself had even worked as a humble security guard. How could such a person save the Pei family? Or is it that this young man's identity and background are so complex that I can't find any useful information on him? Li Jianchang felt a little headache and rubbed his eyebrows gently. Unexpectedly, bad news continued to come. The door of the conference room was pushed open and his personal secretary ran in a panic. Something terrible has happened. Director Lee. People from the tax bureau are here, and they say they found evidence of our tax evasion and have now completely frozen the funds in our account. The bank also called us and said they would collect the loan. If we couldn't pay it back within 3 days, they would sue us for compulsory execution. What a big deal the Pei family has. Li Jianchang angrily slammed his fist on the conference table and said after a moment, "Quick! Call Li Jianguo. He is the only one who can solve the company's difficulties at this moment." The secretary quickly took out her cell phone and called Li Jianguo. After a while, the secretary hung up the phone, trembling and looking sad. They said that the second master, he was arrested for corruption and bribery. There was a dead silence in the conference room. Everyone held their breath and listened to the secretary dropping bombshells one after another. After the secretary finished speaking, everyone was stunned in their seats and looked at each other. They all knew that the Li Group was doomed. Li Jianchang also sat down on the chair with a pale face. All along, his greatest support in S-City has been this younger brother, but now even he has been brought down. So how terrifying is the power behind that young man named Zhao Zhu? At this moment, the door of the meeting room was pushed open again, and Zhao Zhu walked in slowly. After he entered the room, he sat down opposite Li Jianchang with his feet on the conference table, looking like a cynical rich second generation. Lin Ruoxue and 4 big men stood beside him in turn. The combination of beauty and the beast made everyone in the conference room even more suspicious of the identity of the young man in front of them. Fuck, who is this person? How come he barged in so brazenly? This beauty is so beautiful. Wait, why does this woman look so familiar to me? She does look familiar, I think I've seen her in the company. Everyone in the conference room was whispering, and they were very curious about the group of people who came. But there were also a few executives who had long been bribed by Lin Ruoxue. At this moment, they lowered their heads or looked out the window, not saying a word. Li Jianchang looked around, and his sharp eyes immediately made the meeting room quiet. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Zhao Zhu said nonchalantly, "Boss Li, I'm almost ruining your company, and you still don't know who I am? You are Zhao Zhu." Li Jianchang clenched his fists and sneered, "Boy! How dare you appear in front of me? What am I afraid of?" Zhao Zhu looked at Li Jianchang as if he was a fool. "I say, old man, you still don't understand the situation now. You are a pauper now, what right do you have to threaten me?" "Pauper?" Li Jianchang laughed loudly and said arrogantly, "Boy, as long as my Li Group exists for one day, I will have this ability." "That's a shame." Zhao Zhu shook his head regretfully and suddenly changed the subject. "What a pity. Your Li Group will soon be gone. At Zhao Zhu's signal, Lin Ruoxue took out a stack of documents from her briefcase and placed them on the conference table. I have some bad news for you, Mr. Li. There are 15 shareholders in the Li Group, and 14 of them have transferred their shares to me. Don't worry, you won't find any loopholes. This is the agreement of all 14 shareholders. You only hold a few dozen% of the shares in the Li Group and do not have a controlling stake. You cannot cause any trouble. After hearing this, Li Jianchang was so angry that he gritted his teeth. When the company encountered a bottleneck, Li Jianchang adopted a share dilution operation in order to develop and expand the company and attract investors. We even have a stock reward mechanism to motivate employees and increase their enthusiasm. After doing all this, the company did grow and develop, but Li Jianchang's shares were correspondingly reduced. In the end, the shareholding was reduced from 100% to just over 10%, and the company's absolute control was lost. But the company has remained safe and sound over the years. In addition, his younger brother Li Jianguo also rose in status later, so naturally no one would harm him, and Li Jianchang intentionally or unintentionally forgot about this matter. Unexpectedly, today he reaped the consequences of his actions. You are shooting yourself in the foot. Chapter 36 Ending. I'll kill you, kid. Suddenly, Li Jianchang rushed towards Zhao Zhu like a madman, grabbed a teacup in his hand. Zhang San, who was beside Zhao Zhu, was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He rushed over in one step and knocked Li Jianchang down with a sweeping kick. Then he pressed his knees heavily on Li Jianchang's chest and locked his throat with his elbow. You little jerk, you dared to touch our boss. Li Jianguo's face turned red and he struggled violently, but how could he escape the control of that muscular man Zhang San? Seeing that the old man was almost out of breath, Zhao Zhu signaled Zhao San to let go. As soon as Zhang San stood up, Li Jianchang collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Zhao Zhu walked over and looked down at him with cold eyes. Li Jianchang, to be honest, I was the one who made your son Li Shichuan become like that. This is what happened to your Li family for offending me. After hearing this, Li Jianchang felt a surge of anger in his heart and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he raised his head and stared at Zhao Zhu, gritting his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. But a moment later, he suddenly laughed, and said with a vicious look in his eyes, Brat. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? Aren't you attracted to that little girl Pei Nanju? My son can't have her. You can forget about it too. Just let her be buried with my son. Oh my God. Zhao Zhu cursed and kicked Li Jianchang in the chest. Li Jianchang vomited blood again and fainted. Zhao Zhu's face was gloomy, and he said to Lin Ruoxue, I'll leave the matter here to you, you must make sure that the Li family has no money left. Also, put this old guy in jail. Before he can do anything weird. Also, Ruoxue, take this and wear it close to your body. Zhao Zhu took out a sachet from his pocket and handed it to Lin Ruoxue. I'll tell you the details later. Just remember to wear this thing close to your body. Zhang San. Come with me. Li Si, Wang Wu, Zhao Lu, you stay here to protect Ruoxue. If Ruoxue loses even a hair, I will hold you accountable. Yes. Then Zhao Zhu hurried downstairs and went to the hospital. Zhang San, you drive. Boss, I've never driven a sports car. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to complain to your young master about you? Zhang San's neck shrank, and the 1.8-meter tall man actually showed a look of fear. Zhao Zhu sat in the passenger seat, and the first thing he did was to call Pei Nanju. Hey, what's wrong with Zhao Zhu? Nanju, is everything okay over there? It's nothing, and my father is recovering well. The doctor said he will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Oh, there is one more thing. I heard that Li Shi had a car accident and became a vegetable. Was it you who did this? Pei Nanju asked cautiously. It's not just Li Shichuan. From today on, the entire Li family will be wiped out in S City. Reduced to ashes? Pei Nanju on the other side opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. You have to know that the Li family is powerful and deeply rooted, especially the second master of the Li family, whose status is like the god of S City. That's why Li Shichuan has always been fearless and even calls himself the Prince of S City. But now Zhao Zhu says that the Li family will be wiped out from today? For some reason, these doubts only flashed through Pei Nanju's mind, or she could even say that she automatically ignored them. In her mind, Zhao Zhu is a person who is good at creating the impossible and even surpassing the impossible. If he says he can do it, he can definitely do it. Pei Nanju felt warm in her heart when she thought of this, and a gentle smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Zhao Zhu, thank you so much. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, we have no relationship, there's no need to be so polite. Let's leave it at that for now, we'll talk about the details after I get over there. Pei Nanju hung up the phone, feeling sweet in his heart. He said he wanted to destroy the Li family, and he really did destroy the Li family to ashes. Nanju, who's calling? Is it Zhao Zhu? Pei Xianzong half leaned on the hospital bed, looking at his daughter who was grinning foolishly, and said with some jealousy. Alas, the cabbage is about to be eaten by the pig, and the key is that you can only watch and there is nothing you can do. Yes, it's Zhao Zhu. Pei Nanju put away her phone and inexplicably felt her face burning, like a little girl who was discovered by her parents while secretly dating. She walked to the bedside, still unable to hide her excitement. Dad, Zhao Zhu just said that the Li family will be wiped out from S-City today. The old man was peeling an orange and eating it when he suddenly heard Pei Nanju's words and spat out the orange in his mouth. Zhao Zhu, did he really bring down the Li family? While he was still in shock, Pei Xianzong received a call on his cell phone. Boss Pei, reliable news. The Li group is finished. The mysterious figure suddenly stopped and acquired 89% of the shares of the Li group. Moreover, Li Jianguo was expelled from the party and removed from office for corruption and bribery, and Li Jianchang was thrown into jail for tax evasion and intentional injury. I'm afraid these two old brothers will never get out in this lifetime. After hanging up the phone, Pei Xianzong looked at Pei Nanju in shock and said in disbelief, that mysterious man must be Zhao Zhu. Even Pei Xianzong seemed a little unbelievable. He knew very well how much power the Li family had in S-City. If he were to deal with the Li family himself, he would have to unravel the matter step by step. Not to mention a month, it could even be a year or even longer. And Zhao Zhu only took less than 3 days? What a huge force is behind this young man named Zhao Zhu. After thinking about it, Pei Xianzong turned to Pei Nanju and said, Nanju, Zhao Zhu is a good man worthy of trust. You must seize the opportunity. Dad, what are you talking about? While the two were talking, Zhao Zhu pushed the door open and saw Pei Nanju with a red face. Zhao Zhu didn't understand why, he just thought that the blushing Pei Nanju was particularly beautiful. Zhao Zhu, you're here, come and sit down. After Zhao Zhu sat down, he first asked about Pei Xianzong's condition, and then told him about the demise of the Li family and his own concerns. When the father and daughter heard that they could be persecuted by the Miao Jianggu master at any time, they couldn't help but shudder. Others may not know how evil the Miao Jianggu master is, but these father and daughter know it. If Zhao Zhu had not appeared, Pei Xianzong would have already gone to hell and turned into ashes. But you don't have to worry too much. I have a sachet here. As long as you wear it close to your body, no poisonous insects can get close to you. And I brought you a bodyguard, a martial artist. 3 or 5 people will definitely not be able to get close to you. As he spoke, Zhao Zhu took out the sachet and personally put it on Pei Nanju's beautiful white neck. Looking at the bulging sachet that was perfectly positioned in the ditch, bursts of fragrance rushed into Zhao Zhu's nose, and he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. It happened that at this moment Zhao Zhu was tying a knot in the rope behind Pei Nanju's beautiful neck. When he looked up, he saw Pei Nanju's delicate and cute little ears. This little ear is so cute, bright red, and crystal clear. As if possessed by a ghost, Zhao Zhu actually stuck out his tongue and licked it gently. Ah! Pei Nanju exclaimed, his face turning even redder. She never thought Zhao Zhu would be so bold. You know, his father is here too. How could this be? At least we have to find a place where there is no one. Ahem. Well, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Pei Xianzong lay down tactfully and buried his head in the quilt. Out of sight, out of mind. Alas, my daughter is grown up and I can't keep her here. Zhao Zhu smiled awkwardly, I couldn't help it. Chapter 37 Douyu Live. Li Group. Lin Ruoxue called the police, and Li Jianchang and all the senior executives of the Li Group in the conference room were taken into custody. The charges were multiple tax evasion and illegal detention and injury to others. However, after being caught and put into the police car, the group was not taken to the police station for interrogation. Instead, the car was driven straight to a courtyard. S-City is a southern city, and courtyard houses are rare. Moreover, this courtyard house is particularly hidden and is outside the city center of S-City. Li Jianchang and others were blindfolded, had their hands held down and were forced out of the car, then taken into a house. After taking off the blindfold, Li Jianchang squinted his eyes and looked around. The room was dimly lit, and one could vaguely see shelves filled with various utensils. Li Jianchang and his group of more than a dozen people were squatting in the corner of the room, trembling and terrified. I don't know who suddenly shouted. That's a torture device. It's an ancient torture device. A group of people immediately ran to the door in fear, and some even wet their pants out of fright. Let us out. This was all Li Jianchang's idea. We are innocent. We didn't do anything. You are breaking the law. You can't do this. At this moment, a faint voice came from another corner of the room. Stop shouting, no one will pay attention to you. Li Jianchang looked in the direction of the faint voice and saw under the dim light that it was a middle-aged man. He was wearing only a pair of underwear, and his chest was covered with bloodstains. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot, and he was obviously tortured. You are Jiang Wo? Brother? The middle-aged man's lips moved and 2 lines of tears flowed down. Li Jianchang crawled over and looking at Li Jiangwo's miserable appearance, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Jiangwo! What the hell is going on? Li Jiangwo suddenly burst into tears, like a child who had been wronged. Brother! We have offended the wrong people. With a creaking sound, the door was suddenly pushed open. A young man walked in, staring at the 2 brothers huddled together, and picked up the torture instruments beside him with an expressionless face. Li Jiangwo, do you have anything else to say? If you want to attack our Sun family, you should be prepared to bear our Sun family's wrath. Li Jiangwo was so frightened that his whole body was shaking, and his eyes were full of fear. At this moment, he did not have any of the glory of the god of S City. He was even worse than an ant. Please, I really don't know anything. The young man sneered and raised his whip. Waves of miserable wailing were heard from this dim room. After a long time, Li Jianchang lay half dead on the ground. At this time, Li Jianchang no longer had any resentment towards Zhao Zhu in his heart. Now he wishes he could pull out his son's oxygen tube with his own hands. If this kid wasn't jealous and insisted on having Pei Nanju, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. And he thought of the Gu master he had sent out, and felt a chill in his heart. It seems that his life is destined to be destroyed by himself. After coming out of Pei Nanju's place and before leaving the hospital, Zhao Zhu heard a ding sound. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and bankrupting the Li family. Reward the host with 99% of the shares of the Douyu Live broadcast platform. Congratulations to the host for becoming the chairman of the Douyu Live streaming platform. Douyu Live streaming platform? Zhao Zhu had also heard about it. Although he didn't watch the live broadcast, he knew something about Douyu Live. Nowadays, with the development of the internet, live streaming platforms and short video platforms have emerged and quickly become mainstream. Especially the live broadcast platform has huge traffic, and even some big V anchors can earn tens of millions of yuan a day. The Douyu platform is the best among them, and even the leader. The Douyu platform has huge traffic and countless anchors, including dozens of big anchors with tens of millions of fans. It's a real money-making machine. Or the ruthless kind. Come to think of it, Zhao Zhu had never even watched the live broadcast. I heard that these live streaming platforms are full of beauties with big curly hair and long legs, which are particularly pleasing to the eyes. Once this thought came to mind, it lingered in Zhao Zhu's mind. As Zhao Zhu was speaking, he sat in the sports car and downloaded a Douyu Live broadcast. The cover of the software was a beautiful girl wearing a JK uniform and twin ponytails. She looked pure and cute, which immediately aroused Zhao Zhu's curiosity. Yes, that's right, curiosity. You have to know that Douyu Live is now Zhao Zhu's industry. There's nothing wrong with him taking a look at it. No one can say anything about this. He quickly registered an account and named it Little Match Girl Selling. What comes into view are all kinds of beauties. Some were dancing in JK costumes, some were giving injections in nurse uniforms, and some were chatting with others. Zhao Zhu couldn't help but be stunned. When did it become so easy to make money? Could he earn money just by talking? Just click into a live broadcast room. The name is Tian Bu Tian. The host is a sweet-looking girl wearing a JK uniform and pink cat ear headphones. She has a sweet voice and is singing passionately. Fear of no return, fear of empty joy. I'm afraid it's not you who's here. Afraid there will be no miracle. Wait until the wind blows away and the rain is over. Waiting for you to meet me next time. Afraid of no return date, afraid of hesitation. I'm afraid it's not you who's here. The host has a sweet voice and it can be seen that she has strong singing skills. It is very suitable for her to sing this song, which is already quite cheerful. The sweet voice echoed throughout the entire live broadcast room, instantly making the viewers in the room excited. The sweet little beauty's voice is so beautiful, my ears are pregnant. I didn't expect that Tian Tian is not only good looking, but also sings so beautifully. This song made me fall in love with it directly. Sweet, I love you. From today on, your sweet smile will be protected by me, Huashan Huang Fei Hong. If you haven't followed her yet, hurry up and follow her. I have a feeling that Xiao Tian Tian will be a big hit. Tian 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 looked at the constantly refreshing barrage and smiled sweetly. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for your support. No, Tian Tian is really sweet. Did you grow up eating alpine? Hey, Tian Tian, I have a multi-billion-dollar project here, are you interested? Brother, what you said is a bit dangerous. Zhao Zhu was lying in the car and couldn't help but chuckle. This live broadcast is really interesting. Not only can you watch beautiful women, but you can also joke with your fans. After watching the live broadcast for a while, all the unpleasantness that had accumulated in the Li group was swept away. At this moment, a series of fancy special effects suddenly appeared on the screen of the live broadcast room. Then a few big words appeared. Supreme VIP, Commander-in-Chief Chao Mengde of the Three Armies, has entered the live broadcast room. After the big words, several dazzling planes roared past the screen. Then another 10 rockets shot straight into the sky from the bottom of the screen. The entire live broadcast room was boiling again. Fuck! That thief Chao is coming. The Prime Minister is here to conquer Tian Tian again. Chapter 38, Crazy Gift Giving. After the word Chao thief was spoken, no one posted any comments for a full half minute. I kept waiting for Chao Mengde's ID and typed, "Hello, my dear ministers." The barrage started to become active again. Meet the Prime Minister. Meet the Prime Minister. 3,000 Chao family soldiers are here to help the Prime Minister take down the city. Chao Mengde let out a ha-ha, and then another wave of rockets took off. It took more than 10 minutes for the live broadcast room to quiet down. The Prime Minister is so powerful. The Prime Minister is truly a great man. We admire him. During this short period of time, the Prime Minister has bought 50 rockets. Each rocket costs 500 yuan, which means a total of 25,000 yuan. Fuck, 25,000. That's half a year's salary for me. Prime Minister Chao is such a jerk. Even Tian in the live broadcast room was stunned. This is a gift worth 25,000 yuan. After deducting the company's commission, she will have at least 10,000 yuan in her pocket. This is a considerable income. Tian's eyes narrowed into crescents from smiling. She shook her head coquettishly, her twin ponytail swaying, and said sweetly, "Thank you for the gift, Prime Minister Chao. Since you are so enthusiastic, I will bring you a clip of Chow Chow." The melodious singing sounded again. Chao Mengde's gift also came. Another 50 rockets in a row. Tian sang even harder, her excitement and joy almost overflowed the screen. "Prime Minister, are you in need of a lackey? I think I can do the job." "Fuck, you are so shameless." "Prime Minister, I am Diaochan, I want to warm your bed." "Prime Minister, don't listen to that cute girl. I'm Su Chu. With my protection, it doesn't matter who you snatch from your wife." Zhao Zhu laughed when he saw this, and felt that this live broadcast room was really interesting. At this time, Chao Mengde sent out another message. Tian, this is my 30th consecutive day in your live studio. Just promise me and be my girlfriend." When Tian, who was singing, saw this comment, she was slightly stunned, and then she smiled sweetly. "Brother Mengde, I'm still young, I can't fall in love." Oh, it's the same excuse again. Every time Prime Minister Chao expresses his love, Tian says the same thing. What if Tian accepts the Prime Minister's confession? Wouldn't she lose a lot of traffic? Can't you see which is more important? But the Prime Minister has spent so much time and money, and he should have been able to take it down long ago. This only proves that our Tian is not an ordinary woman. Alas, I don't know what kind of man can be worthy of our Tian. At this time, Chao Mengde typed another line of words. Tian, don't be so shameless. Believe it or not, I will ask the super administrator to ban you. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down and beg me. Fuck. He's so anxious. As expected, the Prime Minister is the Prime Minister. He really uses dirty tricks. 3,000 Chow family soldiers retreat. We don't want to associate with such a villain. Down with Chow Zhe. Save Tian Tian. Is there any big shot in the live broadcast room? Please save our Tian Tian. Where are you, the boss who can save the goddess? Even Tian 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 in the live broadcast room stopped singing at this time, pouted her lips, and was about to cry. Obviously, he has suffered a great injustice. Is there really no one? Are we going to force our innocent and lovely little sweethearts to be tainted by capital? Seeing this, Zhao Zhu couldn't help but sneer. Why is this Prime Minister Chow so arrogant? Then he typed a line of words. The little match girl who was selling the girl, Prime Minister Chow, the internet is not a lawless place. Please be careful with your words. Prime Minister Chow immediately retorted, you loser, you got it for free for so long but didn't even get a single gift. You still have the nerve to say this now. Wait until you spend tens of thousands of gifts like me, then come talk to me again. As soon as these words were spoken, many netizens who had been silent just now came out again. Brother, I just can't stand the arrogant face of Chow the old thief. Don't you plan to suppress him? My dear, I see that you are a handsome man, a man of 8 feet tall. You can't just swallow this bitter pill, right? Yeah brother, if I were you, I'd rush a few million and scare him to death. Zhao Zhu chuckled. Since his brothers were so expecting him to come out and be a hero, he certainly couldn't let them down. After exiting the live broadcast room, Zhao Zhu directly recharged 100 million yuan in the background. After the recharge was completed, a message suddenly popped up on the system. Congratulations on your successful recharge. The system has automatically upgraded your account to Supreme VIP. When Zhao Zhu entered the live broadcast room again, several large and clear words appeared in the room. Supreme VIP, Little Match Girl Seller, enters the live broadcast room. Tian's live broadcast room was boiling again. Fuck, am I seeing things? This ID is the brother from before, right? Fuck. Wasn't he a Supreme VIP just now? Could it be that he just recharged it? What the hell? To become the Supreme, you need at least 5 million. Could it be that this kid just recharged 5 million? 3 consecutive wows expressed the doubts of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. At this moment, 10 rockets suddenly took off, and a cool animation popped up on everyone's phone screen. The special effects of the rockets have not disappeared yet, and here come 10 more rockets. The cool special effects lasted for more than half an hour, and the little match girl selling rockets actually swiped a full 100 rockets. One rocket costs 500, and this guy made 100 of them, which costs 50,000. Damn, that's twice as much as the Prime Minister. Hee, I'm afraid the Prime Minister has really met his match this time. As soon as the two people's barrage was refreshed, another 100 rockets bombarded. Immediately afterwards, 500 groups of divine soldiers descended from the sky. The little match girl who sells the girl will be given a gift of divine weapon 50. The little match girl who sells the girl will be given a gift of divine weapon 100. The little match girl who sells the girl will be given a gift of divine weapon 200. The little match girl who sells the girl will be given a divine soldier 500. Another half hour of gorgeous special effects. The noble and elegant purple color looked particularly ferocious and domineering. In Douyu Live, the gift of divine soldiers falling from the sky costs 2,000 yuan each. Zhao Zhu directly gave 500 rounds, which is equivalent to 1 million in cash. Even Tian in the live broadcast room opened her mouth and didn't speak for a long time. This is a gift worth 1 million, and in her hands it is nearly 500,000. This is equal to her previous year's income. My goodness, what kind of big guy did I meet? I must seize this opportunity, maybe I can become a super anchor of Douyu Live. After thinking about it, Tian smiled sweetly, stood up, pinched the hem of her plaid skirt with her 2 little hands, and bowed slightly. Thank you for the gift, brother Matchstick. To thank you for your enthusiasm, I will dance for you. Tian has a soft waist and dances happily, with her fair thighs faintly visible under the hem of her skirt. Fuck, my saliva is almost dried up. I'm going to die if I drool all over it. It's paradise. I just realized that Xiao Tian can dance so beautifully. It's all thanks to the boss Little Match that we LSPs can have this blessing. Little Matchstick buff. Little Matchstick is mighty. Little Matchstick, I love you. I want to give birth to a monkey for you. Go away. How can a man like you give birth? Chapter 39 Chao Mingda Seeking Death. Matchstick boss. Is there any room on your thigh? Brother Chai. Luenjia is your long-lost poor brother. Let's do a blood test to identify our relationship. Little Matchstick's move is like a cow on electric wires, so awesome. Is Chao Zhe still here? You just said something arrogant, but the little Matchsticks have several times more than you did. Why don't you dare to speak? Chao Mengde was dumbfounded. He has won the hearts of countless female anchors by giving tens of thousands of gifts, and countless female anchors have thrown themselves into his arms. Among those female anchors, which one of them is not a woman who opens her legs for money? Just spend tens of thousands and you will get it easily. Moreover, no matter which live broadcast room Chao Mengde goes to, he treated like a star surrounded by others? Unexpectedly, I encountered setbacks one after another in Tian's live broadcast room. First, Tian rejected him, which made him lose face. Then there is this little dog, Matchstick, who doesn't know what is good for him. In a villa in S City, Chao Mengde stared at the computer screen fiercely, his bloodshot eyes flashing with a fierce look. It's fine for a bitch to act cool, but that is called waiting for a good price. You, a poor loser, dare to show off in front of me? I'm afraid you borrowed the money from online loans to buy the gifts worth over 1 million yuan? Today, the Prime Minister will let you know what it means to be rich. After Chao Mengde typed out these words, he directly recharged 5 million in the background. This was followed by a series of super rockets. 100 super rockets were fired directly, bringing the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a climax again on the spot. Fuck, I guess today I saw the most awesome duel in Douyu Live's history. It really blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes. The super rocket is Douyu's most expensive gift. One rocket costs 10,000 yuan. It seems that the Prime Minister is also angry. This time it's 1 million. As expected, the Prime Minister's thighs are thicker. I knew the Prime Minister wouldn't give in so easily. Prime Minister, no, Dad. Just smash the stickman to death with the money. Chao Mengde in the villa looked at these flattering words, feeling very proud, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Show off? I am professional. The commander of the three kingdoms, Chao Mengde, boy, are you still going to show off? I might as well tell you that I have charged 5 million in the backstage, and today I will take down Tian no matter what. I advise you to go home early and take a shower and go to bed. If you don't have the financial resources, don't come to this kind of place to show off. Chao Mengde proudly lit a cigarette, looked at the little Matchstick who had not responded for a long time, and said something disdainfully. Humph, poor fellow. But with just over 1 million, you dare to challenge him? How dare Commander Firefly compete with the bright moon? You just overestimate your own abilities. Prime Minister Chao Mengde didn't know that a super rich second generation also said so last time. Now he is lying in the hospital and has become a vegetable. It's a pity that Chao Mengde had just lit his cigarette when he saw the barrage of comments from Little Match. Chao Thief, do you dare to continue following me? Chao Mengde was so angry that the cigarette burned his mouth. He hurriedly threw away the cigarette and typed a few words. Poor guy, you dare to challenge me. It's a pity that before he could send out these words, he was almost blinded by the gorgeous special effects in the live broadcast room. The Little Match Girl Selling Girls will give away Super Rockets 50. The Little Match Girl Selling Girls will be given a Super Rocket 100. The Little Match Girl Selling Girls gives away Super Rockets 145. The Little Match Girl Selling Girls will be given a Super Rocket 1000. 1,000 super rockets were fired in succession, blinding the eyes of everyone in the live broadcast room. The gorgeous and domineering special effects lasted for more than an hour in the live broadcast room before stopping. Brother Chai. Brother Chai. No, it's Father Chai. It's almost there, this is already 10 million. He is truly a wealthy man. I have never seen anyone give out 10 million worth of gifts directly in a live broadcast room. Brother Chai, is your family still in need of a servant? I can work during the day or at night. Brother Chai. I'll treat you to seafood. Shell abalone. You bastard, where are you? Brother Chai has already bought 1,000 supercars. Where are you? Aren't you known as Chao Mengde, the commander-in-chief of the three kingdoms? You can't just run away from the battlefield and be a coward, right? Call Chao Thief, call Chao Thief. Don't you even look at yourself? How can you get your hands on our Tian? Only someone like Brother Chai can be worthy of Tian. Prime Minister Chao, come and fight my Brother Chai, what are you waiting for? Ha 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 ha. Stop yelling. Prime Minister Chow has probably turned into Prime Minister Turtle. Ha 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 ha. Prime Minister Turtle, you are such a talented kid. You're amazing. You're so noble. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, Chow Mingda was looking at the comments in the live broadcast room and cursing. This is more than 10 million in one swipe. Who can resist this? My annual pocket money is only 10 million. I had to be cruel today and invested more than 5 million. No. I can't lose face today. As he said this, he uttered a harsh word in the live broadcast room. Just wait for me, you two bastards. I know a super administrator who will ban you too. Then he exited the live broadcast room, took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, is this Brotherly? Yes, I'm Chow Mingda. This is what happened. Today, I saw a person in the live broadcast room who directly gave gifts worth more than 10 million yuan. I suspect that this guy tampered with the background data. Also, I think that female anchor is in cahoots with him and must be banned. One of the Douyu super administrators who answered the phone was named Li Hu, who was considered a small leader among the super administrators. The super administrator of Douyu Live, as the name suggests, is a super administrator who has the authority to ban live broadcasts. The biggest job is to wander around the various live broadcast rooms and conduct checks to prevent some anchors from bringing negative impact to the live broadcast platform due to pornographic content. Li Hu is currently watching a beauty in her live broadcast room when he suddenly received a call from Chow Mingda. He and Chow Mingda were just casual acquaintances. At best, they had only had dinner together once and could not be considered close acquaintances. He only knew that the other party's family was in the logistics business and that he was worth about 20 to 30 million yuan, so it was not easy for Li Hu to offend him directly. After hearing Chow Mingda's request, Li Hu said indifferently, "Okay, I understand. Wait for my news." When Chow Mingda heard this, he knew that Li Hu was just trying to fool him, so he hurriedly said, "It's like this, Brotherly, to be honest, I have some grudges with Tian. I gave her more than 1 million yuan in red envelopes, and she was planning to be with me. Suddenly, a Chang Yao Jin showed up and gave me 10 million in one go. He intercepted me halfway. And I think that boy S methods are not normal. How about this, Brotherly, I will transfer 200,000 yuan to you later so you can buy a few packs of cigarettes. You see, our business." Li Hu laughed loudly and said, "Brother, why are you being so polite? Don't worry, I will take care of this matter for you. There is nothing that my brother can't do on Douyu Live." Chapter 40 The Super Administrator Seeking Death. Li Hu called this kid sensible. Banning a small female anchor is indeed an easy task for him. But the company also has regulations. As a super administrator, if you mistakenly close a normal live broadcast room, you will not only be scolded by your leader, but you will also be fined 50,000 yuan. But now if we have the 200,000 yuan transferred by Chow Mingda, this little adventure is not impossible to take. Anyway, he was blocked by mistake, which is inevitable. The company can't say anything about it. Having said that, Li Hu went straight into Tian Tiantian's live broadcast room. When I entered the live broadcast room, 1,000 super popular special effects had just stopped. Gifts worth more than 10 million will be broadcast directly on all channels, which has attracted more people to come to the live broadcast room to catch a glimpse of the rich man. In just a short moment, tens of millions of viewers flocked into Tian Tiantian's live broadcast room, which was originally not very popular. This number of viewers is no less than those of super big anchors. Fuck, I've been watching Douyu Live for 2 years, and this is the first time I've seen someone give out 10 million gifts. I don't know what kind of person this little matchstick is in real life. Why does it feel like 10 million is just a few dollars to him? My personal guess is that this little matchstick is definitely a successful middle-aged boss. He might even be a well-known figure in S City. I have a bold guess. Do you think Xiao Huachai is the boss of Douyu? He doesn't need to spend any money to top up. Hey, this is not impossible. Maybe Xiao Tian is the anchor that Douyu wants to make famous next, and this operation may be just to create momentum. Fuck, capitalists. Are they so dark? They're making fun of us. Capital. They are eating the blood of ordinary people like us. Of course, there are also some people who hold opposing views. For example, Xiao Tiantian's die-hard fans were those who had been in the live broadcast room and knew the whole incident. What do you know? It was Brother Chai who saved Candy. You are talking nonsense here without knowing anything. Let me tell you something. The internet is not a lawless place. If you dare to speculate about my brother Chai again, be careful or I will find your home through the internet. Why did you find my house? What can I do? As a good citizen, of course I will tell you the story of Pleasant Goat and Big Big Wolf. While a group of netizens were arguing, Lee Hu clicked the mouse a few times. Tian's live broadcast room immediately became dark and was directly banned. The anchor is suspected of violating regulations in live broadcasting, and his account is temporarily banned. A few words suddenly appeared on the black screen, and everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. Wow! It was blocked? Xiao Tian was blocked just for being in a daze? Could it be that Xiao Tian accidentally missed something? No, I have such good eyesight, but I didn't see it. I vaguely remember that when Xiao Zhe left, he said that. What did Xiao Thief say? What did you say? Don't keep me in suspense. I'll give you a red envelope later, okay? Don't stop talking halfway. Some of the onlookers who had just entered, not knowing what had just happened, urged forward. Just now, that damned Xiao Thief was forced to retreat by Brother Chai. Before he left, he said that he knew the super administrator and wanted to ban both Xiao Tian and Brother Chai. Sweetie has been banned now. What about the little matchstick boss? Little matchstick boss, if you haven't been banned, just say something. Say something, boss. Fuck. The evil capital has also banned our great hero Little Matchstick. What I see between the lines is the ugly face of capitalism. What a dog super administrator, helping the evil. It's better not to play with this fish teasing. Why don't we apply for a blood petition from 10,000 people? Just ruin Douyu's reputation. Just do it. Li Hu, the super administrator, remained calm when he saw this. Those who speak harsh words are nothing more than viewers in the live broadcast room, the most insignificant losers among the vast majority of people. He doesn't need to care. Li Hu opened Tian's private message with a smile. Hello, I am the super administrator of Douyu Live. Your live broadcast room is suspected of violating regulations and is banned. I hope you will abide by the platform convention and broadcast in a civilized manner. Tian looked confused, suspected of violating regulations? But she didn't do anything? At best, you just watch two big guys competing with each other by giving gifts. Apart from that, what else is there? Tian Bu Tian, good brother, can you tell me the reason why I was blocked? I will correct it when the time comes. Also, when can I be unblocked? Good brother? It turns out that these female anchors in the live broadcast room are bitches. The kind that can climb into bed with just the movement of your fingers. But Li Hu thought of Tian's sweet and lovely looks and her unruly big white rabbits, and couldn't help but reveal an obscene smile at the corner of his mouth. While imagining Tian tossing and turning under him, he answered in his serious manner. It's like this, the little matchstick in your live broadcast room has some problems with his account. We suspect that he illegally tampered with the background data. As a result, your account was implicated. Now it is banned for 7 days. I hope you will reflect on it carefully. Ah. On the other side, Tian opened her mouth wide with a look of disbelief. The little matchstick brother who fought against Prime Minister Chao and earned more than 10 million is actually a hacker? In an instant, Tian's expression became depressed. Doesn't that mean that the more than 10 million yuan in rewards have been completely wasted? Not only did he not get a penny of commission, but he was also implicated and banned? Tian was so angry that she stomped her feet and quickly sent a message to Li Hu. Good brother, the ban has been too long. Do you think there is any other solution? Look, the fish is hooked. You have to know that in this era, the number of anchors is changing extremely fast. If I ban her for a week, she will disappear from the public eye. Maybe when she resumes broadcasting, she will lose millions of fans. That was all the traffic she had worked so hard to accumulate. Li Hu didn't believe that Tian would be willing to give up these things that would shake her foundation. That's why he has been keeping a cool attitude, waiting eagerly for Tian to resume broadcasting, and then she will naturally let him control her? At that time, one can be molded into a round shape and the other into a square shape. Isn't it up to his imagination? Thinking of this, Li Hu's heart was burning with excitement. He felt eager to take action and reached out to type a line of words. There is no other way. I just took a look at your background information. It seems that you are also from S City? How about this, you come out in the afternoon, and we'll find a chance to have an in-depth discussion. From now on, you will be my, Li Hua's, sister. With your brother protecting you, you will definitely be able to walk sideways while teasing fish. Deepen, communicate? Tian frowned her long eyebrows, was stunned for a moment, and then she trembled all over with anger. These stinky men only know how to covet her body. She just wanted to make some money, but why did she always run into one big bad wolf after another? At this time, Tian sent another private message. The little match-selling girl, beautiful girl. What's going on? Why were you blocked? When Tian saw this, she felt resentful and thought, it's all because of you. But on second thought, since this brother is a hacker, he might be able to deal with that pervert Li Hu. As she said this, she sent the screenshot of her chat with Li Hu. Little matchstick brother, take a look for yourself. Zhao Zhu was sitting in the sports car, looking at the chat screenshots on his phone, when suddenly a ding sound came into his mind. The host has successfully triggered the mission. The plan to punish evil and promote good. Help Tian unblock her live broadcast room and severely punish those who do evil behind the scenes. The mission is successful and you will get rewards soon. Mission failed, the host's testicles will be shrunk to the size of soybeans as punishment. Chow. Zhao Zhu cursed loudly. I couldn't help but want to kill that despicable super administrator immediately. If you weren't such a despicable person, you would abuse your power to threaten this little girl. Can I accept this kind of task? My question to you is that you still say there is a problem with my account? All of that is real money. I am a super rich man. Zhao Zhu sneered and walked out of the live broadcast room, searching through his phone's address book. Sure enough, I found a person's name in the address book in a moment. Douyu Live CEO, Chen Banshan. Chapter 41, Douyu Live Action. Douyu Building, in the conference room. Douyu Live CEO Chen Banshan, with a frown on his face and an angry look, paced back and forth in the empty conference room. He didn't stop until his personal secretary knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, everyone is here. Chen Banshan waved his hand with a gloomy expression. Let them all roll in. The Douyu executives filed in one after another and sat upright in their seats. CEO Chen Banshan sat in the first seat, his eyes like a wolf or an eagle. He looked around, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. I haven't seen this kind of expression on Big Boss face for many years. Finally, Chen Banshan spoke. You have all been watching Douyu live for many years, and have watched it grow little by little. Douyu Live is like our child, we certainly hope that he can grow up normally and healthily. Therefore, the position of super manager came into being. His responsibility is to protect the good atmosphere of the live broadcast room and ensure the sustainable development of Douyu. Chen Banshan paused, and his voice became a little colder. But today someone called me and said that our company's internal super administrator abused his power and banned other people's live broadcast rooms without permission. He even used this to threaten the anchor, wanting to have an in-depth exchange with him. Having said that, Chen Banshan turned his head and looked at one of the fat and greasy executives, almost roaring. Zhang Yoji, how the hell did you let such a scumbag into the company? Zhang Yoji was frightened. He stood up tremblingly, with big beads of sweat on his fat face. He is the Minister of Human Resources, and all the super managers of Douyu Live are selected and directly led by him. It was not uncommon for super managers to hook up with female anchors and accept bribes. Even Chen Banshan knew something about it. But everyone has always turned a blind eye, so everything has been peaceful. I don't know why, but Chen Banshan brought this up today. And it looks like the matter is serious? I don't know who was able to report the incident directly to the big boss. Zhang Yoji felt a chill down his back at this moment, and cursed that blind boy 1,000 times in his heart. Some time ago, the board of directors of Douyu Live underwent a major reshuffle, and 99% of the company's shares were taken over by a mysterious person. In the case of a major change in the company's leadership, it is naturally a turbulent time and all executives are in danger. Zhang Yoji was no exception. 2 days ago, he specially gathered all his super managers and held a small meeting. He specifically warned them that this was a turbulent time, so they should keep their hands and feet clean and not cause any trouble, otherwise even he wouldn't be able to handle it. But despite all the warnings and instructions, something still went wrong in the end. Feeling Chen Banshan's murderous gaze, Zhang Yoji's sweat kept dripping from his head. Before Chen Banshan could say anything else, Zhang Yoji quickly apologized, lowered his head, and said in a low voice. Boss Chen, it's all my fault for being incompetent and having no way of managing my subordinates. I will immediately go and find out who the scoundrel was who did this. Don't worry, I will punish him severely when I catch him. Then Zhang Yoji's eyes turned and he whispered again. Mr. Chen, do you think we should pay hush money to the female anchor and the person who reported it? After all, if this matter is publicized, it will have a bad impact on the company. I can pay for it. Fuck your mother. Chen Banshan angrily grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it on Zhang Yoji's forehead. With a pop sound, the teacup shattered. Zhang Yoji's forehead was covered in blood and he staggered back a few steps. He looked at Chen Banshan in confusion, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. He reached out and touched the blood on his forehead, and immediately became furious. Chen Banshan, are you crazy? It's just a small anchor's business, why do you need to mobilize so many people? The maximum amount I can give is 100,000 yuan is hush money. Who can say anything about this matter? I have fought you to death for more than 10 years, and you dare to hit me for such a small thing, FCK. Before Zhang Yoji could finish his words, Chen Banshan flew up and kicked him again. The remaining executives stopped Chen Banshan one after another, with fear in their eyes. The big boss always gave people the impression of being polite. When did he become so irritable? Chen Banshan was stopped by the crowd. He took a few deep breaths, looked at Zhang Yoji, gritted his teeth, and said with regret. $100,000. Do you fucking think that $100,000 can solve the problem? Do you know who called me? It was the chairman. It was the chairman Zhao Zhu. That blind fellow under your command closed the live broadcast room of the chairman's woman. Do you think this is something that can be solved with 100,000 yuan? Zhang Yoji felt as if struck by lightning. His body swayed and he could not help but collapse. He had a look of despair on his face and muttered to himself. New chairman, how can he be a new chairman? Grass. Seeing Zhang Yoji's look, Chen Banshan grabbed another teacup and threw it over. However, this time it was not accurate and hit the wall next to Zhang Yoji, and the yellowish tea shattered into pieces. Chen Banshan continued to roar. That super administrator under you saw that Mr. Zhao's woman was pretty. He used his power to block her live broadcast room. He even threatened to block her live broadcast room and wanted to do something despicable. Mr. Zhao called me personally. He wants to get to the bottom of this matter. Zhang Yoji, do you know how tricky this matter is? If you don't handle it well, not only you, but even I won't be able to survive in this industry. Who among us can afford to offend someone who can directly buy out 99% of Douyu Live? Zhang Yoji collapsed on the ground, his lips trembling, and he was about to cry. No one knows how much power this elusive new boss has. But he knew that Douyu Live was now the leading company in the live streaming industry, and it would be impossible to take it down without hundreds of billions of dollars. Moreover, Douyu Live has integrated 4 or 5 live broadcast companies in the past 2 years, and it has a dominant position in the industry. If this matter is not handled properly, Zhang Yoji will not only have no future, but his life will really fall into decline and he won't even have enough food to eat. Brother Chen, just because I have followed you for so many years, please save me. Chen Banshan took a few deep breaths, sat back in his seat, rubbed his eyebrows, and spoke slowly. I'll give you 1 hour to find the guy who committed the crime and give an explanation to the new boss. Yoji, don't worry, we have been friends for so many years, I will definitely protect you. After saying this, he looked around with cold eyes and continued to roar. What the hell are you still standing there for? Hurry up and do it. People from the operations department, listen to me, unblock the chairman's woman's live broadcast room immediately. Then we will arrange the top recommendation positions for uninterrupted recommendations throughout the day. No, it should be 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. Also arrange some fans to go over there and give me tens of millions. Let her become a top-notch anchor. Yes, boss. After doing all this, Chen Banshan leaned back in his chair and took a long breath. After calming down, he took out his cell phone and made a call. With a smile on his face, he said, Chairman, do you think this is okay? Chapter 42, Hold on to the boss thigh. Li, who was still in front of the computer, feeling smug about being able to have an in-depth exchange with Tian. I was still planning in my mind how I should display these 108 moves. Oh, it was so invincible and lonely at that time. Ding ding ding. Li, who suddenly heard the message alert sound on his mobile phone. I took out my phone and found that the super administrator group was in an uproar. Tomato, damn, who is so bold to do such a thing? He directly sealed off the new boss woman? Cucumber, Brother G has spoken. If we find out who it is, we will skin him alive and send him to the 18th level of hell. Eggplant, damn it, didn't you see the horrible expression on our Giga's face, as if he had eaten shit? I advised the brother who did something wrong to pack up and run away as soon as possible. I'm afraid you can't continue in this line of work. Jairgen, yes, brother, I advise you to confess your crime as soon as possible. We all have back-end data here, Brother G will definitely find you. By then, you will really have no place to put your face. What the hell? Li Hu was stunned. Which idiot dared to ban the live broadcast room of the new boss S-woman? I'm afraid you don't want to work in this industry anymore? Li Hu also joined in the fun. Zucchini, yes, who is so bold and heartless to do such a shameless thing? I will never coexist with this kind of person, and I will fight to the death. Tomato, hey, everyone should check on yourselves. The name of the live broadcast room is Tian 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 Bu Tian. Let us see which brother it is and sneak away quickly. Otherwise, if I get caught by Brother G, I will really be skinned alive. Li Hu shuddered as if struck by lightning. He swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask again in the group. Zucchini, bro, what's the name of that live studio? It could be the new boss woman. I have to go and see her. Tomato, is Tian 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 sweet? She was originally an unknown 18th tier anchor who couldn't even get a number on Douyu. I don't know how, but I hooked up with our new boss. What a lucky guy. Wait. Damn. Li Hu, you are not related to this matter. Zucchini, don't talk nonsense. How can a smart person like me do such a thing? I won't say anymore. I have something going on at home, so I may have to take a few days off. See you guys someday. After typing this message, Li Hu quickly turned off his phone and lay down on the chair dejectedly. How could he know that the rich man who gave gifts to Tian 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 was actually the new boss of the company? It's all the fault of that bastard Chow Mingda. If nothing unexpected happens, Li Hu will definitely lose his job as a super administrator, and may even no longer have a place in the industry. The worst consequence is that the company will find out all the corruption, bribery and embezzlement he has done over the years. Over the years, he has deceived at least 30 or 40 female anchors, if not 50. Later, he suppressed or fooled people by using his status as a super administrator. When all the crimes are added together, wouldn't it only take a few minutes for him to go to jail? Thinking of this, Li Hu naturally felt a chill in his spine. He quickly opened Tian Tiantian's private message again, trying to grasp the last straw. Sister Tian Tian, are you still here? I'm Xiao Li. Well, there is something I need to tell you. I really blocked your live broadcast room by accident. I also hope that you will be magnanimous and give me another chance. Please help me to ask the matchmaker for mercy. This is my first offense. Please give me another chance. Tian 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 was still feeling depressed. First, he was rewarded with tens of millions of gifts, then his live broadcast room was blocked, and then he was harassed so blatantly by a super moderator. Such ups and downs have made her want to quit the live streaming platform. But soon, her thoughts disappeared. Because after she told Little Matchstick Boss about her experience, the live broadcast room was unblocked in just 5 minutes. Then I was informed by the system that my live broadcast room was ranked in the most highly exposed recommendation position on the entire platform. And it's 360 days a year. 24 hours a day, non-stop recommendation. A recommended position like this, except for the super big anchors of Douyu Live, no one else can enjoy such high-level treatment. While being enveloped by this great sense of excitement, Tian 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 also thought of a problem. Why did all these good things happen after I complained to Little Match Girl? Could it be that all this was done by the Little Matchstick Boss? So what is the identity of this Little Matchstick? Even Douyu Live, the leader in the live streaming industry, can be controlled at will? If someone insisted now that Little Match Girl was a hacker or something like that, Tian 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 would never believe it. It is obvious that Little Match Girl is a super awesome boss. She decided that she must hold on to the boss's thigh tightly. At this moment, Tian 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 saw the private message from Li Hu. After clicking on it, seeing Li Hu's tone change from being arrogant to being humble and begging, it further confirmed Tian Tian Tian's guess. This little matchstick is no simple matter. Maybe he is a senior executive of Douyu Live, or even the boss. That's really awesome. In an instant, Tian developed endless admiration for the little matchstick boss. So she didn't dare to delay and immediately sent the screenshot of the chat with Li Hu to Xiao Wuchai. After hearing this, Zhao Zhu sneered and typed out a few words quickly. The little match girl selling, you just need to tell him that, although justice may be late, it will never be absent. Tian was a little stunned. This big guy seems to be very immature. But I like it. So she sent the message again and became a tool. When Li Hu saw the words sent by Tian, his lips trembled. He was about to send something else in his final struggle. Suddenly, the door of the rental house was kicked open, and Zhang Yoji walked in aggressively. Li Hu, what a good thing you did. You almost got me involved. Upon seeing this, Li Hu immediately fell to his knees on the ground, crying and complaining with tears and snot. Brother Ji. This is really my first time. I was blinded by greed. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. You also know that you are blinded by lard. Zhang Yoji kicked Li Hu in the chest, and the latter fell on his back, but he did not dare to complain at all. Instead, he quickly got up and hugged Zhang Yoji's thigh. Brother Ji, please help me because I have followed you for so many years. I am still young and have not married yet. I cannot go to jail. Zhang Yoji frowned and kicked Li Hu aside again. Li Hu, this time it's the new boss who wants to get rid of you, and no one can stop him. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not having eyes and offending someone you shouldn't have offended. Li Hu slowly collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He knew he was finished. Chapter 43 Jadeite Rough Stone. Director Zhao, Li Hu has been taken to the police station. We have also found evidence that he has been embezzling and accepting bribes as a super administrator and threatening female anchors for many years. Don't worry, he won't be able to get out for 7 or 8 years. Zhao Zhu nodded with satisfaction. After hanging up the phone, he received another private message. Tian is not sweet, brother Xiao Wuchai, I am Tian, thank you for helping me unblock the live broadcast room. Look, can we add each other on WeChat? Let's meet up sometime, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhao Zhu chuckled and thought that this guy is so handsome that girls can be found everywhere. After sending the account number, the two added each other on WeChat. After chatting for a while, the two agreed to go to a seafood restaurant to eat seafood together next Monday. Tian cordially invited Zhao Zhu to eat shell abalone, saying that she was an expert at roasting these things. Shell abalone? A unique craft? I just don't know whether it is fresh or not, and whether it is tender and juicy. Zhao Zhu put the phone back into his pocket with a smile and heard a ding sound. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Reward the host with God-level treasure appraisal skills. The scope of treasure appraisal includes jade, raw stones, antiques, calligraphy and paintings, etc. Appraising treasures? Immediately afterwards, a piece of information about treasure appraisal came into Zhao Zhu's mind. After a moment, Zhao Zhu opened his eyes and his eyes lit up. This skill was amazing. Zhao Zhu can now be said to be a master of treasure appraisal. In his eyes, he can tell the authenticity, age and specific value of any antique calligraphy or painting. It seems that I have to find some time to go to the auction house to buy some treasures, otherwise the skill will be wasted. Just at this moment, Wang Pei called. Hubby, when can you come to my house? My parents want to see you. Zhao Zhu smiled awkwardly. In fact, he also wanted to find Wang Pei and give her a sachet to repel poisonous insects in case of emergency. But Pei's parents are really... I really don't dare to go, for fear that your parents will give me another lecture. Wang Pei said coquettishly, oh, no, husband, these days my parents have been nagging me about you, saying that they want to meet you, their future son-in-law. I have also done a good job with my parents, and they won't urge me to get married anymore. All right. Zhao Zhu agreed and asked again. By the way, I didn't buy anything last time I went to your house, so I have to bring something this time. Is there anything your parents like? I'll buy some for them. No need. Honey, you can just come over. No need to buy anything. How can that be? You have to buy something. Don't make your husband feel bad about the money. Wang Pei thought again, that's true. Others can easily buy a luxury car worth 40 million. What's the point of being pretentious about this? Honey, my dad likes Go, please buy him a set of chess pieces. My mother seems to like jade and has been wanting to buy a bracelet recently. Okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. I'm pretty good at Go Bang, so I can play with my father-in-law for a while. Wang Peipei's words hit the mark, exactly what Zhao Zhu wanted, as he had just acquired the skill of appraising treasures. Just now I felt like I had nowhere to display my talents, but now here comes the chance, right? After thinking about it, Zhao Zhu drove directly to the Jade Shop. S-City Jade Shop is the largest jade trading center in S-City. Jade has been traded here since the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty and has continued to this day. The main business is the purchase and sale of jadeite raw stones and various types of jade products. We have a complete range of products, not only good materials worth tens of millions, but also small accessories for a few dollars. Zhao Zhu got out of the car and walked slowly into the Jade Shop. The entire Jade Shop is an antique building with an ancient flavor. The ground is paved with black square bricks, and shops are lined up on both sides facing the street. There are all kinds of jade jewelry, sparkling in the sunlight. Zhao Zhu walked around the street but didn't see any jade pieces that he liked. Instead, we found a lot of fake jade. For example, in the shop he just visited, the merchant took out a violet bracelet. The color is light pink, the texture is delicate, and it is crystal clear, especially the purple-like feeling that is particularly attractive. It's just a pity that Zhao Zhu could tell at a glance that the bracelet was made of injected glue. The cost of making this glue-injected bracelet and the craftsmanship is less than $10. However, the price the merchant offered to Zhao Zhu was 158,888. For example, a small jade Pichot ornament I saw along the way turned out to be a rare ice-type floating flower. The waterhead is sufficient, the jade is crystal clear, and the color of the floating flowers is close to the natural positive green, which is considered to be the best quality. The merchant asked for 236,000 renminbi, saying that they had hired a national-level sculptor, so the price was indeed not expensive. But this is also a fake product injected with glue. If someone accidentally buys it, he will regret it to death. In fact, there are many types of jade counterfeiting, and injecting glue is just one of the simplest methods. For example, jadeite is divided into several types, A, B, C, D. After acid and alkali treatment, it is common to pass off inferior products as high-quality ones. What's worse, some people even use beer bottles to make imperial green jewelry to deceive those who don't know the difference. It only costs a few cents, and with a little polishing, if you're lucky you can sell it for tens of thousands. From this we can see that fraud is indeed extremely profitable, but it is also truly unscrupulous. Zhao Zhu walked along the street and soon found a large group of people gathered in front of him. Out of curiosity, Zhao Zhu squeezed forward. It turned out that this was a shop specializing in selling raw jadeite stones. The space in the shop was not large, but the shelves were filled with raw stones of various sizes. The surface of the original stone is bumpy and even covered with dirt, which looks unattractive. Some of them have small windows opened, revealing the jade inside, which is glowing faintly, as if telling everyone that it is worth buying this. Of course, Zhao Zhu knew about opening windows. In order to sell the raw stones better, sellers of raw stones often make a small cut on the stone to reveal the jade inside, thereby increasing the selling point of the raw stone. This is actually a very normal sales method used by businesses. However, some unscrupulous merchants will cut some pure stones and then glue a small layer of jade on them so that the green can be revealed through a window. Such a rough stone, with green in the window, would make people think that this rough stone is very likely to increase in value. But in fact it is just a stone that can be found everywhere in the fields. Although this scam is utterly unscrupulous, it is much more reliable for merchants than injecting glue into jade. After all, gambling on stones is like this: one cut can make you rich, one cut can make you rich, or one cut can make you wear linen. Generally speaking, when encountering such a thing, no one would think of being cheated. You don't have good eyesight, so don't blame others. Coincidentally, at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "Boss, how much do you want for this rough stone?" Zhao Zhu turned around and saw that this was Fatty Wang, whom he met in Century Auto City a few days ago. I think his name was Wang Xinglong? But the other party did not notice him and was concentrating on looking at the raw stone in front of him. After a moment, he selected one from a pile of raw stones. "This is it, boss, how much is it?" The shop is called Yuanchifang. The owner is a man in his 40s, thin and with shifty eyes. He saw someone picking up the rough stone and grinned. "Brother, you have a good eye. That rough stone is from the Moshi sand mine in the Faken field. The jade has good water content, is old and fine, and has a high yield. I guarantee you won't suffer any loss after buying it." The boss rubbed his hands together and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Originally this piece of material was sold for 5 million, but since you really want it, I'll give you 4 million. Zhao Zhu listened from the side and sneered frequently. because in his eyes, this material is a fake. Only the outermost layer is open through the window, and the inside is all real granite. In other words, stone. Ordinary stone. Chapter 44, Fatty Wang was deceived. Target, rough stone. Origin, can be found everywhere. Material, granite. Value, 1 cent. When Zhao Zhu looked at the raw stone, a series of information about the raw stone naturally appeared in front of him. This is the treasure appraisal skill effect brought by the system. Moreover, Zhao Zhu knew clearly that this raw stone was a fake made by gluing it together. It's a pity that Fatty Wang was deceived by the appearance of the glass-like jadeite seen through the window. The rough stone in Fatty Wang's hand was about the size of a loaf of bread, with a bumpy surface and white-red sandy skin. It looks ugly, but the window at the top is eye-catching. The window is only 2 centimeters square, and under the thin stone skin, there is a crystal-clear color. That is glass type, and it has enough water and the texture is old enough, it can even be considered the top-grade glass type. Fatty Wang said hesitantly, holding the raw stone in his hand. "Boss, your rough stone is so small, why are you selling it for 4 million? The boss laughed and said, "Brother, my material is indeed not big, but look at the window. This is material from the Moshi sand pit, and the windows are made of top-grade glass. Brother, do you know what the price of top-quality glass is outside now? Don't even think about getting all of this material. Even if you get only a small portion of it that is glass type, you can make several times the money." At this point, the boss' eyes turned and he laughed. "Of course, brother, this rough stone may turn out to be nothing. So I advise you to be more cautious. After all, gambling on stones can make you rich or poor, and no one can predict it." The boss's implication was very simple, which was that gambling on stones was inherently risky. "But my offer is 4 million. If you buy my material and lose, it's because of your poor eyesight. It has nothing to do with me." After hearing this, Fatty Wang was also a little hesitant. Fatty Wang loves gambling on stones and comes here to gamble a few times every month. During this period, he had been betting on the increase in the price of raw stones. He bought several pieces of raw stones, and the lowest ones he got were all glutinous ones with misty flowers. The investment was only 2 million, and now it has doubled to 5 million. This time I came here again just to try my luck and see if my luck can continue to increase. In fact, he doesn't lack the money from gambling on stones. What he wants is the feeling of gambling on stones. Especially the surprise of finding the goods when cutting the stone, which makes him unable to stop every time. Fatty Wang took the rough stone and examined it carefully. Both its appearance and weight were very consistent with the material from the Moses sand pit. He thought for a moment and then gritted his teeth and said, "This is the material. I'll buy it." People around started talking about it. Fuck. Such a small piece of material costs 4 million. If the bet fails, I will lose a lot. What if the price goes up? A piece of top-grade glass the size of a loaf of bread can produce a lot of bracelets. By then, the price won't be just 4 million. I've seen this material before, and the waterhead is indeed quite high when the window is opened, but I'm not sure what's inside. If this is really the material from the Moshi sand pit, then the possibility of producing glass-type jade is still very high, so I think 4 million is worth it. It has to be from the Moshi sand pit. I think the leather is not normal. Maybe this guy was cheated by the boss. Fatty Wang turned a deaf ear to the advice, paid the money directly, walked forward with the raw stone, and found a shop that specialized in stone cutting. "Boss, you can solve the problem of stone. The bread-sized rough stone is put into the cutting machine. The first knife." Well. Everyone sighed and shook their heads. I saw the first cut along the window, except for a thin layer of jade on the edge, there was actually a gray stone material inside. This stone is basically useless. It's like a losing bet. It's collapsed, this is completely quartzite. Luckily I didn't buy this stone, or I would have lost a lot of money. It's just such a thin layer of jadeite. Otherwise, gambling on jadeite is very risky. Fatty Wang clenched his fists and said, "One more cut." The stone cutter sighed and said, "Brother, your rough stone is just an ordinary stone. There is no need to cut it anymore." I said, "One more cut." Seeing Fatty Wang's murderous look, Master Jieshur dared not provoke him and could only cut him again. The knife cut into a thick piece, which was still made of gray stone. Fatty Wang finally gave up, lowered his head, looked frustrated, spitted and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I made a mistake. When everyone saw that the gambling was ruined and there was nothing exciting to watch, they dispersed. Zhao Zhu walked over and patted Fatty Wang's shoulder gently. Wang Xinglong, you've been deceived. Fatty Wang turned his head and was stunned for a moment, then said, Mr. Zhao, why is it you? And what about you saying I was cheated? Zhao Zhu then picked up the raw stone that was cut with the first knife. It was a thin piece, with some light gelatin faintly visible at the corners. This raw stone has been tampered with. Someone glued a thin slice of glass jadeite on it beforehand. Moreover, the method is very sophisticated, and there is no trace of glue at all. Just looking at the window, you can't tell anything at all, you can only see that this is a rough stone that may produce glass-type gemstones. Zhao Zhu casually threw the stone in his hand to the ground and said calmly, so you were deceived. Damn it, you actually lied to me? Fatty Wang was furious. He grabbed the remaining raw stones and went to find the merchant to argue. I'm going to tear down his shop. Of course Zhao Zhu would not stop him, because bad guys will be punished by bad guys. There are always some people in this world who have never experienced the beatings from the rich second generation. Zhao Zhu was still wandering the street, looking for something he wanted to buy. After a while, someone suddenly patted me on the back. Mr. Zhao, do you also know about raw stones? Zhao Zhu looked back and saw that it was Fatty Wang. At this moment, his face was full of smiles, and there was no sign of anger after being deceived just now. Is it resolved so quickly? Have you got your money refunded? Fatty Wang shook his head disdainfully. No, I beat that guy up and smashed his shop. The 4 million is his medical expenses. Zhao Zhu was stunned. The arrogance and generosity of this rich second generation was really unexpected. Fatty Wang continued to ask, Mr. Zhao, you haven't told me yet that you seem to know a lot about rough stones? I don't think I understand it very well, I just know a little bit. You don't know anything at all. No one could tell that the material was fake just now, but you saw it at a glance. After getting a positive answer, Fatty Wang smiled and took out another piece of material from his pocket. It is about the same size as the previous piece and is golden in color. There is a small window at the top, and the green inside is dazzling. Zhao Zhu asked doubtfully, this is? Fatty Wang laughed and said, I went to smash their shop, and I took one when I left. I can't afford to lose too much, right? Could you please give me your opinion on this material? Zhao Zhu touched his nose, just glanced at the raw stone in his hand, and said lightly. Throw it away. This thing is full of lime except for a 2 centimeter square slice at the window. Fuck. It's so dark. Fatty Wang yelled national quintessence, threw away the raw stone in his hand, turned around and walked away angrily. What are you doing again? Fatty Wang was filled with righteous indignation and said, I'm going to beat him up again. I'm going to enforce justice today. Chapter 45 Master. Fatty Wang, who was enforcing justice on the side of heaven, soon returned again. Oh, my Lord Zhao, you are absolutely right. When I beat that old guy just now, he told me that the stone was made entirely of lime. Zhao Zhu nodded helplessly. Gambling on stones is inherently risky. Not to mention the quality of the original stones, the fakes alone are enough to overwhelm people. Fatty Wang was deeply impressed, and then asked cautiously, how about you show me another way? Zhao Zhu glanced at him and said with a smile, are you planning to get another one? Aren't you afraid that I'll give you blind orders and end up losing money? Fatty Wang quickly shook his head and said, how can that be possible? You have such a sharp eye. Okay, I'll help you this time. As Zhao Zhu walked, he asked, do you have any requirements? Do you want ice type, glutinous type, or glass type? After hearing this, Fatty Wang was greatly shocked. How come you, old man, can tell for sure what kind of water the stone is just by looking at it? If Wang Xinglong had this skill, why would he open an entertainment company? If he could open a stone a day, wouldn't he become the richest man? Fatty Wang became more and more respectful of the mysterious Zhao Zhu, and even a little afraid of him. This Mr. Zhao is not only extremely rich, but also has luxury cars worth tens of millions at his disposal. There is even the ability to identify the raw stone at a glance. What kind of big family can produce such talents? Fatty Wang rubbed his fat hands, swallowed a mouthful of water, and said carefully. Just iced jadeite, what do you think? It should be good enough to make a few bracelets. Zhao Zhu nodded as a sign of agreement, then suddenly stopped and casually pointed at a raw stone in a shop. Let's take this one. It's no problem to make a dozen high ice bracelets. Fatty Wang also stopped, looked in the direction Zhao Zhu was pointing, and then was stunned. Head covering material? The so-called covered material is material that is completely covered by stone skin and has no windows. Generally speaking, whether you can win the bet on covered material depends entirely on luck, because it is completely wrapped, you can't see the quality of the water inside, and there is no basis for judgment. Generally, experts in gambling on stones can only guess and judge based on the location and the feel of the hand. But there has always been a saying in the circle that 9 out of 10 bets on blindly made materials will fail, which means that most blindly made materials are not good materials and cannot produce good things. Therefore, most general blind head materials are very cheap, and are even sold by kilograms. This is called kilogram blind head material. And now young Master Zhao actually asked him to buy materials for covering the head? Fatty Wang looked at the raw stone, then turned to look at Zhao Zhu. Master Zhao, this head covering material, can it really work? Zhao Zhu nodded and said, this is it, high ice jadeite. After hearing Zhao Zhu's reply, Fatty Wang gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. Boss, I'll buy this piece of veil. This shop specializes in selling covering materials, and pieces of pitch black stone are placed on the shelves. There were many people coming and going, but no one came in to spend money. It is true that covered head materials are too unpopular in the gambling stone circle. After waiting for a long time, Fatty Wang finally showed up and the boss immediately came over enthusiastically. Brother, you are my first customer today. I don't want to pay for this material. I'll give it to you. Fatty Wang did not refuse. He picked up the raw stone, which was as big as a small watermelon, with his arms struggling, and said with a smile, Brother, you are so kind. When I get some high-quality ice jade from this material, I will make a few bracelets and give one to you. High ice jadeite? The boss chuckled. The covering materials in his shop were all bought at a few dollars per kilogram. He didn't know how many times they were washed by others. Can this unwanted thing also produce high-quality ice jade? This fat guy and this handsome boy must be mentally ill. No, I just hope that I can't make anything out of this material, so don't blame me for not giving you a good gift. Crow's mouth. Fatty Wang glared at the shop owner, then carried the raw stone with great effort to the stone shop. Anyway, the material is free and doesn't cost any money, so there's no need to argue with the boss. Then a very interesting scene occurred. A fat man weighing more than 200 pounds, with a flushed face, was holding a pitch-black raw stone and moving slowly forward. What's this for? You bought the stone and want to cut it? Isn't this the fat guy who just smashed someone's shop? Why did he buy another big rock? I don't know what this kid is thinking when he buys the material for covering his head. Let's go and have a look. I think there's something exciting to see. Zhao Zhu walked slowly behind the crowd. By the time Fatty Wang finally arrived at the stone shop, he was already sweating and sore all over. He put the rough stone on the workbench with great effort, waved his hand, and said proudly, Master, cut the stone. Here I come. The stone-cutting master came happily, but his smile disappeared immediately when he saw it was Fatty Wang. Then when he saw the covered material on the workbench, his face became a little embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother, why did you bring another big stone egg? As soon as Master Jesher said this, the people around him immediately burst into laughter. Stone egg, this description is appropriate. Don't call it Mangtulio anymore from now on. Just call it Dashita Danzi. 9 out of 10 bets will fail. Fatty brother, I think all your efforts have been in vain. If this can turn out green, I will do a handstand and eat shit live. Shut up, everyone. Fatty Wang roared, and everyone then remembered that the fat man in front of them was the one who would smash people's shops at will, and he was not to be messed with. You ignorant people have no vision. What nonsense are you talking about here? I have asked an expert to look at this piece of material, and it must be high-quality ice jadeite. Master? Cao Bing? An excellent supporting actor in the crowd asked, Who is your master? Fatty Wang ran up to Zhao Zhu, raised his neck and said proudly, That's him. When everyone looked closely, they saw that the man in front of them had a handsome face, like Pannon. He was calm and composed in front of everyone, and was not at all stage frightened. It feels like being a master. But this master is too young, what real strength can he have? What's more, this is a blind material. Even the veterans in the gambling stone circle are not sure what kind of material it is. How dare this young man say that it is definitely ice? Or high ice? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but look down on him. Zhao Xu smiled faintly, Let's start cutting the stone. Fatty Wang snorted at everyone, turned his head and looked at the workbench nervously. A fat man weighing more than 200 pounds was scratching his hands nervously. Soon, the first cut was made. Wait until the water vapor dissipates. The stone cutter was holding the cut stone, so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Only a thin piece was cut off, but under the sunlight, it was crystal clear and shimmering. Shit! It's really ice type. Amazing! The blind head material can actually produce ice type. I'm going to make a fortune now. With this watermelon-sized piece of material, I can make at least a dozen bracelets. But it's still a pity. It was almost the high ice type that young man expected. It's already amazing, okay? This is really amazing material. Who here can have this ability? Ice type? Zhao Zhu smiled contemptuously and then said to the stone-cutting master. Master, please take out the remaining materials and let me have a look. When the remaining materials were taken out and displayed in front of everyone, everyone was collectively shocked. I saw that the material seemed to be crystal clear, the meat was as delicate as ice and as clear as water. This is clearly high ice jadeite. It's really Gao Bing. Fuck me. I don't even know what to say. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing. What a master. What a master. I have been in the gambling stone circle for so many years, and this is the first time I have seen such a master. Then everyone looked at Zhao Zhu again, and in addition to admiration, there was also a hint of green light in their eyes. Zhao Zhu suddenly felt a chill on his back. He had also experienced this feeling from the female employees of Zilan Real Estate. Chapter 46 Sister Shuxiu. Being stared at by a group of grown men with such disgusting eyes, Zhao Zhu certainly felt uncomfortable. Fatty Wang, just cut the stone here. I have something else to do. Without waiting for Fatty Wang to respond, Zhao Zhu slipped away. Several people followed Zhao Zhu and tried to get close to him, but they were all scared away by Zhao Zhu's fierce look. Just kidding, Zhao Zhu is now considered a strong man with a strength value of 15, and he also has god-level fighting skills. It's not that he is intimidating without even getting angry, but now he also has a terrifying aura. Anyone who is not blind can see that Zhao Zhu is not someone to be trifled with. Soon, the followers disappeared. Zhao Zhu walked leisurely along the street and finally stopped at a jewelry shop. Quifangxi. This is a shop that specializes in selling jade jewelry, with a wide variety of jewelry. After entering the exhibition hall on the first floor, Zhao Zhu went straight to his destination. In the clear glass counter, a bright yellow brocade box lay there quietly. The brocade box was half opened, with soft silk inside and two crystal clear bracelets placed on top. There is no cotton or lint, the bracelet is crystal clear, and as transparent as glass, it glows faintly. Can you show me these two bracelets? This bracelet? The shop owner is a middle-aged woman who looks pretty and graceful. She wears a slit cheongsam that shows off her legs and has a well-maintained figure. She has a charming and seductive appearance, fair skin, and a teardrop mole under her peach blossom eyes, which adds to her natural charm. She first looked Zhao Zhu up and down, then carefully took out the brocade box and gently placed it on the table. Her 5 fingers were as slender as green onions. She spoke softly, and her voice was as delicate as a young girl's, captivating. Don't worry if you laugh at me, this bracelet is very valuable and is considered the treasure of our store. But the price is too expensive, no one dares to buy it, and it's still a rookie. Please be gentle and careful when you look at it, and be sure not to bump into anything. Of course Zhao Zhu knew the value of these 2 bracelets, but what the proprietress said was a bit provocative. Target, bracelet. Origin, Moshi Sand Pit. Material, glass jade. Value, 150 million. Zhao Zhu picked up the 2 bracelets and gently touched them together. The sound was crisp, clear, and melodious. He nodded and said, "This is the pair of bracelets. How much are they for me, madam?" The lady boss pretended to be embarrassed and said, "This bracelet is really expensive, little brother. Most people can't afford it." Zhao Zhu raised his eyebrows. What? Are you questioning the financial resources of the rich? No matter how expensive it is, there is a price, right? Don't worry, boss lady, I still have this little money. Ouch. The proprietress covered her mouth and laughed, her body shaking. I didn't realize you were such a rich man, brother. How about this? I see you're handsome and I think you're attractive to me, so I'll give you 120 million. Zhao Zhu was stunned. What? This price is lower than the estimated price given by the system? Could it be that the big sister opposite me really was attracted by my beauty? I say, boss lady, no, beautiful sister. Are you sure about this price? Your bracelet is made of top-grade glass, without any cotton, lint or cracks, and its market value is at least 150 million. Do you really want to sell it to me at a loss? The proprietress's eyes were smiling, and they narrowed into two beautiful little crescents. It's only 30 million, and my sister doesn't care. Besides, can't I accept you as my brother for 30 million? Just come and take care of my business in the future. Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, let's do as you say. Today I recognize you as my beautiful sister. The two smiled at each other, and Zhao Zhu took out his mobile phone and readily transferred 120 million. After putting away the two bracelets, Zhao Zhu asked again, beautiful sister, do you have Yangzi here? Don't call me pretty sister anymore. My name is Xu Xiu. You can just call me Sister Xu. My name is Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu? Fine, I'll just call you Brother Zhu. As for Yangzi you mentioned, I really have one here. It's a genuine antique from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, but the price is a bit high. Xu Xiu glanced at Zhao Zhu imperceptibly, feeling a little expectant for some reason. Her family is in the jade business and has a large industry. So it's not surprising to see a young man spending more than 100 million to buy a bracelet. After all, anyone who dares to buy jade, especially high-quality glass jade, must be a super rich person. But the painting of Yangzi in her hand was different. That is Yangzi from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, a real antique. Moreover, the chess pieces are completely preserved in terms of quantity, shape, and appearance. Even this painting of Yangzi has reached auction level and can easily be sold for 300 or 400 million. Zhao Zhu smiled and said, it doesn't matter, sister, just name your price. Xu Xiu smiled softly. I like straightforward men like you, little brother. I'll go get the Yangzi now. Brother, you can help me take care of the business first. As Xu Xiu said this, she twisted her graceful waist, turned around and went upstairs. Zhao Zhu was bored and wandered around the exhibition hall on the first floor. At this moment, a person walked into the exhibition hall. A foul smell of alcohol wafted towards him, and Zhao Zhu couldn't help but frown and look at the person. A man came in with messy hair, a stubbled face, and drunken eyes, obviously drunk. She was wearing an Armani suit, but it was covered in mud, probably because it hadn't been washed for a long time. The man still had the wine in his hand. The first thing he did after entering the door was to take a big gulp of wine. Then he exhaled a breath of alcohol, swayed his body, and shouted in an unclear voice. Xu Xiu, where are you, Xu Xiu, I'm coming. Xu Xiu went to get Yangzi. Zhao Zhu didn't know where this person came from, so he frowned and reminded him. Sister Xu has gone to the second floor to get something. Please wait for a moment. Also, can you keep your voice down? This is a public place. Who the hell are you? The man then realized that there was another person in the hall. He turned around and saw that it was a young and handsome guy. He immediately became angry. He shook his head, trying to make himself more sober, then grabbed the bottle of wine and staggered towards Zhao Zhu. I know. You are the pretty boy that Xu Xiu found, right? I just divorced her not long ago, and she can't stand the loneliness anymore. The more the man spoke, the more he felt a fire burning in his chest. Taking advantage of the alcohol, he raised the bottle and smashed it at Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu sneered, first blocking with his arm, then hitting the man in the chest with his elbow. The force was so great that the man cried out in pain and took several steps back. You dare to hit me! You dare to hit me! I will kill you, you pretty boy! The pain aroused the man's ferocity. He slowed down, looked ferocious, and rushed towards Zhao Zhu again. But before he could get close, Zhao Zhu took a heavy step forward and kicked with his right foot. He leaped up and kicked the man hard in the neck. The man screamed and spat out countless rainbows, which rushed down thousands of miles. Fell heavily to the ground. Zhao Zhu withdrew his legs in disgust. Fortunately, he didn't get stained with those disgusting things. He looked down at the man on the ground who was still unconscious and said jokingly, just because of you, you still want to fight me? Chapter 47. Ex-husband Xiao Ma Gu. Ah! Suddenly I heard a cry from behind. Zhao Zhu turned his head and saw that Xu Xiu had already returned with Yangzi. She was covering her mouth and looking at the two of them in surprise. Then Xu Xiu quickly put down the box in her hand, ran to Zhao Zhu, and anxiously felt around Zhao Zhu with her little hands, looking distressed. Brother Nagisa, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? What will I do if I get hurt because of you? Zhao Shu felt a warm feeling in his heart, grabbed Shu Xiu's little hand, and spoke gently. Don't worry, Sister Shu, I'm fine. Your brother is not only handsome, but also very skilled. Feeling the warmth of Zhao Shu's big hand, her face turned red, and she quickly pulled her hand out, saying shyly. I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Then Shu Xiu looked at the man on the ground, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her face full of anger. Ma Zibo, I have divorced you. I hope you won't disturb my life again. Sister Shu Xiu's ex-husband? Zhao Zhu raised an eyebrow and looked at the sloppy man lying on the ground with vomit all over his face. I thought to myself, how could Sister Shu Xiu, such an outstanding woman, marry such a thing? Ma Zibo, who was lying on the ground, trembled, as if because he heard Shu Xiu's voice. Then he tried hard to stand up from the ground, but he failed after several attempts. He could only twist his body in pain and lean against the glass counter. At this time, his face and body were covered with vomit, and he looked extremely miserable. Zhao Zhu's kick did not make him lose consciousness, but it also made him dizzy and unable to get up for the time being. Ma Zibo raised his head and looked at Shu Xiu, his eyes full of fascination. Shu Xiu, what do you mean by you? Ma Zibo. I won't give you any more money. And please don't show up in front of me again. You don't want me to show up? Ma Zibo lowered his head, looking extremely sad. After a moment, he raised his head, his face sinister, stared at Zhao Zhu, and said excitedly. Is it because of this pretty boy? Is it because of him that you left me? Shu Xiu pursed her lips, her peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, her chest rose and fell, magnificent and pleasing to the eye. Don't you know why I left you? Ma Zibo, your family has suffered a misfortune, and I understand you. I also asked for money from my family to help you make a comeback. But you just used the money to gamble. I advised you with good intentions, but you just threw in the towel and never recovered. At this point, Shu Xiu was already in tears. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. This is probably the truth. Go away, I don't want to see you again. Shu Xiu wiped away her tears, her little face cold, and ordered them to leave. Ma Zibo sighed slowly, knowing that there was no hope for his relationship with Shu Xiu. The fascination in his eyes disappeared and gradually became cold. Shu Xiu. Give me another 10 million. Just 10 million. If you give it to me, I will never appear in front of you again. From now on, you will live with this pretty boy. Shu Xiu took a deep breath and said with great sorrow. Ma Zibo. You still haven't repented. You're still thinking of asking me for money. Besides, I'm telling you not to talk nonsense. I just met Nagisa today. You can slander me, but you are absolutely not allowed to insult Nagisa. Ma Zibo's face turned blue and red due to Shu Xiu's provocation. He sneered, stood up with difficulty by holding onto the glass counter, and cursed at Shu Xiu. Shu Xiu. You shameless woman. You just divorced me and you hooked up with this pretty boy. I tell you, it would be good if you give me 10 million today. If not, I will spread the news about you, a stinky bitch. If you don't let me live a good life, I will definitely not let you live a good life. You will be embarrassed and humiliated. Shu Xiu's face turned pale with anger at Ma Zibo's words, and she swayed and fell into Zhao Zhu's arms. Sister Shu. Shu Xiu buried her little face in Zhao Zhu's chest and cried loudly. Seeing their intimate behavior, Ma Zibo felt even more jealous and was just about to take advantage of them with words. But before he could say anything, Zhao Zhu kicked Ma Zibo in the chest and sent him flying out of the shop. With a pop sound, Ma Zibo fell heavily to the ground, his body rolling over and over, wailing in pain, acting like a rogue. Murder! Murder! Come and see! Zhao Shu frowned. He didn't expect this little brother Ma to be so shameless. He held Shu Xiu with one hand and shouted towards the outside. Get out of here! If you show up in front of Sister Shu again, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Seeing someone flying out of the shop, people on the street looked sideways. Soon, countless onlookers surrounded Ma Zibo on the ground and started talking about him. What's going on? Why is there someone lying here? Does anyone know what's going on? Can you tell me? I don't know. I just got here too. I haven't been able to eat this melon yet. I see there's a man and a woman in the exhibition hall. Could it be some bloody triangle relationship? Are your eyes not working well? Don't you see that the man lying on the ground is dirty and looks like a homeless person? How could the handsome man and beautiful woman in the hall be related to this dirty homeless man? Although the woman is pretty and has some charm, she seems to be several years older than the boy. They are probably not in a relationship. Could it be that he is a young hunk that a rich woman keeps? I know what's going on. There was a teenager in the crowd, wearing a small suit, a bow tie at his collar, and a pair of huge black glasses on his face. There is only one truth. That is the hero saving the beauty. Everyone, look carefully, this homeless guy has vomit on his body and reeks of alcohol. It is obvious that he is drunk and causing trouble. As for the man and woman in the hall, the beautiful sister was, if nothing unexpected happened, the owner of the shop. The young man should be a customer. He happened to come in to buy something and ran into the homeless man who was drunk and making trouble. So the scene of the hero saving the beauty appeared now. The young man spoke in an orderly and logical manner, and described the incident in just a few words. After hearing this, the onlookers all nodded and agreed with the boy's guess. When they looked at the homeless people, they were all looked down upon and disdainful. This kid doesn't look that old. He is still young. Why doesn't he learn well? You are young and have no ambition. You just want to be a homeless person. Why do you have to do something bad and try to blackmail others? Alas, the world is going downhill. Why don't we call the police? It's not good for this guy to just lie here. We might as well send him to jail. Kill two birds with one stone. Great idea, I'll call the police. Hearing someone was going to call the police, Mazibo immediately got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Originally, he wanted to get the money from Shu Xiu no matter what. But when he saw Zhao Zhu's cold eyes, he couldn't help but shiver. This kid is so skilled and ruthless, he just comes up and attacks. In just a short while, he was already covered in wounds, especially in his chest, which was extremely painful. He must have had several broken ribs. After thinking it over, Mazibo could only lower his head and leave in shame. Chapter 48 Sister, you are richer than me. After sending the shameless Shama away, Zhao Zhu turned around and hugged Sister Shu Xiu tightly in his arms. Although his chest was already wet with tears, he could still feel Sister Shu's hot body temperature and the indescribable pressure on his chest. Zhao Zhu smiled knowingly, feeling a little distracted. Speaking of women, the one who can get a perfect score is none other than the young lady Shu Xiu. A young girl wins because of her youth and tenderness, while a young woman wins because of her mature charm. Every frown and smile can fully demonstrate a woman's advantages. As the saying goes, young people do not know the good of young women and mistakenly treat young girls as treasures. Now we know that young women are fragrant, and we mistakenly spend our youth on planting rice seedlings. Young women are good, young women are fragrant, and young women are the light in the darkness. Zhao Zhu gently patted Shu Xiu's back, but suddenly his mind thought of a marketing account that he had seen somewhere. It was an article about stocks, full of nonsense, but the first sentence was still fresh in Zhao Zhu's memory. What I mean is that stock trading is like being a young woman, you need to know your limits and when to advance and retreat. It was originally a very serious topic, but Zhao Zhu laughed out loud. Zhao Zhu was still daydreaming when Shu Xiu finally realized that their actions were indeed a bit indecent. Her face turned red with shame, and Shu Xiu quickly wiped away her tears and broke free from Zhao Zhu's arms. Thank you, Nagisa Kohen. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what I would have done. Zhao Zhu just felt his arms were empty, feeling a little lost, and straightened his expression. No need to thank Sister Shu. It's our duty to help those in need when we see injustice. But it was that bastard who made Sister Shu cry, which really made her brother feel distressed. Sister Shu, from now on, my heart will always be open to you. You little pervert. You even learned to tease your sister. You're asking for a beating. Shu Xiu blared at Zhao Zhu in reproach. After this incident, she actually discovered that she had developed a great liking for this young man who was much younger than her. Stop making trouble, Sister Shu. What's going on with that man? Shu Xiu sighed, the stars in her eyes slowly disappeared, and her little face was full of loneliness. His name is Mazibo, and he is my ex-husband. His family and ours are old friends, and they used to be in the jade business. Moreover, his business is quite big and he is considered as a big boss in the jade industry of S-City. He and I grew up together, and we were childhood sweethearts. We got married after we both graduated from college. His life was originally happy, but 2 years ago, he was taken to Las Vegas by his bad friends. I learned how to gamble, and it was like I became a different person. Xu Xiu sighed, and her eyes were filled with tears again. From then on, he started staying out all night and was addicted to gambling. Later, his family suffered a misfortune and was on the verge of bankruptcy. I took out 100 million from my home and gave it to him, hoping that he could make a comeback. But who would have thought that he actually used that 100 million to gamble? In a fit of anger, I divorced him. Later, he lost all his money in his house and became a complete pauper. After that, he started to harass me and ask me for money. I originally thought he would turn over a new leaf, but who would have thought that he would use the 1 million I gave him to gamble again? You saw what happened next. He came to me again and again to ask for money, which seriously affected my normal life. In fact, after the conversation between the two just now, Zhao Zhu had already guessed their relationship. But I didn't expect their story to be so bloody and tortuous. Seeing Xu Xiu's sad and lonely expression, Zhao Zhu couldn't help but ask, Sister Xu, are you still thinking about him? No, I've given up. Xu Xiu smiled bitterly, I was stupid before. I still had hope for him and always thought he would change his ways. Now I just feel a little regretful. How could the high-spirited young man back then become like this now? Zhao Zhu could not deny it and said, this is the significance of our country's resolute crackdown on gambling. The existence of gambling destroys not just one person, but a whole family. Xu Xiu nodded, indicating that she fully agreed with what Zhao Zhu said, and then said, let's not talk about him anymore, I feel annoyed when I talk about him. Brother Nagisa, let's talk business. I've got the Yangtze here. Do you want to take a look? Zhao Zhu was naturally happy to stop talking about Xiaomago, and turned around and followed Xu Xiu to the display cabinet. On the display case stood a plain black wooden box, about the size of a pillow. The specific wood material cannot be seen, but the entire wooden box exudes a heavy sense of history. Zhao Zhu opened the wooden box and a fresh fragrance filled his face. This is the natural fragrance of this wood. The inside of the wooden box is still intact, without even a wormhole. If nothing goes wrong, this wood should be able to repel insects. There is a partition in the middle of the wooden box, which perfectly separates the black and white chess pieces, making them clearly distinct. Zhao Zhu picked up a white chess piece casually and looked at it in the light of the exhibition hall. It was crystal clear and sparkling. Target, eternal white. Origin, Baoshan. Material, Hutian jade. Value, 400 million for the whole game. Era, Wanli period of Ming dynasty. Xu Xiu couldn't see the parameter values, but could only see Zhao Zhu's serious expression. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother Zhu seems to understand Yangtze, too? Zhao Zhu smiled and told the story. The so-called Yangtze is a black and white chess piece made of a variety of natural minerals such as South Red Agate, Huanglong Jade, and Black Jade, using a secret formula and unique smelting skills. The chess pieces are hard, smooth, and as delicate as jade. They are comfortable to touch, warm in winter and cool in summer, and have a timeless charm. It is a chess piece that is recognized by the world throughout the ages and has always been sought after by dignitaries. Even the Jiajing emperor of that year decreed that Yangtze should be an annual tribute, and it could be called a national treasure. There were some things Zhao Zhu didn't say, which were all his secret complaints. In fact, the Yangtze manufacturing process has been continued for hundreds and thousands of years, and there have been some gaps in the production process. The real manufacturing process has long been lost. The Yangtze coins on the market today are basically all made with modern technology, and to put it bluntly, they have no collection value. To quote a certain platform, it is just a modern handicraft. Buying this is just to show off and brag. However, Xu Xiu's Yangtze is a genuine antique, auction quality and worth a lot of money. If it meets a true Go enthusiast, let alone 400 million, it can even be sold at a sky-high price of 500 million. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhu also became curious about Xu Xiu's identity and background. Not to mention the Yangtze that could be sold at a sky-high price, just the pair of bracelets worth 150 million is something that not an ordinary seller can afford. It seems that Xu Xiu's family is one of the most wealthy tycoons in S City. I have to ask Lin Ruoxue when I get a chance. Zhao Zhu thought about it, put the chess piece back, put away the box and said, Sister Xu, this is it. How much do you think is a good price? What more money do you need? Xu smiled shyly and said, Brother, you helped me today. Since you like Yangtze, I'll give it to you. Zhao Zhu was stunned. What happened? 500 million given away casually? Have I met a super rich man? In my script, is there any character who is more extravagant and inhumane than me? Chapter 49 Gift Giving. Zhao Zhu is a good brother who loves his sister very much, so it is natural that he would not take advantage of his sister in this way. Of course, it is impossible to take advantage of this kind, but taking other advantages is still within Zhao Zhu's permission. After readily paying 500 million, Zhao Zhu left his contact information with Xu Xiao. Before leaving, Sister Xu insisted on giving Zhao Zhu a pair of imperial green ring faces, saying that she would give them to the girl she liked in the future. Zhao Zhu's eyes rolled around, and he reached out and took only one, saying that he would give the other one to Sister Xu. After some tricks, Xu Xiao's face turned red. The usually shy young lady is the classic. Zhao Zhu carried 2 boxes out of the store and ran into Fatty Wang as soon as he went out. "Oh, my Mr. Zhao, it was so easy for me to find him." "Ha? Fatty Wang?" Zhao Zhu chuckled and very naturally handed the 2 boxes in his hand to Wang Xinglong, letting him do the hard labor. "Let me take this, but be careful. The things in these 2 boxes are worth 700 million. Fatty Wang was so frightened that his hands trembled, and then he hugged the 2 boxes in his arms. That nervous expression is even more intimate than hugging your biological father. Just kidding, although his family is also rich second generation, he can't afford things that cost hundreds of millions. Fatty Wang became even more convinced that the young Master Zhao in front of him was indeed a super rich second generation from Beijing. Without the restraint of the box, Zhao Zhu walked more briskly, and he asked softly, "How's the material? Have you finished making jewelry?" Fatty Wang hugged the 2 boxes tightly and said with a smile, "Before I finished solving the puzzle, someone offered 50 million, so I sold it directly. After this is sold, I will be busy looking for you and want to give you 40 million, after all, it was you who picked the material." Zhao Zhu walked away while shaking his head, saying, "It's not necessary to give me a share of the money, I don't think highly of the 40 million. I just want to tell you that you should find a chance to mend your brain." "What do you mean?" Fatty Wang has been a rich second generation for more than 20 years. He has always lived a life of luxury, with everyone surrounding him. He has many younger brothers and has always heard flattery. And what Zhao Zhu said was obviously scolding Fatty Wang for being stupid and having no brains. But Fatty Wang didn't get angry at all, and even seemed to be humbly asking for advice. "Mr. Zhao, is it possible that the price of 50 million for my piece of material is too little?" Zhao Zhu smiled and said, "It's indeed less. That piece of material is high-quality ice after all. It's no problem to sell it for 80 million. Fuck. Fatty Wang immediately quit. How dare he cheat me out of my money? I'm going to go back and find him. Don't go. If you go, who will take my box?" After hearing this, Fatty Wang had no choice but to give up. The most important thing now is to curry favor with Mr. Zhao, who has a strong background. As long as you curry favor with this young master, wouldn't it be easy to get tens of millions? The 2 men came out of the jade shop. One of them walked in front with his head held high and strides forward. There was a man behind, holding a box, nodding and bowing, looking like a complete lackey. When they reached the parking space, Zhao Zhu opened the trunk and asked Fatty Wang to put the things in. After closing the trunk, Zhao Zhu ignored Fatty Wang and turned around and got into the car, looking quite cool. Seeing that the gentleman was about to leave, Fatty Wang quickly stopped the door of the Aston Martin, smiled flatteringly, and asked tentatively, "Mr. Zhao, we have a sports car club here. There will be a party at Phoenix Mountain next week. I wonder if Mr. Zhao can show up and have a look." Zhao Zhu replied indifferently, "Okay, call me when the time comes." Then Zhao Zhu stepped on the accelerator and left the jade shop, leaving Fatty Wang alone there, watching the Aston Martin disappear from his sight. Fatty Wang smacked his lips. Facing Zhao Zhu's aloofness, he was not disgusted. Instead, he felt that this was the demeanor that a young master of a big family should have. This young master is a young master. His demeanor is different from that of ordinary rich second generations. He is so damn cool. Zhao Zhu didn't know that after he left, Fatty Wang praised him again from a distance. Otherwise he would have to get out of the car and say something naughty. This is a technical job, it deserves a reward. The Aston Martin drove at full speed and headed straight for Wang Peipei's home. Sunshine Home. The roads outside the community are still crowded with people and vendors are lined up on both sides. Zhao Zhu parked the car in an empty space and walked into the small market with a box in each hand. Zhao Zhu was handsome, dressed in designer clothes and carrying 2 suitcases. He was an outlier on the street, so passers-by looked at him sideways. Fortunately, Zhao Zhu hadn't been here for a few days, and no one remembered the sports car incident, otherwise they would have surrounded the owner of the luxury car. Aren't rich people as rare as dogs in the mountains? After all, it is rare to have such a super rich person in their old community. Young man, I'm afraid you're here at your father-in-law's house. You must have spent a lot of money on these 2 boxes. An old lady selling vegetables on the road saw Zhao Zhu's expression and said with a smile, "Whose house are you going to?" "Young man, I am also a resident of this community." "Who knows, the house you are going to is my neighbor." Zhao Zhu stopped and saw that the old lady had a kind face and gentle eyes, so he couldn't help but answer. "I did go to see my father-in-law, but I don't know his name. By the way, my girlfriend's name is Wang Peipei. Peipei's family." The old lady said with a smile, "Peipei and I are old acquaintances. Every time she goes home, she has to buy some vegetables from me. I also know his parents, they are both regular employees, and today is Sunday, so they are just resting at home. By the way, Peipei hasn't come to buy groceries today, why don't you bring some back? The cucumbers are very fresh today, and they are good for eating or using." Zhao Zhu was stunned and couldn't help asking, "I know how to eat it, but how to use it?" After asking this question, he immediately thought, could it be that Wang Peipei usually buys cucumbers to use? When Zhao Zhu thought of that scene, he couldn't help swallowing. Suddenly, a sentence from the Spring Festival Gala long ago popped up in my mind. "This world is crazy, even mice are bridesmaids for rats." When the old lady saw Zhao Zhu's expression, she realized that the young man might have had the wrong idea and couldn't help laughing. "Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. What are you thinking about, young man?" "I mean, Peipei often uses cucumbers as a facial mask." Zhao Zhu laughed dryly twice, feeling a little embarrassed, and ran away quickly. After entering the community gate, Wang Peipei was already waiting at the door. As soon as she saw Zhao Zhu, she gave him a big hug. "Honey, I miss you so much." Zhao Zhu put down the 2 boxes and hugged Wang Peipei tightly in his arms. Gently sniffing the faint fragrance on Wang Peipei's body, he smiled and said, "I miss you too. Don't stand here. Let's go in. By the way, your parents are at home, right?" After all, everything Zhao Zhu bought was for her parents. Wang Peipei naturally took Zhao Zhu's arm and said softly, "My mother is at home making delicious food for us. As for my father, he is playing chess in the yard. Don't worry about him." Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, "Hey, let's go find your dad first. I have a big gift for him." Chapter 50, The Old Man's Vanity. "Honey, what's the big gift?" Wang Peipei clung to Zhao Zhu, behaving intimately, with gentle eyes, and looked at her lover sweetly. "Hey, does Yongzi know?" "Yongzi?" Wang Peipei showed a puzzled expression on her face. After thinking for a while, she said, "I really don't know. Husband, just tell me." Zhao Zhu didn't want to waste time talking, so he explained hastily, "To put it simply, it's a chess piece made of jadeite, agate. However, this thing can be divided into modern crafts and antiques. Modern handicrafts are just decorations and have no collection value, but the better ones can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But the Yangtze in my hand is a real antique, a treasure from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, worth hundreds of millions." "Hundreds of millions?" Wang Peipei opened her mouth in surprise, and after a moment she quickly shook her head. "Hubby, why did you give him such a good thing? My dad is just a rough guy, I can't tell whether he is good or bad. Even if you give him a real thing worth hundreds of millions, he will just treat it as a modern craft." Zhao Zhu laughed and said, "Whether he can see it or not, I can't fool him. Let's go, stop talking nonsense and go find your dad. Although the community is a bit old, it has good greenery, with flowers, trees, and green willows." Wang Peipei took Zhao Zhu through a wooden corridor and passed by a group of uncles and aunts. "Peipei, is this boy your boyfriend? He's so handsome. How old is the boy and what does he do? Bring your boyfriend to your aunt's house for dinner when you have time." Wang Peipei felt embarrassed when being asked, so she quickened her pace and pulled Zhao Zhu into a small pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Wang Daochang, Wang's father, was playing chess with an uncle. There were also 7 or 8 old men surrounding them, watching the battle intently. "No, Lao Wang, you made a wrong move. You should have made it there. It looks like you are really going to be slaughtered." Wang Daochang rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Old Shen, don't you know what it means to be a true gentleman who watches chess without saying a word? Besides, my chess skill is several levels higher than yours. My move is called Besiege Way to save Zhou. You only need 10 chess pieces to take down Lao Zhou. Old Wang, you are a notorious chess player in our neighborhood. Ha ha, a perennial chess loser still wants to turn things around? Impossible, absolutely impossible." Wang Daochang was so angry that he grimaced, there is no point in talking anymore, the truth will be revealed on the chessboard. A group of old men were watching the chess and chatting very seriously and did not notice Zhao Zhu and the other person. Wang Peipei was about to speak when he saw this, but was stopped by Zhao Zhu. He put his finger to his lips and whispered, "Let's finish this game first, don't disturb my father-in-law's fun." Wang Peipei gave him a reproachful look and nodded. In about 20 minutes, Wang Peipei's father was defeated completely. The old man was probably too embarrassed to save face, so he snorted coldly, stood up, and fanned himself with the palm leaf fan in his hand. "I don't want to play anymore. There's no point in playing this with you. I have to go home. My son-in-law is coming today, so I don't have time to play chess with you lousy chess players." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhu knew that the time had come and respectfully called out, "Uncle Wang." Wang Daochang turned around and saw that it was Zhao Zhu. He immediately smiled and all the wrinkles on his face were squeezed together. "Xiao Zhao is here. Why didn't he go home directly, but came here instead?" As he spoke, Wang Daochang looked at Wang Peipei angrily. "Peipei, why are you so ignorant? Xiao Zhao finally came here, but you didn't let him into the house. What are you doing here?" "Dad." Wang Peipei said aggrievedly, "Zhao Zhu said he came to see you first because he has a gift for you." When talking about gifts, Wang Daochang smiled even more happily. He first turned around to look at his old friends around him, then he became arrogant, and even his hunched body straightened up a lot at that moment. "Hey guys, this is my daughter's boyfriend, his name is Zhao Zhu. This young man is very polite and knows how to respect the elderly. I always tell him to come if he wants, but don't buy anything. But this kid just wouldn't listen. He insisted on buying it. Oh, I tell you, the gifts in my house are piled up like a mountain." Snort. Stinking show off. This old fellow. After hearing Wang Daochang's words, the uncles and aunts present all turned cold and pouted. Zhao Zhu was also very thoughtful and naturally understood that the old man had lost the game and was trying to save face in another way. But just talking is not enough, we have to put in real money. Completely restore face for the father-in-law. So Zhao Zhu smiled very appropriately. "Yes, Uncle Wang, I know you like playing chess, so I bought you a chess set and thought I'd bring it over to you to take a look." "Piece? Chess pieces? What's so good about them?" "Yeah, aren't they all plastic?" Speaking of chess pieces, several uncles also became interested. However, Wang Daochang took the lead and said, "Go away, you are a bunch of old stubborn people who want to see everything. Come on, Xiao Zhao, let's go home and kill these old guys with their greed." Wang Daochang was actually a little worried, as he still knew very little about Zhao Zhu's identity. If what we bring out is really not that good, wouldn't we be laughed at by these old guys? If Zhao Zhu was a poor young man, he would not look down on him. After all, in this day and age, how many guys in their early 20s can be rich? He just didn't want to be laughed at by those old guys who always gave him an advantage. "It's okay, Uncle Wang, let a few uncles take a look and help you judge it." When Zhao Zhu saw this situation, he knew that the time had come. It was time to make his father-in-law proud among these old friends. As he spoke, Zhao Zhu placed the box containing Yangtze on the table and slowly opened it. Several old men gathered in a circle, looking at the contents of the box with different expressions on their faces. Some were shocked, some were confused, and some even curled their lips. "What is this? A chess piece made of stone? What's the use of stone? It's only slightly better than plastic, right? Hey, what do you know? This is called Yangtze. Is this really a Yangtze? I heard that Yangtze are all made of jade, and a good set of Yangtze costs tens of thousands of dollars." Wang Daochang stood in the middle of the crowd and was extremely happy looking at Yangtze. He picked up a black chess piece at random and saw that the whole chess piece was lush green, with flowing light, as if there were some fluorescent spots. "Is this emerald?" Zhao Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Wang, this black chess piece is made of jade." "Black jade." An old man in the crowd picked up another white piece and asked, "What is this made of?" Zhao Zhu smiled and said, "Uncle, the white one is Hatian jade." "Hatian jade? It's quite expensive." The old man swallowed and quickly put down the chess piece. "Oh my god, you can't touch this. I can't afford the compensation if I break it." After a brief moment of shock, everyone finally came to their senses and began to praise. "Old Wang, you finally found a good son-in-law." "Yes, Lao Wang, this chess set is of such good quality, it must be worth a lot of money. You are so lucky to have found such a wealthy son-in-law. The key is that your son-in-law knows how to please his wife. That's quite impressive. Yes, Lao Wang, your family will enjoy a good life in the future. Don't forget your brothers. Wang Daochang laughed cheerfully and said, how can that be possible? We brothers still need to play together more often. Wang Daochang couldn't stop smiling, and he enjoyed this unprecedented flattery very much. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Isn't it just a pair of yongzi? What's so great about it? It's just a modern craft. It's just a few tens of thousands of dollars. This is also worthy of the villain's success. Chapter 51. Two old men fighting each other. Oops, who slapped me in the face? Wang Daochang was furious. He turned around and saw an old man with a plump figure wearing a branded sportswear. The old man held a paper fan in his left hand and two bright red 4-story walnuts in his right hand, and said with disdain, Old Wang, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you should be careful when choosing a son-in-law. Don't choose a guy who can only pass off inferior goods as good ones. Wang Daochang was often so angry at the old man that he trembled. Old Chen. If you can't speak human language, then just keep silent. Old Chen's name is Chen Jisheng, and he used to work in the same unit as Wang Daochang. When the two worked together, they were sworn enemies and often fought each other. Later, Chen Jisheng retired and the two lost contact. It was just by chance this year that Chen Jisheng also moved to this neighborhood, and the two old rivals met again. From then on, in this community pavilion, there would only be Wang Daochang but no Chen Jisheng. If Chen Jisheng existed, there would be no Wang Daochang. Firstly, they disliked each other and avoided each other. Secondly, it is true that both of them are old, and it would be ugly if they met and fought. All along, the two sides have had a tacit understanding and have kept their distance from each other. I just don't know why, but today Chen Jisheng broke the rules between the two of them and suddenly became aggressive. Chen Jisheng closed the paper fan with a snap, looking very stylish. He walked to the table, reached out and picked up a chess piece, facing the sunlight, and said sarcastically, To be honest, I also have a yongzi at home. My son spent more than 100,000 yuan to buy it for me. I can't say I'm proficient in yongzi, but I know a thing or two about it. As we all know, yongzi is made of jade and agate. The best quality yongzi is crystal clear, free of impurities and feels warm to the touch. The material of Lao Wang's yongzi is quite good, but there is a big flaw. When Chen Jisheng said this, he paused deliberately and looked at Wang Daochang provocatively. The elderly people around us looked at each other, all of them confused. Since there is no problem with the material of this yongzi, where else could there be any flaws? Yeah, old Chen, you're probably looking for trouble, right? Yes, Lao Chen, we are all neighbors, there is no need to be so stubborn. Humph. I think you're just looking for trouble. Wang Daochang snorted coldly and said, You old man, you just came here to discuss me because you were so angry at me for getting something good. Do I need to be angry? Chen Jisheng laughed and said, The pair of yongzi I have at home is worth tens of thousands of dollars, and it is many times better than your second-hand pair. Second-hand? Don't you dare talk nonsense here. When Wang Daochang heard this, he was so angry that he threw the palm leaf fan in his hand away. But the palm leaf fan fluttered lightly and didn't fly very far before it swayed and fell down. Chen Jisheng, you are talking nonsense. Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, your good son-in-law will naturally know. Chen Jisheng was calm and composed, as if he had a sure win, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He picked up a black chess piece and said calmly, The young man just said that this black chess piece is made of black jadeite. Black jade has a fine texture and is highly translucent. Chen Jisheng pointed a chess piece at the sun and sneered, But the chess piece in my hand is dim when it is pointed at the sun. This can only mean two things, either this yongzi is fake, or this yongzi is second-hand, something that others don't want. Hiss. After hearing Chen Jisheng's explanation, everyone took a deep breath. Although Chen Jisheng is not a very likable person in terms of his character and speech, he is a famous collector in the community. I like to collect antiques on a daily basis. I can't say I have a very good eye for them, but I definitely know more about them than these newbies. The most important point is that Chen Jisheng's son Chen Guang is a master in identifying antiques. Now I am a mentor in a treasure appraisal program on Douyu Live, and I get to see countless treasures a day. People often say that meeting the father is like meeting the son, but in fact, the same principle applies in reverse. So everyone still believed Chen Jisheng's words. Fake? Second-hand? No way. No way. Is there really anyone who sees his father-in-law still wearing second-hand goods? Looking at this kid who looks like a decent person, I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Hey, old Wang, you better be careful when choosing a man for your daughter in the future. That's right, Lao Wang. You have to be careful with men like this and don't let them into the house. What nonsense are you talking about? Wang Daochang was so angry that he blew his beard and cursed, Old Chen. You are deliberately looking for trouble, aren't you? As he said this, Wang Daochang rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward with his eyes glared. Fortunately, there were enough people to stop the old man. Don't stop me. I'm going to destroy this old guy today. Chen Jishang also gave in. He stretched out his hands and made a gesture, with his left hand round and his right hand square. It wasn't majestic, but it looked pretty good. You old bastard. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on if you're brave enough. I can kill you with just a little effort. The two old men were facing each other, puffing their beards and glaring at each other, and the atmosphere was quite tense. Fortunately, the old men present were quite agile and split into two groups to stop the two men respectively. Old brother, we are all neighbors, there is no need to do this. Yes, brother, both of you should say less. There's nothing to be upset about. I think it would be better if you two go back to your own homes. Not good. Wang Daochang said angrily, this old man is here to pick a fight. I'll skin him alive today. Chen Jishang was not to be outdone and said, why am I picking on you? I'm telling you the truth, your son-in-law is just trying to fool you. I got a second-hand Yangzi that no one wants. Only an old bastard like you would treasure it. You old bastard. Old bastard. Wang Daochang was about to continue cursing when Zhao Zhu walked up to him, patted the old man on the shoulder, and spoke softly. Uncle Wang, don't be angry. I'm here to meet that old guy. Without waiting for Wang Pei's father to reply, Zhao Zhu walked up to Chen Jishang and sneered, old man, what right do you have to say that my Yangzi is not good? With your limited knowledge, can you tell the true origin of my eternal son? What did you say? Chen Jishang was so angry that he was shaking all over. You little brat. What did you say? I've eaten more rice than you have eaten salt. Zhao Zhu sneered and said disdainfully, you are just taking advantage of your age. I might as well tell you directly that my Yangzi is a treasure from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. What? During the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty? Isn't that an antique? Then it's worth a lot of money, right? Hearing this, Wang Daochang's eyes widened in shock. After all, what the old bastard Chen Jishang said was reasonable and well-founded, and even he himself began to believe it a little. Now Zhao Zhu said that this set of chess pieces was actually an antique from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. Isn't this a slap in the face of that old man? The look in Wang Daochang's eyes when he looked at Zhao Zhu showed that he liked him more and more. Chapter 52, Chen Guan, the Ungrateful One. During the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty? Chen Jishang snorted coldly, you are just talking nonsense, this Yangzi is made with modern technology. How can there be Yangzi from the Ming dynasty? You little brat. You don't even think before you brag. You're showing your weakness. Ignorance is a sin. Zhao Zhu shook his head and looked at Chen Jishang with regret, as if he was looking at a fool. You're absolutely right to say you're a fool. I can only teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Zhao Zhu picked up a chess piece, held it in his palm, and spoke slowly. In fact, this Yangzi is not just a modern invention, it can be traced back to the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty 500 years ago. Moreover, Emperor Jiajing ordered that Yangzi be offered as an annual tribute. However, due to the successive years of war during the Ming dynasty, not only were most of the Yangzi pieces destroyed, but the production process was also lost. It was not until modern times that the craftsmanship of making Yangzi was restored. But the Yangzi made with modern technology can only be regarded as a modern craft and has no collection value. Zhao Zhu weighed the chess piece in his hand and smiled at the old men who came. There are very few ancient Yangzi that have actually flowed into the folks and been preserved, so they are extremely precious. The pair of Yangzi in my hand is the real ancient Yangzi, an antique that has been passed down from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty to the present day. As for the fact that it is not translucent and is a second-hand product, that is of course because it is a heavy patina of 500 years, it is the weight of history. Zhao Zhu's words shocked the old men. The old men looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. One of the old men swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking, young man, how much do you want for this chess piece? Zhao Zhu thought to himself, my good uncle, you are such an excellent supporting actor, and you asked at the right time. Zhao Zhu pretended to be nonchalant and said calmly, alas, not much. This set of chess pieces is at auction level. It's only about 300 to 500 million. 3 to 500 million. Why do you say it as if it were 3 or 5 yuan? Including Wang Peipei's father Wang Daochang, several old men trembled all over. This is too expensive. 3 or 500 million. Is there something wrong with my ears? Did I hear it wrongly? Old Wang's son-in-law is really capable. He can even get good stuff like this. At this time, a sarcastic voice appeared again at an inopportune time. Humph, only you old fools would believe what that yellow-haired kid says. Chen Jisheng was so angry at Zhao Zhu's words that his face turned blue and red. Seeing that everyone started to praise Wang Daochang's family again, he jumped out again. Chen Jisheng's repeated unreasonable behavior had already angered everyone. Several elderly people glanced at him with dissatisfaction, their eyes revealing annoyance. Old Chen, that's enough, people have already said it was Gu Yongzi. Yeah, if you don't have such vision, then stop talking nonsense. Go back quickly, Lao Chen, and stop talking. The more you talk, the more embarrassing it becomes. The king's father also snorted coldly, Humph, you shameless old man, why don't you just get lost with your tail between your legs? Chen Jisheng was so angry that he was shaking. He gritted his teeth and said, I have no vision? I am embarrassing myself? You are all confused by this old and young couple. I called my son. He is a professional appraiser. You must believe what he says. As Chen Jisheng spoke, he took out his phone and said something excitedly. Soon a man in his 30s walked over from the corridor. The man was wearing a black branded sportswear, a pair of expensive leather shoes, and a Rolex on his wrist, looking very noble. Chen Guang is here, hurry up and persuade your father. Yes, take your dad back. It's a pity that Chen Guang just glanced at everyone indifferently, ignoring them all, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. What's the point of dealing with a bunch of poor old men? He walked straight to his father, frowned and said impatiently, Dad, what's going on? I'm live streaming. Live broadcast is more important than your father. Your father has been bullied. Chen Jisheng almost jumped up, he pointed the folding fan in his hand at the table. Hurry up and prove your father's innocence. I told him that his broken Yangzi was a cheap product. He refused to admit it and insisted that it was an antique from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty. An antique from the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty? Chen Guang sneered. He had actually heard the general idea on the phone and said disdainfully, Don't worry, Dad. There is no need to verify it at all. Yangzi was indeed produced during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty, but due to the constant wars in the Ming dynasty, Yangzi was destroyed. So far, the earliest ones on the market are from the Xianfeng period of the late Qing dynasty. If he says it's from the Ming dynasty, then it must be fake. Chen Guang spoke with a very sure tone, which was the confidence given to him by his many years of experience. Zhao Zhu frowned after hearing this. What happened? He was sentenced before even seeing the case? What's the nature of you two, father and son, that you only know how to talk nonsense? Guang, you said this thing of mine is fake before you even looked at it. Is that polite of you? Polite? Chen Guang snorted disdainfully, thinking to himself that you are unlucky to be showing off to me. He turned around and walked away while saying, as an appraiser, I am doing you justice if I don't smash your things on the spot when faced with fakes. Soon, Chen Guang walked to the table, picked up a chess piece, and looked at it carefully in the sunlight. Then he frowned tightly and widened his eyes, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Then he placed the chess piece in the palm of his hand and gently kneaded and played with it. Ha! As if he didn't believe it, he put the chess piece down, then took out a few more chess pieces and repeated the previous action. Then his eyes became fanatical. This heavy patina. This unique craftsmanship is clearly Gu Yangzi's. Based on his many years of experience, this level of patina would take at least 500 years to accumulate. In other words, this pair of Yangzi is not only a real antique, it may even be a Yangzi presented to the emperor during the Jiajing period of the Ming dynasty. Something royal. You have to know that all antiques, once they have the word royal attached to them, are bound to be priceless. What is more, he is Gu Yangzi, who is rare in the world. It may even be the only treasure left from the Ming dynasty in the entire world. Chen Guang swallowed his saliva and thought to himself how he could get this priceless Yangzi. If I could get this thing, wouldn't I become a billionaire overnight? In the worst-case scenario, using the platform to bring it back to the company is also a great thing. After a moment, Chen Guang pretended nothing had happened. Ahem, brother, I've taken a look at your Yangzi, and it's the modern Yangzi. At most, it is a modern handicraft and is not worth much. I think you have been cheated by others. How about this? I will pay you 100,000 yuan for your Yangzi. You can definitely break even and even make a little money. Look, this is what it means to tell a lie without thinking and to cheat without blushing. You want to take away a Yangzi worth 3 or 500 million for just 100,000? Zhao Zhu sneered, this is Yangzi from the Ming dynasty. How come you say he's a fake? What gives you the right to say that? Why? Chen Guang raised his neck arrogantly and said with a disdainful tone, because I'm a treasure appraisal anchor with 20 million fans on Douyu. If I say this thing is fake, it is fake. Believe it or not, I will post a short video in a while, letting everyone on the internet know that you used a fake Gu Yangzi to fool your father-in-law. Hey! Chen Guang threatened, you know about the online exposure. With my influence, don't say it's you. Even your parents and the Wang family, no one can escape. This sentence angered Zhao Zhu. He rushed forward and slapped him to the ground. Shen Guang was beaten unconscious and lay on the ground with a look of shock on his face. He never expected that Zhao Zhu would actually dare to take action. What are you doing, kid? I'm a public figure. If you hit me, you'll suffer the consequences. Zhao Zhu looked down at him and said gloomily, public figure? Ugh. Are you on Douyu Live? From today on, you are banned on Douyu Live. Moreover, you will not have a place in the entire live broadcast industry in the future. Chapter 53 Desperate Anchor. You said to ban it, so I banned it. Who do you think you are? The boss of Douyu? Chen Guang got up from the ground, covering Lao Gao's swollen cheek, and said angrily. However, he did not dare to fight back, because Zhao Zhu's action just now was so swift and fast. Moreover, that slap was so powerful that Chen Guang's ears are still buzzing. But after hearing what Zhao Zhu said, Chen Guang still endured the pain and made a sarcastic remark. I have more than 20 million fans on Douyu Live. I'm a super anchor on Douyu Live. Do you know how much traffic I bring to Douyu? Even Douyu's executives are respectful to me when they see me. How dare you think you can shake my position? After saying this, Chen Guang turned on his mobile phone and started recording a selfie video. My dear family, I was beaten. I was beaten by a bad guy. There is no justice in this world, my dear family. Chen Guang squeezed out a few tears with difficulty, made a pitiful expression, and cried in a hoarse voice. Today, I am here to appraise a piece of Yangzi, fulfilling my duty as an appraiser. Unexpectedly, after I identified it as a fake, this person refused to accept it and came up to beat me up. Having said that, Chen Guang turned the camera around and pointed it at Zhao Zhu. Family members, this is the guy. Rude and violent. He gave me a big fight right away. My family members, do you know how much harm a big fight has done to me? I may not be able to live stream for a month, no, even a year. I also hope that my relatives can help me. Please forward this video. Let these bad guys have nowhere to hide. Let more people know this bad guy. Let us spit on him together and boycott this kind of scum together. Chen Guang was crying and sounding miserable and pitiful. At this moment, he looked like a pitiful victim. Zhao Zhu just stood there and watched him act quietly. After Chen Guang put down his phone, Zhao Zhu sneered and said, "Are you done acting?" Acting? Chen Guang put his phone back into his pocket with a smug smile on his face. But now his face was swollen, and when he tried to laugh it hurt, and he grimaced in pain. But the pain aroused Chen Guang's hatred towards Zhao Zhu even more. However, thinking of Zhao Zhu's future situation, he still difficultly revealed a smug smile. If I don't smile at this time, wouldn't it be meaningless to slap this loser in the face? Just wait, little brat. In less than an hour, this video will be forwarded at least 10 million times. In another hour, your name, address, workplace, your parents, and all the information about Wang Daocheng's family will be exposed. Ha ha ha, when your home phone gets bombarded with calls, you'll know what online exposure means. You want to fight me, you little brat? You are not even close to me. Cyberbullying? Zhao Zhu had also heard of it a long time ago. For example, he saw a news report a while ago about a young man who was forced to commit suicide by taking poison due to overwhelming online violence. Is cyber violence shameful? Shameful indeed. But there are those who fan the flames of cyber violence, those who comment on events without any discrimination, and those who confuse right and wrong. It is most shameful. Looking at Chen Guang's ugly face, Zhao Shu felt more and more disgusted and disgusted. He rushed forward directly, and several old men nearby were about to stop him, but they only felt a shadow flash by. Looking again, Zhao Shu had already grabbed Chen Guang by the collar and said viciously, "Cyberbullying, ha!" Then he punched Chen Guang on the bridge of his nose. Chen Guang screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and 2 streams of blood spurted out of his nostrils. Without waiting for Chen Guang to speak, Zhao Shu said fiercely again, "Big anchor, right? 20 million fans, right?" Another punch came down. Chen Guang screamed even more miserably. This punch directly broke his nose. "Stop fighting, stop fighting." Chen Guang's voice was filled with fear, and there was no trace of the smug look he had just had. In contrast, now his snot, tears and blood are mixed together, and even his nose is crooked, which is really miserable. I was wrong, I was talking nonsense. Brother, no, father, please forgive me. I will delete the video now. From now on, I will never appear in your presence again. Chen Guang said this sincerely, but what he actually thought in his heart was that a good man would not suffer a loss in front of him, and this grudge must be avenged. When he leaves here today, I will use all my resources to make this kid in front of me suffer a fate worse than death. Coward. Zhao Zhu let go in disgust. There was not much point in abusing a coward who couldn't fight back. However, he also knew that Chen Guang was not truly convinced. If he wanted to convince him, he would have to completely destroy his greatest reliance. Aren't you a big anchor? Then I will make sure you can't survive in the entire live streaming industry. Zhao Zhu took out his cell phone and called Chen Banshan. Chen Banshan's respectful voice came from the phone. "Hello, Mr. Zhao, what can I do for you?" "Chen Banshan, do you know a treasure appraisal anchor named Chen Guang?" "Chen Guang?" Chen Banshan was obviously silent for a while, then said apologetically, "Sorry, Mr. Zhao, I have never heard of this Chen Guang." Zhao Zhu sneered and said, "Then send someone to find the ID of this anchor and permanently ban him. In addition, use all your strength to ban him across the entire network. Also, the person just now posted a video about me on the platform, delete that too. Then mobilize the public relations department to minimize the impact." "Yes, Mr. Zhao." Chen Guang stood aside, covering his nose and watching Zhao Zhu's operations. But until now he still didn't believe that Zhao Zhu had this ability. At best he was just a young man who only knew how to use brute force. He is a big anchor with tens of millions of fans, and the benefits he brings to Douyu Live are immeasurable. Would Douyu give up being a big anchor just for an unknown young man? As for the phone call Zhao Zhu made, it was just a pretense. What kind of background must the person have to be able to influence the decision-making of Douyu Live? How could it appear in such an old neighborhood? But just as this thought came to his mind, his cell phone beeped. Moreover, the voice reminder sound is crisp and pleasant, which is the exclusive message reminder sound for Douyu Live. Chen Guang couldn't help but shudder, then laughed at himself. What's wrong with me? Why am I suddenly so nervous? It's just a coincidence. But when he took out his mobile phone and skillfully opened Douyu Live, he was immediately stunned. There was a line of small words written in the Douyu Live message prompt box. After investigation, your live broadcast room is suspected of illegal operations and has been permanently banned. Permanently banned. Chen Guang refused to believe in the evil and quit Douyu Live, and immediately called an executive he knew. Beep, hang up. Beep, hang up. Beep, hang up. Finally, on the 4th time, the other party answered the phone. Chen Guang's eyes lit up, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Hello, brotherly, I'm Chen Guang." "Fuck. Why are you calling me?" The other party's tone was full of disgust, as if Chen Guang was a plague. "Chen Guang, let me tell you, it's no use calling me. You've offended a powerful person this time. I can't help you. And don't call me anymore, I've blocked you. That's it, bye." "No, goodbye forever." Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Chen Guang fell into endless despair. The evasive tone of Brother Li's voice on the phone clearly meant that he really had offended someone that even Brother Li couldn't afford to offend. He quickly rolled and crawled to Zhao Zhu, hugged his thighs, and cried, "Dad, no, Grandpa, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I still have a mortgage to pay off, and I can't lose this job. In fact, it's not just the mortgage, there is also the car loan, and the penalty for breach of contract on the treasure appraisal platform. If he were to be banned by Douyu, the penalty for breach of contract alone would be tens of millions." Zhao Zhu just glanced at him indifferently and kicked him in the chest. Evildoers will be punished. Then he grabbed Wang Peipei's hand and left. Wang Daochang laughed and spat, "You deserve it. Who told you to mess with me?" He also grabbed the Yanzi and followed the two of them back happily. Chen Jishang, who was standing by, was holding walnut in his hand, with veins exposed. He walked up to his son Chen Guang with a grim face and slapped Chen Guang in the face. "Come and avenge me. Not only can you not avenge me, but you still call me daddy." Chen Guang was stunned by the slap from his father, then his face turned fierce and he stood up and wrestled with Chen Jishang. "It's all your fault, old man. If it weren't for you, how could this happen?" None of the elderly people present tried to stop the fight. They just shook their heads and left. Who wants to get involved in the affairs of two scumbags, right? Chapter 54, Gu Master appears. The three of them returned to Wang Peipei's home. On the way, Wang Daochang, the king's father, kept praising his son-in-law, saying how mighty and dignified he was. Wang Peipei hugged Zhao Zhu with a sweet look on her face, and the tenderness in her eyes could melt water. This is the kind of man she has in mind. He is handsome, talented, and most importantly, he can help his family. Who can not love such a man? When the three of them entered the house, Wang Peipei's mother had already prepared a table of food. "You guys are finally back. If you hadn't come back, the food would have gotten cold." Wang Peipei's mother Tao Rong's eyes lit up when she saw Zhao Zhu. "Xiao Zhao, come sit here and have a drink with your Uncle Wang." Zhao Zhu smiled and handed the box over. "Auntie, I was in a hurry last time and didn't bring you anything. This time I bought you a pair of bracelets. Please see if they fit you well. Buy something." Having said that, Tao Rong still happily took the box from Zhao Zhu. The son-in-law comes to visit his mother-in-law and brings some gifts. It would be unreasonable for you to refuse to accept them. Tao Rong opened the box with a smile, and then she was stunned. Then there was an obsessive look in his eyes. Women are naturally unable to resist this kind of thing. "I saw a pair of crystal clear bracelets in the box. It glows with a faint fluorescence and is as clear and transparent as glass." Tao Rong picked up a bracelet carefully, and even her speech was a little unclear. "Xiao Zhao, is this jade?" Zhao Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, auntie. This is top-quality glass jadeite. Please try this bracelet to see if it fits you." Glass jade? Tao Rong naturally didn't understand what glass-type jadeite was, but her intuition told her that this bracelet must be very expensive. After thinking about it, Tao Rong reluctantly put the bracelet back into the box and pushed it in front of Zhao Zhu. "No, Xiao Zhao, this bracelet is too expensive. This is only your second visit to our house. How can I accept such an expensive gift?" "Auntie, just accept it. It's not much money. It's just a drop in the bucket for me." "Yes, Mom, just take it." Wang Peipei also smiled and advised, "This is all Zhao Zhu's kindness, and this money is really nothing to Zhao Zhu." "Yes, old lady, just take it." Wang Daochang smiled and said, "Zhao Zhu also gave me a treasure, a Yangzi from the Ming dynasty. It's worth hundreds of millions. Several hundred million." Tao Rong was only shocked for a moment, then quickly came to her senses and slapped Wang Daochang on the shoulder. "I say, you old fool, you dare to accept something worth hundreds of millions. Why don't you return it to Xiao Zhao right away? Xiao Zhao's money didn't come from the wind." Zhao Zhu quickly stopped her and said with a smile, "Auntie, please don't talk about uncle, these are really nothing to me. Also, auntie, please accept these bracelets. They are my gift to you. If it weren't for you two elders, I wouldn't have met such a good woman like Pei Pei." Seeing that she couldn't refuse, Tao Rong had to accept it. She took out a bracelet and put it on her wrist. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it and she couldn't stop smiling. "When I looked at Zhao Zhu again, I liked him even more. I even wish Wang Peipei could marry Zhao Zhu right now." She gave Wang Peipei a look and said, "My dear daughter, you must hold on to this man tightly." Wang Peipei gave a reassuring look in return and said, "Don't worry, old man." Zhao Zhu took out another bracelet with a smile and put it on Wang Peipei personally. Then he took out a sachet for repelling poisonous insects from his pocket and put it around her neck. The two of them were very intimate, and this happened in front of their parents. Wang Peipei blushed for a rare moment. "Honey, is this a sachet?" Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, "Yes, it contains the blessing of peace that I prayed for. It guarantees safety. You must always carry it with you and cannot take it off, understand?" Wang Peipei nodded firmly and looked towards Zhao Zhu with tenderness and seductive eyes. "Yes. Honey, I will always wear it. Oh, this little thing is so cute. Zhao Zhu looked at Wang Peipei's blushing little face, which looked like a ripe apple, and couldn't help wanting to take a bite. The family of four had a lively meal together. After dinner, the old couple returned to their room, leaving Zhao Zhu and Wang Peipei a separate space. The two of them sat on the sofa, and an indoor sitcom was playing on TV. But Zhao Zhu was not in the mood to watch TV. He put his arms around Wang Peipei's shoulders and leaned his head closer. Wang Peipei's face flushed red, and she had closed her eyes obediently. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and it could be seen that she was also looking forward to it. Just as their lips were getting closer, Zhao Zhu's phone rang. Damn, who is this, calling at such a critical moment? Zhao Zhu took out his cell phone and saw that it was Pei Nanju. When I answered the phone, I heard Pei Nanju's anxious voice. Zhao Zhu. Come to the hospital quickly. My dad said he saw that old Gu master. Zhao Zhu hung up the phone and sneered. This old Gu master finally jumped out. During this period of time, Zhao Zhu has been on guard against him. I wouldn't say I'm exhausted, but thinking about this all the time makes me feel like there's a weight weighing on my heart, which is not a good feeling. It's a good thing that he is out, so let us get rid of him completely. After apologizing to Wang Peipei, Zhao Zhu left her house in a hurry. Only Wang Peipei was left looking at his departing back with a resentful look on her face. Chapter 55, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Zhao Zhu arrived at the hospital and went straight to the ward. Zhang San was still guarding the door. When he saw Zhao Zhu coming, he hurriedly said, "Boss." Zhao Zhu nodded and said, "Did you see that Gu master?" Zhang San said apologetically, "Mr. Pei found it, and when I chased him out, he had already disappeared." Zhao Zhu nodded and did not blame Zhang San. After all, the opponent's strength does not belong to the category of normal human strength, and it is unlikely to compete with him with muscles and strength. Zhao Zhu pushed open the door and just walked in when Pei Nanju pounced on him. "Zhao Zhu, you're finally here. I was scared to death." Zhao Zhu felt pity in his heart and quickly hugged Pei Nanju's back and patted him gently. "Don't worry, everything will be fine now that I'm here." Pei Nanju tightened his arms around Zhao Zhu for the first time and hummed softly. "Nanju, what's going on? Tell me in detail." It was rare for Zhao Zhu to spoil the mood so much. If it were any other time, if Pei Nanju held him like this, he would definitely be greedy and ask for more. For example, kissing and hugging, or doing something more intimate. But now he has important things to do, and he can still distinguish the priorities. When Pei Nanju heard what Zhao Zhu said, he realized that he had been too proactive. He quickly let go of Zhao Zhu's arms, blushing, and spoke after a long while. "Just now I was walking with my dad in the small square downstairs, and suddenly an old man wearing a baseball cap bumped into us. The man was also wearing a hospital gown, so we didn't take it seriously and thought he was just being careless. But when we returned to the ward, we found that more than one bug had fallen out of my father's body. Those bugs looked scary, but they died soon after they fell. The more I thought about it, the scarier it became. I thought that old man was the Gu master who cast the poison, so I called you and asked you to come over quickly." Zhao Zhu hesitated for a moment and said, "You are right, that person should be the Gu master. As for those dead bugs, it must be the effect of the sachet I gave you. That sachet is used to repel poisonous insects. If a poisonous insect gets close to you, you will surely die." Zhao Zhu thought for a moment and said, "If that Gu master fails to harm anyone, he will definitely come back again. I'm here with you, don't worry, I will definitely eradicate him completely." Pei Nanju's two beautiful eyes were immediately filled with tears, and she said gratefully, "Thank you so much, Zhao Zhu, you have helped me so much during this period of time." Zhao Zhu smiled slightly and gently touched Pei Nanju's head, like an older brother coaxing a younger sister. "What nonsense are you talking about, Nanju? This is what I should do." The two looked at each other, and their love deepened at this moment. However, just when the two were about to spark their love, a muffled groan suddenly came from outside the door. "Don't move here. Stay with Uncle Pei, I'll go take a look." Zhao Zhu comforted Pei Nanju and hurried out the door. Outside the door, Zhang San collapsed on the ground, but he had not lost consciousness yet. When he saw Zhao Zhu, the first thing he said was with difficulty, "Boss, I'm sorry." Zhao Zhu hurriedly checked Zhang San's condition. Fortunately, he was not seriously injured. He was just hit in a special acupuncture point and temporarily lost his ability to move. Zhang San was helped to lie down on the sofa in the ward. Pei Nanju covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Zhao Zhu, what's going on?" In her impression, Zhang San is simple and honest, but he has a strong build and always looks like he can beat 3 people at once. But now, why is it like a puddle of mud? Zhao Zhu comforted. Don't worry, Zhang San is fine. He just lost his ability to move temporarily, and he will be fine after a while. It seems that this Gu master is not only good at casting Gu, but also has great skills. But this situation made Zhao Zhu more determined to get rid of this Gu master. No one would feel at ease if there was a ghost like this who was elusive, had tricky methods, and also knew kung fu. If this person is not eliminated, Zhao Zhu will be unable to sleep or eat. After about half an hour, Zhang San gradually recovered. As soon as he recovered, Zhang San jumped up from the sofa, stood straight, and looked at Zhao Zhu with an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry, boss. The master asked us to come here to protect you, but I didn't accomplish anything and I still asked you to come and rescue me. Zhao Zhu patted Zhang San's shoulder indifferently. Don't worry about these details. That Gu master is no longer a normal human being. It's normal that you can't resist him. How about this, you call Sun Tao later and ask him to send a few more people over. Hide in the dark, if that Gu master dares to come again, we will catch him in a jar. Good. Zhang San looked at Zhao Zhu with gratitude. This way he had a chance to redeem himself and make meritorious service, so he quickly went to make a phone call. After all, the salary working for Zhao Zhu was really good, and he didn't want to give it up. Zhao Zhu called Lin Ruoxue again and asked Li Si and the other 2 people around her to come to the hospital. After all, when dealing with a mysterious figure like the Gu master, the more helpers the better. Not long after, Zhang San came back. Boss, I've already told the young master about this. The young master said he would send someone over in a while. Zhao Zhu nodded and asked, how many people can you send? Zhang San said, master said at least 100. Zhao Zhu asked curiously, 100? Are all of them as powerful as you? Zhang San smiled bitterly and said, boss, please don't look down on me, I'm not that great. But even if those 100 people are not as good as the 4 of us, they are almost there. Zhao Zhu nodded and said, okay, I got it. I've called Li Si and the other 4 to come over. When the 100 people arrive, you will be in full command. When the time comes, have them spread out throughout the hospital. As long as that Gu master shows up, he must be unable to escape. Yes. Boss. Pei Nanju, who was standing aside, looked at Zhao Zhu, who was full of vigor and vitality at the moment. The love in his eyes turned into pink bubbles that he couldn't stop. Chapter 56: The Special Effects of Medicinal Powder. Until the evening. Zhao Zhu was holding Pei Nanju's little hand and telling jokes. Dialogue between the fortune teller and the lady. You are unlucky. Why? Because you carry an omen of bad luck. Can I take off my bra? No, once you get rid of the bad omen, 2 big waves in your life will appear. Pei Nanju burst into laughter and was so happy that he fell over. He said, you are so bad. But the love in his eyes could not be hidden. Zhao Zhu chuckled and said, let me tell you another little story. Once a bull was away on a business trip and was afraid that no one would take care of the cows at home. The bull was thinking about finding someone to help take care of his wife. But who can I find? The monkey is cunning, the tiger is ferocious, and after all the thought, only the elephant is reliable. A few days later, the bull came back from his business trip and brought his wife back from the elephant. The next day, the bull started to curse, you are so big. Ha 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 ha. Pei Nanju laughed in a very unladylike manner, which had not happened to her in the past 20 years. It seemed that ever since Zhao Zhu appeared, she was no longer the same person she used to be. The jokes Zhao Zhu told were indeed a bit unethical, but she knew that Zhao Zhu was just trying to make her happy. In order to dispel the uneasy feelings in my heart and stop being afraid. Pei Nanju lay in Zhao Zhu's arms and said softly, thank you, Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu smiled slightly, sniffed the fragrance of Pei Nanju's hair, grabbed her little hand and gently kneaded it. This is the 3rd time you've said thank you today. Is it really necessary to say thank you in our relationship? Pei Nanju's face turned slightly red, then she leaned over and lightly touched Zhao Zhu's lips. Zhao Zhu only felt a coolness on his lips, like a dragonfly touching the water. He chuckled, lowered his head and kissed her quickly. Pei Nanju seemed to have suppressed his emotions for many days, and they burst out like a flood, and he responded violently. Just as the 2 were kissing passionately, an awkward dry cough was heard from behind them. Ahem, you 2, have you forgotten that I'm still here? The 2 separated quickly, both looking embarrassed. This is impulsive, isn't it? I forgot that this is in the ward and my cheap father-in-law is still here. Zhao Zhu could only smile dryly to show his respect. Pei Nanju, on the other hand, was like a frightened ostrich, with his head lowered so low that his expression could not be seen. Little did he know that Pei's father beside him sighed. In fact, he wanted to speak up to stop Zhao Zhu from the moment he started telling jokes. But seeing Pei Nanju's happy expression, he thought about it and didn't say anything. This is the scene that a father least wants to see. However, it is no wonder that Pei Nanju couldn't resist it. After all, Zhao Zhu is not only young and rich, but also has superb medical skills, and most importantly, he is reliable. Which woman cannot love a man like this? Besides, it makes no sense that a man and a woman would be so attracted to each other. While Father Pei was still daydreaming, Zhao Zhu suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "Here it comes." The three people in the ward immediately quieted down. As soon as the scene became quiet, a rustling sound could be heard all around. Zhao Zhu. Pei Nanju suddenly covered his mouth and pointed his trembling fingers towards the door. At the door, strange and scary-looking insects crawled in one after another. Some of the bugs look like worms with sharp teeth and beaks, some look like insects with wings, and some look like a combination of various bugs, which is very strange. And there are quite a lot of them, at least hundreds. However, the poisonous insects kept getting closer and closer, but stopped about 1 meter away from the people and dared not move forward anymore. They stared at Zhao Zhu and the other two with eager eyes, and walked around in circles in a hurry. "Zhao Zhu, what's going on?" Pei Nanju's face turned pale as he asked softly. Zhao Zhu replied, "It should be because of the sachet I gave you. It seems that the sachet is really effective. Here, Nanju, give me the sachet I gave you." Pei Nanju quickly took out the sachet from his neck and handed it to Zhao Zhu. Zhao Zhu took it. Since the sachet was worn close to Pei Nanju's body, it was slightly warm and had a faint scent of Pei Nanju's body. Zhao Zhu couldn't help but have some inappropriate fantasies, but at a time like this, he could also tell what was more important. He quickly opened the sachet and sprinkled it towards the poisonous insect 1 meter away. When Pei Nanju took out the sachet just now, the poisonous insect seemed to have sensed something and retreated a distance. Now that he was sprinkled with the powder, it was like encountering some natural enemy. After struggling for only a few seconds, they all fell to the ground motionless. In just less than a minute, all the poisonous insects in the house died, whether they were sprinkled with powder or not. Pei Nanju couldn't help but ask when he saw this, what happened to Zhao Zhu? How come the poisonous insects that weren't sprinkled with the powder also died? Zhao Zhu said in a deep voice, "Just as I expected, the powder I made to expel poisonous insects is more powerful than I thought. It is indeed the natural enemy of the poisonous insects. Not only will anyone who touches it die, but even the smell of it can kill them." He guessed this from what Pei Nanju told him about the last time he met the Gu Master. The sachet was worn around Pei Nanju's neck, and the poisonous insect found Pei Nanju's father. But the final result was that the poisonous insects died one by one and fell off Pei Xianzong's body. This clearly means that the medicinal powder made by Zhao Zhu has the effect of killing poisonous insects from a distance. Of course, it is impossible to hit the target from a distance. The only explanation is that the smell of the medicine powder may also be lethal to the insect. Zhao Zhu took out his cell phone and called Zhang San. "Zhang San, let Li Si and the other three protect the women of Nanju, and then start closing the net. That Gu Master has appeared." Zhao Zhu hung up the phone, comforted Pei Nanju with a few words, and walked out of the room. He wants to meet the mysterious Gu Master in person. Chapter 57 ending. Unfortunately, the whereabouts of this Gu Master were elusive, and when Zhao Zhu walked out of the door, he was nowhere to be seen. But he was not worried. "I have deployed hundreds of experts in this hospital. Unless the Gu Master can really grow wings, there is no way he can escape from their encirclement." Sure enough, about 30 minutes later, Zhang San answered the phone. "Boss. We caught him." "Where is it?" "In the backyard parking lot." Zhao Zhu rushed over immediately and saw more than 100 burly men surrounding a skinny old man with a fierce look in their eyes. The old man was covered in a black robe and wore a black baseball cap on his head. He is thin and his face is dry and wrinkled. The strangest thing is that the old man's eyes are mostly black and less white, which is very scary. But the old man was not afraid of the crowd. Instead, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow-green teeth, and laughed. "Everyone, how about letting me go today? I am just following orders and I don't really want to kill anyone. If you heroes let me go today, I will definitely not bother you anymore. What do you think?" Zhao Zhu walked forward and sneered, letting you go, do you think it's possible? The old man's eyes suddenly turned cold. So you, young man, are going to drink the penalty wine instead of the toast? As soon as the old man finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand, and countless black insects suddenly flew out from his wide sleeves. The buzzing sound of insects is endless. Zhang San and his friend's eyes turned red. They never expected that this old bastard would suddenly attack and use such a dirty trick. Boss! Boss! You old bastard, I'm going to kill you. Brother Zhang San and his men were about to rush over, but before they could move, they were stopped by a voice. Don't come over here. You can't resist. Countless black flying insects have surrounded Zhao Zhu, forming a black human cocoon. The sound came from this black human cocoon. Boss? What the hell? Boss, are you still alive? Boss, are you going to turn into a fluttering elf? Under everyone's surprised gaze, the small flying insects on Zhao Zhu's body fell down like rain. In a short while, Zhao Zhu's true appearance was revealed. The ground was also covered with the corpses of small flying insects. The old Gu master was horrified, because these little flying insects were his most powerful poisons. Each one is extremely poisonous, small in size, and extremely fast, making it an ultimate weapon for killing people. In the past, it can be said that he was always successful, and every time he took action, someone would die in regret. But why doesn't it work this time? The Gu master suddenly thought of a possibility. You, the poisonous insect, can't enter the Pei family's father and daughter's body, is it because of you? Zhao Zhu sneered, your little tricks can really stump me? They are just acrobatics. The old Gu master gnashed his teeth in anger, but was secretly thinking in his heart. This kid must be eliminated. This kid already has a way to completely restrain the Miaojian Gu master. If he is not eliminated, future major events of our family will definitely be affected. But things often don't go as we wish. As soon as the old man had this idea, hundreds of burly men rushed up. Zhang San's eyes were red. He was the first one. The second one is Li Si, followed by Zhao Wu and Wan Lu. Then came the other brothers. I don't know if they had a bad taste or what, but they actually pinned the old man under them and played the human pyramid game. There were more than 100 big men stacked on top of each other, and they could bear it. They were all trained, so it was no problem for them. But the old man couldn't stand it. His whole life's reputation was ruined here. Perhaps because he was too ashamed and angry, the old man spat out blood and fainted. Zhao Zhu walked forward and heard Zhang San, who was on the second level of Arhat, say, Boss, I have something to discuss with you. The young master said that we have to take this old guy back and find out where he is and catch him all at once. It is naturally a good thing to be able to catch them all in one fell swoop. This kind of mysterious and strange Gu master is a scourge in itself. So he agreed without even thinking about it. Soon, Zhang San and his group took the old man away, and the matter came to an end.